All right, we're going to be moving over to our next show, the show that we like to call Season 3, baby. We're back.
Let's go.
We don't get a lot of, like, and me and Taz were talking a little about this last week, Darth, but we hadn't had a lot of, like, returning shows up until this point on this show. It's all been, like, new shows, but now, this year, there's a lot of, like, shows we covered last year that are going to be coming back. So that's going to be really, really fun. We talked about it up front. Me and you had such a good time talking about Season 2, diving into it. Outside of that really stupid mid-season break that took like 4 months to get back to.
I forgot that they did that. I'm so glad that I waited then.
You watched it the best way.
I think that's why I waited, actually.
Yeah.
Like, I knew that they were going to do that mid-season break, and I was like, oh, I'll just wait for it all to be out. Mm-hmm. And then I ended up waiting almost too long. But also, I'm glad that I watched it right beforehand, because so now Season 2 is still fresh in my mind. So.
No, yeah, that's very fun. I mean, Darth, let's start. I kind of want to start with you. We've been waiting about a year, which feels very good to only have to wait a year in between, like, a season of TV. That feels very fresh, very cool. How are you feeling after these first 3 episodes? What's your kind of overall feelings after consuming this new batch of episodes?
Really good. Really happy to be back, honestly. They don't miss. I want to say something, but it's going to sound like a criticism. But like, a lot happened, but not a lot happened in the first 3 episodes. Sure. I think is a fair statement, right? But they're setting up a lot of stuff, and they've got like a lot of ground to cover. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And again, they did do a lot. You know what I mean? They showed us that not only has Mark leveled up, but also the villains. We got Debbie and everything else. With her progressing, we got Oliver. We got the Nolan stuff. You know what I mean? We got everything in a nice little package. So it's really good to be back. It was felt like home, but fresh at the same time.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think, honestly, I think this show might be my, like, current day, like, Arrowverse in terms of, like, how I talk about the show, and it hopefully, now that hopefully we're getting going, hopefully we can have a season every year, or every year and a half at least, just kind of keep that momentum up, but
it did feel a special presentation in between, too.
That'd be nice. There's a lot of characters I would definitely watch their, like, presentations.
Yeah.
But no, it does definitely feel very good to be back. I mean, I was kind of interesting because I had very, very high regard for this episode from Taz, who said, oh, this was the best opening of the whole show. I was like, okay, all right. And I think at first I was a little bit thrown off because I wasn't sure if I was seeing those displayed on screen immediately once I was watching. I was like, okay, episode 1's a little slow and stuff like that. But I think once I really sat back and looked at it a little differently, I was like, oh, they're doing some really, really interesting stuff here. They're fundamentally, I think, changing the status quo of the show in a very interesting way. And I was very interested jumping into the season because they described every episode of the season as a season final. And I was like, huh, okay, that's an interesting way to describe it. And I didn't feel that immediately after episode 1, right? But once I looked at it a bit differently, I was like, okay, I think I actually understand kind of what they're kind of getting at with a statement like that. And is it a hyperbole? A little bit, definitely. But I can definitely see kind of where they're getting at with a statement like this. How about you, Taz? How are you feeling on the first 3 episodes?
Yeah, like I said, I loved it. I think it makes sense why they dropped these 3 episodes together. It is a complete arc with a beginning, middle, and end, for sure. I think it carries on from the end of season 2 perfectly. Like, it's only been, 3 months in the timeline since the end of season 2. We still have Mark dealing with the fallout of everything that happened with that moral dilemma of what he believes is he killed Angstrom Levy. And he's just been training his butt off to, fight the incoming Viltrum invasion. And yeah, I absolutely love it. We got so many elements that we've been waiting for. We finally get Mark and Eve kind of committing to this relationship, which I know everybody, has been very excited about. They're like, yeah, finally, Amber's gone, that kind of thing. Um, you know, I, I think too is we, like you said last season, right? Is that was a who is Mark Grayson, right? But now he's trying to find out.
Mm,
I think back to the who is invincible kind
sure.
of thing, right? Is
Hmm.
he's like, oh, like maybe I'm kind of becoming my
Yeah.
dad a little bit, and
Yeah.
that not only does that scare Cecil, not only does that scare the other Guardians,
Debbie.
it scares Mark, it scares his mom, it's influencing Oliver as
Hmm.
well. And I think that is going to be the big thing. Like, we got the black and blue suits. This is his symbiote suit, right? This is Mark's like kind of crash out, not villain arc, but like angry arc. Like,
Yeah.
and you can just tell he's more unhinged. Like, he was killing the duplicates of Multipol with like no remorse. He was
Hmm.
just like, "Oh, I have a chance to like kill some things. Let me just like rip heads off and like chop people in half, that sort of thing." He went to town on the Reanimen, who I've seen people posting scenes from season 1 where he had a tough time fighting one of them. And now he's just
Right.
chopping them up like Omni Man chopped up the Guardians of the Globe. I loved that little, callback when
The
they were
parallels.
in.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, I loved that. And again, just his, I guess not necessarily him being unhinged, but him being in a very different mental place. Like, I would have never seen season 1 or even season 2 Mark like yelling at Robot to like get the thing out of his ear. He's like, "Rudy, get this thing out of my head."
Yeah.
I missed a word, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Get this thing out of my head. Like, I don't know. I love it. Like, I
Yeah.
love Mark kind of on like demon time, I guess is the best way to put it. And so is Oliver. Like, I guess I'm flash forwarding all the way to the third episode, but that was the big thing, and I think that was the big hook for me that I was like, oh, I'm so invested. Kid Omni Man. That's what happens when you're a bad guy, and he just destroys the
Yeah.
Mauler twins. Like,
That's like the most Mark's. I think Mark's reaction was incredibly real, though. I think
it
to be
was.
anything otherwise would be like just funny because
Yeah.
you just found out a person that you trusted and relied on as a bastion of good against your father, who is the man that raised you, and you got rug pulled and found out the guy is just evil incarnate to you at the moment. Well, kind of conflicted now, but before.
Yeah.
And then now the good waters are being muddied. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you just found out that like he's put a goddamn Kraken's dinner bell in your head. Like, goddamn.
Yeah.
I'd be swearing all over the place. Like, yeah.
I love the Cecil dilemma too, and I want to
Yeah.
ask you guys both: which side are you on? Are you Team Mark or are you Team Cecil? Because
I'm gonna
I
let.
have I have an interesting answer to this.
Yeah. I'm gonna let Darth go first.
Like, obviously, Cecil is right in the humanity sense, right?
Hmm.
But given what Mark can do, Mark is right.
See, I don't think there is necessarily a right and a wrong. Like, they, like, in their own perspectives, yes, they are right and yes, they're wrong. But, like, when it comes to, like, morality, yeah, Mark is in the right. Yes, you shouldn't torture and, mind control, and, you shouldn't put a bomb in someone's head without their permission. Obviously, right? Like,
Yeah.
in a court of law, Cecil's going to prison, right? Obviously.
I mean, they're all going to prison.
Mhm.
Yeah. But I'm kind of on Team Cecil. I think to a point. To a
Yeah.
point where it's like, yes, what he's doing is wrong, but he needs to be doing what's wrong, right? Like he doesn't have the luxury of doing the right thing. I think it's kind of Cecil at its core. You know what I mean? Where
We
it's
can be the
like,
good
I hear
guys,
that,
or we
but
can be the guys that save the world.
Yeah.
I hear that, right? But I made this argument the other day, right, where I would pointedly be like, no, like I'm going down with the ship, like with my moral intact. I mean, it's principle here. I would rather have
Sure.
trusted somebody to save the world and not be what his father is than um, compromise myself and
Sure.
then like to put a bomb in his neck, and then the second he goes off on one, I can pop and go, haha, I told you so. You know,
Yeah.
like because I didn't want to do it in the first place. I just did it as a precaution because
Sure.
of what happened before. Do you know what I mean? I trust
Yeah.
the kid, but I'm just taking that step because I can't afford to be wrong. Do you know what I mean? But in
Yeah.
that instance, I would not take the step. I'm definitely team Mark.
Well, I mean, and you're like in the right. Like you are a good person for your stance. But is that the right choice, right? And like
Yeah.
none of us can answer that. Like this isn't like a right or wrong thing. This is like, well, you don't know what's
It's
going to happen. Yeah.
it's which side are you on right now? And I think that they brought up a very interesting point, and I loved the Cecil flashbacks because it showed you that Cecil was once of the exact same mind as Mark, right?
Yeah, that was good.
You know, do everything by the book. You're not gonna, bring criminals in to, reform them and try to turn them into heroes and assets of the government, that sort of thing. He wanted to be the good guy, but as his old superior said, and he then reiterated when he was given the job, is again, you can be the good guy, or you can
Yeah.
be the guy that saves the world. And he was skeptical of Omni-Man from the beginning. He knew he was lying, but he was playing his part. He was in the background finding ways to, find weaknesses, that sort of thing. And then after stuff hit the fan, Omni-Man almost destroyed the world.
Yep.
Cecil got rocked to his core, and he's like, okay, we now have another Viltrumite on the planet that says he's here to, do good, just as his dad did, but I'm not sure if I can 100% trust him, so I'm going to put a little thing in his head so that if he ever goes off the rails, I can have a second to gather myself and maybe stop the world from being destroyed, or stop on a smaller scale, stop a city from being destroyed in the same way that it once was. Now, obviously, Mark has gone through a bunch of things. He says that he wants to be different than his father. He says he wants to do the right thing. But I think what really made me, side with Cecil on this, right, is when they went into the White Room and Mark started getting angrier and angrier and more threatening. And Cecil's like, hey, dude, like, you are the most powerful being in the world, and I am scared of you right now. And this is the only thing between you and I. And if you go off the rails, I'm going to be forced to use my assets. Use the Reaniman, use, the sound device in his head and everything like that.
Yeah.
Do I agree with him using criminals to his advantage and trying to reform them? Not necessarily, because that would be like, Batman taking the criminals in Arkham and, formulating them into the Bat family. Like, sometimes that happens. Red Hood. But, I think, again, Cecil believes that he is in the right because he is a normal human being in a world and in a galaxy of uber powerful beings. Like, think about how powerful Mark is, but I saw somebody mention this. He has the strength of like a 2-year-old Viltrumite, right?
Yeah.
Think about how much more powerful characters like Omni-Man are. Characters like Conquest and Thrag that we have yet to meet. Think about how powerful Alan the Alien is. Anissa that we met last season. Things like characters like that are out there that are way more powerful than Mark even is.
Yeah.
And even if he wasn't using these contingencies against Mark, you have to have those things in place to protect the world from these even more powerful Viltrumites. And now we have what's going on with Oliver, and he is of the same mindset as Omni-Man to a degree. Like, human life isn't precious. Like, these non-powered people, like they don't know what it's like, kind of thing. And
I've got an issue.
Yeah, go ahead.
Before I felt like you were getting off onto a whole other thing, so I want to get
Yeah.
back to like the core of the thing, right? So there's a whole bunch of things of why I have issues. One, Cecil, yeah, or Cecil, yeah,
Yeah.
is in a world which has obvious signs of hell and presumably heaven at this point, right? It has had a whole bunch of pit stops by different people, right? So it is now like Futurama is in the future, right? It is like an open zone, of which point he knows there are like innumerable and um insurmountable forces out there, right?
Yeah.
So he knows that like his choices define where he ends up, right? Whether altruistic or otherwise, he believes, I mean, oh, I'm going to do this bad thing because it's going to save the world, right? One, he could still end up in hell for that, right? Major problem with what he's doing because it's no good all around, right? Then you have the fact that he put this bomb in Mark's neck, knowing Nolan's issue, no, Nolan's whole thing of conquest, right? So he knows that not only is Nolan wanting to conquer, that there is a whole army of
Yeah.
Viltrumites
Yeah.
before this, right? So he would then be solely relying on Mark and all of the Guardians, right? So you're saying, oh, our one true hero, please save us. While we do that, we're going to stab you completely in the back and drag down the knife, right? Um, so
But
then,
how does he
one,
know that
if
he's
you're
their one true hero?
no, but this
Because
is the thing: is he knows he's going to ask. That's my point. Is you know
Mhm.
you're going to posit that like at his feet, so you know what you're going to do. So your two choices are: oh, please be my hero with the bomb in your neck that you don't know you have, or
Yeah.
you're going to say no. The bomb's going to pop off, and when the Viltrumite Empire turn up expecting you to be here, I'm then going to go. Well, I have a shapeshifter that can look like the guy. If this helps,
Yeah.
right? That's not going to help. So then you're still going to end up with a burning planet. Like, no matter what you do, if you don't truly, truly invest in Mark, you're
Mhm.
screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the simple solution, right, is you have Mark and Cecil sit down like grown adults and be like, "Hey, Mark, same sort of thing that they said in the White Room. Like, Mark, dude, you're super powerful.
Yeah.
You kind of scare me sometimes. I don't know if you're going to go off the rails or not. I need to have contingencies in place. Not only say if you turn evil or you get mind controlled, but just if other people from your race come to this planet, we need to have contingencies in place. I think if that were the case, and he was like, hey, Mark, I'm going to plant this thing in your head. I only am going to use it for emergencies only.
Yeah.
Are you okay with that? Like, I think maybe that's a way to go, but also, again, justifying it from Cecil's perspective is like, okay, maybe these kind of people can't be reasoned with. Like, he thinks, oh, if I would have had this thing implanted in Omni-Man's head, like, we wouldn't have lost the city of Chicago, you
Right.
know? Now I'm putting it in
They,
Mark's head. Again, he's, says that he's here to help. He says that he's,
Yeah.
team Earth. But what happens? Again, what
again,
happens if he gets
like,
mind
you can't
controlled?
do that. You can't do that, right? So, say, for example, you're a gym guy, right?
Yeah.
Now, there are a whole bunch of people that aren't gym guys, okay? Now, not saying you would, but say for an example, right? You're there getting beefcaked, right? And for some reason, you stub your toe and you get real angry. The other person might feel threatened, right? Now, it's
Yeah.
not their right. I mean, you and I would disagree to different countries with laws about this, but I would say it's not his right in that instance to own a gun. Do you know what I mean? Just because he's terrified that you're bigger and stronger than he is.
Yeah.
It's the same instance. Just because he's from another planet, like, that doesn't, that, like, because he's an alien, that doesn't give him, like, whole other rights of this and that. Just as that he should be conquering. I understand that this is a war, but then how you fight a war defines who you are.
Yeah. And like that's my whole thing though. It's like I'm not trying to argue is Cecil a good person? Because the answer is no. Right? He is like you said, he's going to hell for everything he's done. My argument is, do the ends justify the means, right?
Yes.
Like, does the distrust and the dishonesty of one man or a group of people, does that surface out an entire continent, like, potentially being destroyed, or an entire world being destroyed? And really, it's like none of us here can be like, oh yes, this is the right or this is the wrong answer, because we're not in that placement to say. But also, I kind of get it. I could be like, well, because like I think it's a really nice parallel actually to the backflash with Nolan coming to Earth, where it's like he put his trust in Nolan. He let himself become friends with this man, put his trust in him.
But he didn't trust him at all, though, from the beginning.
Yeah.
He knew he was lying right off the rip.
But he let his guard down, and he let him do what he was going to do.
Yes.
And thousands of people died because of it. And now he's looking at that same mistake and being like, should I put stuff in place?
My whole thing as well, right, is, as you spoke about, was in Mark's position. He was fighting for all of this. Right? So instead of being like a complete jackass about everything, he should have recognized that position and known how to communicate, right? Just because he was so stubborn to the point where he had to spend 3 years in prison, that's not to say that everybody is. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, you should know how to communicate better than somebody who didn't know how to communicate to you. Do you know what I mean? Like, you've lived the experience because you weren't getting it. You should know how to tell somebody, yo, you need to get this, guy. You need to understand why I'm being a bit of a dick right now, and I'm sorry, right? I'm not never gonna agree to the bum of the neck thing, but like the Reaniman, like him using corpses and stuff, like, and having a whole army, that totally makes sense. And I'm totally like, of course you would do that. Of course you should do that. Do you know what I mean?
I don't think
but you should, like you said, explain. Just say it, dude.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I don't think the Reanimen themselves are the problem. It's who is creating them, right? Like, if he just hired another scientist that could do it the same way and kept Sinclair locked up, perfectly fine. But that's the problem of it that, or that's the problem that Mark finds with it. Again, the Darkwing thing, too. He was a murderer. Reform him. I don't even think that that's as big of an issue, because, you can say, hey, I did wrong. I want to, be a hero now. Sure. Let's try to reform him. Give him a second chance. Okay. You can be a little bit content with that. But I just think the thing with Cecil, I know you're saying like, oh, he's doing all of these bad things basically, but I think he's willing to lose a part of himself and, sacrifice his soul to ensure the safety of the human race. And like, he's got the weight, literally the weight of the world on his shoulders. He does not have superpowers. He does not have a way to defend himself in the same way that people like Mark and the Guardians have, right? He only has those resources, and without those resources,
is that it, like, in the politest way, without being too graphic, is that it'd be pissing against a tidal wave. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's the most useless display of force and safety net ever, because you're stopping one person that would be the most minimal threat out of all of the people of his people that are a threat.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you know what I mean? Like,
but think about the
woman that came down and broke up date night. Like all of the emissaries, like, outshine him completely.
Yeah.
And
right now, though, like,
yes, exactly. Because again, he's had his powers for 2 years. He is the strength of a 2-year-old Viltrumite. And that also, again, goes into Oliver's going to progress very, very quickly because of his rapid aging. Like, I think, to an extent, right now, Oliver is more powerful than Mark is because of that point. Like, he is, yes, he's a kid, but if he's, like, supposed to be, like, 10 years old or something like that, he has the strength of a 10-year-old Viltrumite, right? And then, obviously, you have Omni-Man, who's hundreds of years old and all that stuff. So, yes, I definitely, I understand where you're coming from as far as why would you want to decommission your best possible defense for all of these stronger Viltrumites coming in. And
Yeah.
then to Cecil's argument and to my argument at that point was when he put the device in Mark's head, that was right after the fight with Omni-Man. He didn't really understand the other Viltrumites coming in or anything like
It would have been
that.
season 2 when he fought the creature. So
Or no, you're right. After the creature. No, you're right. So
it would have been a couple months after.
Okay.
He would have been working with them for a
So
while.
yeah, I guess yeah.
But even as a defense, though, like it does nothing. Like if like there's no way that does anything. Is my point. Do you know what I mean? So it's like a big Hail Mary for the most minimal effect. Do you know what I mean? And you're destroying so many bridges and corrupting yourself so much to do it. And do you know what I mean? And just being shady as hell to do it. But it does nothing in the long run. If Mark decided to join, it does nothing because that's one down out of thousands or hundreds, which one is enough.
Yeah, but that's also just, if I may, one scenario where he could go evil, right? Look at last season, every scenario where he was bad on every single other universe that wasn't about the giant war, right? When it was just him and Nolan, right?
Exactly.
There's so many other ways. It's like maybe like Dr. Seismic makes like a mind control device and he goes out and starts killing people in the street or something. They could use that to stop him, right? They could, again, my argument isn't, is he a good person? Because he's not. He, like, Cecil is wrong. Morally, he is wrong in every regard.
100%. 100%. He is morally wrong. But I think practically, practically he's correct. Like, you would want to, so say, if I was on the Guardians, right? I would 100% side with Mark.
Yes, I would leave too.
But from the outside looking in, looking at Cecil's backstory, looking at the capabilities of Mark on these alternate planets, in these alternate universes, I have to begrudgingly agree with Cecil. Or I think really, honestly, what was that?
Do you know what he could have done instead? Found a way to like put speakers and that frequency in all of the necessary infrastructure, because then you still have the defense, but without betraying the trust. Do you know what I mean? Because then it's just the defense against everybody.
Sure.
Right.
It didn't have to be so personal.
Yeah. I do think though that's a very good idea for how to defend against the Viltrumites, because again, that is one of their biggest weaknesses. I was reading up on this a little bit. It has something to do with just the way that they fly and stuff like that. Is like their inner eardrum is like their weakness, and you can incapacitate them. I think in the comics, Mark has been like put into a coma because of it and things like that.
So it would be great in the army.
Yeah.
Wow.
But it is a very good defense, and I think also in Cecil's mind too, it was the most humane defense, kind of, is like, yes, you're hurting him, but again, it's not a bomb in his head. It is something meant to neutralize him and stop him from making a mistake. You know what I mean? It's to stop him from killing Cecil in that moment, or to stop him from killing somebody else or going off the deep end. And I think, imagine if he saw the alternate Marks that Levy saw, or that Mark himself saw. Like, I think that would be, even further of a reason to do that. And I think drawing it back to the point that I was trying to get to as well was, I think that the way that we saw Oliver act at the end of this episode is once again proof as to why Cecil needs to be wary of these other Viltrumites, of Mark, of Oliver, of even Nolan, if and when he comes back, that sort of thing. Because again, what Oliver is capable of, the things that he said, and the fact that he sided with Omni-Man and was like, do you ever think that Dad was right? Like, that is a big thing.
Yeah.
And I sent you, if you can pull it up, the panel from the comics,
Sure.
which is a very similar conversation between Mark and Oliver, with one very slight difference that we could talk for an hour about. So you have the conversation going very similarly. You know, Oliver asks, basically, do you ever think that Dad was right in what he did? And Mark looks at him and he says sometimes, which is not something we got in the show.
Yeah.
So what do you think about that? Because that really puts into perspective the way that they're trying to frame Mark in the show different from the comics. And I know Kirkman has said that they want to deviate in certain areas and clarify certain things better.
Yeah.
And, you know, write these characters a little bit differently than they did in the comics. But that is a very interesting take. And even though he didn't say it in the show, do you think that our show version of Mark believes this to an extent, or will see him eventually come into that thinking that sometimes maybe you do need to kill the bad guys?
Well, I mean, we already kind of saw that in episode 2, right? When he's talking to William and the boyfriend. I forget his name at the top of my head. Patrick? Is that it? Something. Where he's like, well, maybe I should have killed him. Like, he's killed all these people. He's got all this damage. It would have helped you. It would have helped so many people if I just put him down.
Right, if he had killed Sinclair, yeah.
Yeah. So, like, there's a little bit of that talking in his head, and he had to be like, no, because if you kill him, you'll be just like him. You'll be just as bad. We need more Invincibles, you know? So, but it's still in his head. It's still going, you know? And it's like, now that he has a brother that's kind of echoing these ideas, we'll see how far it takes him. Like, I don't know if we'll see Mark cross that line. I hope we don't, but will it get close? Like you said, he killed all those copies of what is it?
Multi-Paul.
Multi-Paul, yeah. So like, he's not necessarily, like, again, he killed him last season, right? Like, so he's not against killing. He even killed people in season 1 on accident. So it's not like he's fully opposed to it. But
yeah, and he'll kill the Reaniman. It seems like he's cool with killing copies or clones or duplicates of things or aliens. Like, I can't remember, back to season 1 when we had that alien invasion, did he kill them in that?
Oh, loads. Yeah.
So
the Zaxxon invasion.
Yeah. And I mean, he was willing to kill the Viltrumites that attacked him when he was on the bug planet with his dad last season.
That's true.
And
what about, like,
told him to,
Viltrumites, right? Like, he was trying to kill them there because his father said, hey, you have to kill them or they're going to kill you.
Yeah, so you can't hold back. And again, think about, I don't want to go too much into comic stuff, right? I'm not going to spoil too much. I've seen a little bit. I've read up a little bit on it. But there are 2 hopeful and potential storylines. One that they set up with the characters that were stealing the Declaration of Independence. Okay. I'm not going to say too much on that, but something there that could present a moral dilemma for Mark. And then something that we're most likely leading to by the end of the season that's going to present a moral dilemma, and something that might be more so of a mid-season arc if what they're doing with this teaser that we got at the end of episode 3 is going the way that I think.
Did you see who voiced him?
Well, yeah, I know who that character is. Yes.
No, I mean the actor who played him. Did you see that?
The at the end of episode 3, or
no, the start of episode 1. The kids that are stealing.
Blue Beetle. Yeah,
it's Sholo. And then
Sholo.
Paul is Simu Liu, who plays Shang-Chi and stuff like that. So
yeah, and I know what's his name, Aaron Paul, is gonna be in the season as not Shockwave, but something like that.
And Mike from that universe too is gonna be in it. Whole bunch of, I mean, and that's, I'm not sure if I like all these like celebrity castings and stuff like that. Like, some of it kind of feels like, well, we're getting these big people just for the sake of getting big people, and it's like, we didn't need them. I don't know. Like, I don't know what that's doing to the budget. Just getting like Simu Liu and all these big actors, but
Yeah. I think that's kind of the beauty of the show is like you just have voices that you recognize. But I guess it is a dilemma too, because I've seen people that are still under the assumption that the animation is not good. That people that are still like hating on the animation style or the quality of the animation, they're like, oh, it just looks like a PNG like floating on screen and that kind of thing. Like if they didn't spend as much money on the voice actors, like we could have good animation.
I get it a little bit.
I see it a little bit when people are pointing it out, like comparing how like I said, those mid-season trailers where they're like sitting in the diner, like the different shading and the way that the characters move a little bit more naturally. Yes, of course, I would love the show to look like that, but I know practically it can't, as if we want a season every year, it can't look like that. And I know also the budget is actually going down season by season, which is interesting as well. Hopefully after, I'm assuming, the massive critical and financial success of season 3, that they give season 4 a larger budget. But again, I don't have a massive issue with the animation or anything like that. I think episode 3 proved that it looks great still, is like Mark punching the nuke, and again, Oliver punching through the the maulers and things like that. I think it still looked really good. You're muted, my friend. Darren, you're muted.
Let me try that again.
Let's take it from the top.
I want to go back a little bit, not to like retread our like debate about like morality, but I want to talk more about the like the whole death thing, and like, or like, is it okay to redeem criminals in the way that Cecil is? Because I think that's also a very interesting conversation. Because at face value, I'm like, Mark is right. That's very weird to just, like, these villains not having their due in, the jail process. But then I was really thinking about it a lot more, and I was like, but isn't that what prison is supposed to be for? Is about rehabilitation,
reform, and
saving people. And then I started thinking about all the other superhero properties. Some of my favorite characters of all time who are killers, like Oliver Queen and Sarah Lance and Captain Cold and Red Hood, and all of these iconic characters where it's like, well, they didn't go to jail, right? They're, and they're redeeming themselves by saving people's lives. And I was like, how is that any different than what Cecil is doing right now?
And I love the line from Cecil when they're walking through, when they're about to get to the White Room, and he's like, "You killed Angstrom Levy. Should I put you in jail and throw away the key?" No, that was different.
And, it is a little different, right? It is about, like, self-defense versus, like, I'm going to go kill a bunch of people.
Right.
But also,
but he did lose control, though.
Yeah.
And that is the exact reason why Cecil has those contingencies in place. Because if he saw the way in which Mark killed him, he would have needed way more contingencies than just a little JBL speaker in his brain.
And I'd argue that Mark kind of proved his point a little bit in these episodes where he's just like holding him by his neck. Cecil can't do anything in that moment. Like the way he was lashing out, not saying he deserved what he did to Mark, but it definitely proved there should have been stuff in place for him, just in case.
I will never work for you again.
Yeah.
If you come near my family, I will kill you.
Like, what if he squeezed a little bit harder, right? Like, what if he didn't mean to, but he squeezed them?
People are so delicate in this universe, like they can just pop. Like, with that strength, you can pop a human like a bug.
Yeah.
But that definitely does show he had a lot of restraint, though, to do that.
He did. Yeah. Again, this is not an easy debate. Like, I know we're finding ourselves on different sides. There isn't a right answer, I don't think.
No, there's not.
I don't think a wrong answer. You know what I mean? So it's
in a weird way. I think the right answer is Rudy's side. No, it was Rudy's
okay.
side, his robot side. He was like, Invincible is the most powerful superhero on the planet.
That's interesting. Yeah,
I might need his help one day.
that was
And
interesting.
that sets
Yeah.
up for something. That is some more comic connections if you know the story of Robot.
Yeah. Well, okay. So let's talk about the Guardians of the Globe a little bit, because that was, I think, one of the biggest things I actually think to happen in terms of like changing of status quo.
Yeah.
Since season 1 has always kind of been about this team kind of upgrading from team, right, to the Guardians and their involvement with both Cecil and Mark and Adam Eve and all that kind of fun stuff. I thought that stuff was even more interesting. Someone that wasn't even part of the team was like had caused such a strive within them. And how they were reacting. How did we feel about that entire debate about who chose to leave, who chose to stay? Do we think they made the right choice in leaving, or do we think they should have stayed? How are we feeling on that whole thing?
So the biggest thing is the fact that if you notice who stayed, it was all the legacy members, right? So it was Immortal, it was Black Samson, it was a Duplicate, things like characters like that. The older guard, I guess, for a lack of a better term. I was watching a video where they explained it very well. Is again the older characters or the older heroes sided with Cecil, while the younger kids, Rex and Monster Girl and everybody like that decided to go off on their own. And it's interesting because you can't fault either side for choosing the side that they did. The side of Immortal and everybody that stayed with Cecil, they were like, hey, it's a bad scenario, but this is the best answer in a bad situation. Whereas
I have a car bed, so I'm gonna stay.
yeah.
No, but
and that's
is...
funny because didn't Sonic have a race car bed?
He did, yeah.
And it's the same guy that voices Sonic.
Yeah.
My issue is like,
So
why would you stay
team
knowing
Cecil.
what's happened to him? What would he do to you if he perceived you as a threat? Even if he just thought, oh, he's acting a bit different, I feel like he's gonna share some information. Like, you have to already assume that you have zero privacy in your life for how Mark was being surveilled.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, what limit does Cecil have under the protection of, oh, I think I'm saving the planet?
Yeah.
Where is the line?
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, I was kind of arguing more so on Team Cecil, but if I was part of this group, if I was the one being affected by this, I would also be like, what the fuck, Cecil? This is like how could you do this for me? This is insane, not having that outer knowledge, the grand scope. So everyone, and I think Bulletproof said it best, I can't work for someone I can't trust. I think that summed up everyone very well. And I also think Black Samson was also very interesting, where his I think was like, well, yes, this is kind of messed up. Can I change it from the inside? Can I can't make a difference from the outside. I was like, okay, that's also pretty interesting.
Right. So he's not necessarily
he's
Team
nothing
Cecil.
to change it.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like he's sat in like, we're not seeing him constantly a part of HQ, up there in Cecil's boardrooms trying to change everything. Like, what has he done to change anything so far?
Yeah.
Do you mean? Like, it's not the most well-run organization already.
Yeah.
Do you mean? Like, this has just brought everything out into the light. Like, there are problems. Like, Donald didn't even know he was a goddamn robot till he sat there and had an accident. The poor guy.
Yeah.
But how would he go about doing that as well? Like if as soon as it happened, he marched to Cecil's office and be like, "No, we must change." He might get fired, right? Like, he might get let go from I think in a situation like that, you have to be careful on how you handle those kind of things. So maybe he's just waiting for the right moment, waiting for the right time, the right scenario to fix things. But I'll be curious if that's something we see more of with him in this season. Like, do we see him trying to make a change, or are we kind of just done with most of the Guardian stuff? I'll be interested.
Yeah.
Hello, Roden. What's up, buddy?
I do think it's very interesting too. This is the same dilemma brought up by Batman's what is it, Tower of Babel protocol,
Yep.
where he has contingencies on how to defeat every single Justice League member in case they turn evil or are mind controlled.
Yes.
So if you cannot agree with Cecil's methods here, then you couldn't side with Batman in that regard.
There's a difference between writing things down in your notes and actually surgically implanting something.
That is true. That is
Bruce
true.
Bruce has kryptonite on him at any point in time. You know?
Yeah, but I kind of get Darth's thing though, where it's like there's a difference between having kryptonite on you and drilling into someone's brain. And,
yeah, I guess you're. Yeah.
Yes. There's definitely a
100%. 100%. But it is very similar though.
Mm-hmm. But, and also on hold, like Darth's thing, Batman was also like, okay, you found out, this became messy, how do we get past this? Okay, let me have that conversation with you. How do we, take care of this?
Hold up, let me explain.
Yeah, like, okay, I'll get rid of this, and then Superman be like, no, actually, I changed my mind, you should have something that can take me down, kind of thing. So.
One Marvel fan, I believe he could kill the League with the contingencies. It at least stops them.
Yeah. I mean, that's tough too, though, because it's like Batman doesn't kill, right? And that's a line Cecil doesn't have. He will kill you if he needs to. So.
Right. But I think, too, were those protocols made specifically for Batman to follow them, or were they made specifically for anybody to follow them? Like, he has a contingency on how to stop himself.
Right.
And Batman, I feel like, would be the first person to be like, okay, I turned evil, kill me.
Mm-hmm. No, for sure. Very interesting. Yeah, but like I'm really like that. I think is one of my more like exciting parts of the season is getting to see like the Guardians, like the current Guardians, get a new roster and bring in new heroes that we haven't met before. That's exciting. Also, our old new teen, if you will.
Yeah.
What their name is going to be, how they're going to operate, how they're going to change from the original team. I don't know how you feel about the character Taz, but I think Rex might be my favorite character of the season so far. I'm really loving Rex so far.
Yeah, I loved his interaction with Mark in episode 1 when they were fighting the time travelers. Like that was fun.
Yeah. Like, he was one of the best last season as well. Like, that episode where he's fighting the whole society by himself, he's, like, his heart's outside of his... Like, he's going bonkers, his hand's gone, like...
Dude, when I was watching season 2, I don't know how I didn't get it spoiled for me. I was like, oh no, are they gonna kill Rex? Like...
Yeah.
I was like, no. Like, how do you survive getting shot in the head?
I will say, one of my criticisms with that episode last year, and I know Darth was kind of arguing with me a bit last season, but it's like, I didn't like how everyone kind of just came back from that. Like, I wanted there to be consequences from that.
Death does not matter.
Yeah, it's like, oh, we're all back now, it's fine. I was like, oh, fine, whatever.
Yeah.
And I guess that brings me to the question of the cliffhanger at the end of episode 3. Who was watching the Grayson family? And is that another character who has escaped death?
It sounded like Angstum a little bit, but
yes.
Would he be back already? Like,
yes.
Like, we argued last season, like, okay, is he dead? Is he not? And we said no, he's probably not dead. But would you want to bring him back like immediately? Like,
I will give you 2 words, and I will not elaborate any further.
Okay.
Invincible War, and you can do with that what you will.
Okay. I mean, speaking of that, just like in terms of like consequences of people's deaths, the Moeller twins seem to be dead finally, right?
They've got copies. I
know, right? I was gonna say, like, I feel like they have to duplicate the situation, but then you'd end up with like teams of Maulers, because when you got one, you got 2.
Right.
Yeah.
I really don't want them to bring them back, to be honest. Like, I really like them, But I think that would really undercut how big that scene is. That
Yeah, I was gonna say, if they brought back this version of the Maulers, it would definitely downplay Oliver's decision to kill them.
right.
Would it? Like, we just sat here talking about how big it is that they're killing all of the multi-calls. Just because they're clones doesn't mean they have any less value of life.
Well, true, but like I think that scene where it's like life is precious, like you have to understand the consequences of your actions, and I think if they're just able to come back, his response to killing them isn't that big of a deal, right? Because it's like, oh, but they're back, it's fine, right?
Right, and I guess then that kind of further emphasizes his point, right? Is how precious is their life if they can just duplicate themselves and come back? You know, again, seeing it from that perspective,
like it is still very important. Like your whole thing is, I won't kill. That you can't just be like, oh, it's a power, or you come from a machine, so I don't care. Like that can't be your line. Like a life is a life.
Right. I'm just saying is viewing it from. I'm just saying viewing it from how he would view it, right? Is that's how he would justify it to himself. Is like, oh, well, they're clones. Like, it doesn't matter. Sure. Mark, I saw you killing, the multipole clones. Like, you're killing the Reanimen. They were once people who were alive, and then they got brought back to life. Did their lives not matter at that point? So, and yes, that is a very big question. And again, I think that is a dilemma that Mark is going to have to deal with on his own, too. Is he now knows he's capable of killing. He has killed multiple times now, and in just the first few episodes here. But he's going to have to get comfortable with it if we are preparing for a Viltrumite invasion.
Right.
Because I think you're going to have to, again, you can be the good guy or the guy who saves the world. He's going to have to realize that maybe you can't always have a no-kill rule. Like maybe in certain circumstances where allowing this person to continue to live would cause the deaths of many others, you might have to put them down in the same way that he justified killing Angstrom Levy. Yeah. He was going to kill his mom, he was going to kill his brother, he was going to kill, who else knows. So in order to save those people, he had to cross a line that he wasn't comfortable with.
Yeah.
See, my issue as well is that, we're dealing with copies on copies, right? Because we've got multiversal copies and copies in the way of clones.
Sure.
Do you mean? And I get that they're consistent. Do you mean they're just going to kill every other copy? Like, fine. But again, I still have a moral objection to the quote unquote heroes pushing that line. Do you mean? Obviously, I'm not saying every time that multiple has a version of him, they all have to survive or whatever, but the aim should be that.
Right.
You mean?
Yeah. I mean, remember back to what Duplicate said when Immortal...
She feels it all.
Is she's like, I've felt every single death, and that's why they connect on that level, is the fact that they have both died countless times. Right. And she remembers everything that all of her duplicates experience. And I think that is such an interesting point in the fact that I didn't even think that to do that, save a duplicate, somewhere, just, put it off in the distance and then live your life through, this other one.
Just in case.
Do we know exactly how her powers work? Is it a hive mind situation where one mind is okay, go kick that person? Or do they all have their own individual personalities? Because then I think that's a different that's a different conversation. Because then they're all their own person, right?
I think
it's both. I think given enough time that the person lives their own experiences, they become a different person in their own right. But they still have to be connected for the original duplicate to feel everything.
Right, so if she always... Because again, she always ends up going back to one. But now we know that there's also
Zero. Yeah.
Kate Prime. So, does she just transfer her consciousness maybe and then allow these other ones to basically like drone? Is like they are self-sufficient on their own. So she basically is like, okay, I'm going to be Kate 1 right now while Zero Clone stays and does what Zero Clone does.
Right.
And then I'm only going to make more clones when we go into fight. So, okay, now we're time to fight. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever, go do your things. But she's still, her brain is still in Kate 1. And as those other ones are dying, yes, she's feeling that. Yes, those memories of what the duplicates do stick with her. But I'm thinking, though, they're again kind of self-sufficient, not necessarily their own personalities, but again is like their own copies or their own drones, or like in the fact of the way that the Mauler twins are, right? Is they're clones of each other. They both work independently. However, when they make another clone, they still somewhat have the memories of the previous one, and they both think that they're the original. The only difference, though, is that the duplicates know that they're duplicates. Like, they know, okay, we all go back to Kate Prime, and that we have, Kate Zero over here that's, holding down the fort to make sure that if we all die, we don't all die.
Sure. I do want to talk about Oliver a little bit, just a little bit in more detail, because I do think the season's been a very interesting character study of like what defines a hero, like what at the end of the day, what is a hero? And again, it seems like everyone here has a little bit of a different definition, but I do think Oliver's situation is so fascinating right now because it's like we are trying to explain the concept of human existence and morality and the price of a life to like a 6-year-old, someone that age that should normally not have to deal with these very complex emotions and themes and stuff like that. Like, it kind of feels like the opposite of Skeleton Crew, where it's like Skeleton Crew was like showing the like beauty and love of this universe that we all love, and I think it's the other way around, where it's like, okay, we're seeing the pain and depression and just disgustingness of the universe via this 6-year-old, and how does he view these things? And he hasn't grown to have this moral compass, so he's just like, yeah, we'll just kill him. Yeah, like why not just take him out now, right? And I think that's very fascinating, especially I think contrast to season 1, because this season does feel like a parallel to season 1 via Mark and Nolan, right? And now Mark is in the Nolan spot and having to train this new kid that doesn't quite know exactly the level and the scope of everything, but kind of reversed, if that makes sense. So I think that entire thing is so fascinating to me.
Yeah. I would wonder if what is it? People, it's not the Rexes. What is people called? Wherever they are in space, right? You would think that their society would be quite the reverse, in that because they live such short lives, that death would be a constant around them, but also the need to value life and pay homage and respect and everything else to the individual and the people, So I think that him facing these things early on could be quite important as well.
Yeah.
I think you do bring up an interesting point. I know Mark did have that conversation with Oliver's mom before he left that planet, was when she was like, hey, like, see how much older I've gotten since you've been here, and it's only been a few short months, that sort of thing. And then Mark asks about that, basically, is like, do you guys, like, is it tough to know that you're only living for a year? But she then puts it into perspective of like, no, like, we age very quickly, we progress very quickly, but we live a full life. We perceive things differently, but on a different timeline than humans or Viltrumites, but it all still matters. And that is a very interesting point to see that someone, a descendant of the most powerful race in the universe that lives the longest,
Yeah.
as well as part of this species that lives for such a small fraction of time compared to even a human, and their view now on how much meaning does life actually have. And I think that is such a deep question, and something that I would never think that a TV show would bring up, an animated TV show to that extent.
Yeah.
But I think Invincible is the perfect show to tackle that in. And the whole thing with the Invincible name is Mark knows he is not invincible. None of these characters are. Nobody is. As powerful as Omni-Man is, or Invincible himself is, or as powerful as Oliver can get, or even, again, Conquest, Thrag, nobody is invincible.
And I'm also very curious to see kind of where he levels out. Because like you said, his mother's side ages really fast. Omni-Man ages very slow. Me and Darth were talking about last season, where it's like, well, maybe it's just like the equivalent of a normal human life, right? Where you live like 80 years or whatever, or 100 years. So maybe he just ages like, obviously he's aging fast now, but maybe it like levels out at some point.
Yeah, from what I understand, and from what they said, is basically he's going to hit puberty, and then his Viltrumite DNA is going to become the more dominant side of him, and he's going to start being a little bit more Viltrumite. Like, he's going to start looking a little bit more like, a human or a Viltrumite, and that kind of thing. Yes, again, the lifespan is not going to be quite as long, but he is speed running to that maximum power that Mark's not going to get to for 20, 30, 40, 50 years.
Yeah. Do we think he was going to be more powerful than Mark at some point?
I think right now he's more powerful than Mark. Because again, think about it, put it into perspective, right? So Mark has had his powers for 2 years. Think about that as the strength of a 2-year-old Viltrumite, right? Oliver's already 6. So I think in some ways Oliver could already be more powerful than Mark. But Mark is more experienced and knows how to use his powers more than Oliver does. But also Mark doesn't have that drawback of having the bug DNA, right?
Yeah.
He's part
but even Viltrumites didn't get their powers until teenage years. They didn't get them from birth.
True. But the fact that Oliver developed his powers so early, and he's still aging in that rapid pace. Think about, again, even if, say, they're on the same playing field now, in a few weeks' time, in a few months' time,
right,
Oliver will, again, be the equivalent of, having his powers for years, whereas Mark has still only had his powers for a couple of years.
I hear that, but he's 100%, 160% stronger than he was last season in those 3 months, right?
Yeah.
Like if I and a 6-year-old child got the super soldier serum at the same time, I'm still whipping his ass. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's how I see it in my head. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
I understand that.
But one's like a man now,
Yeah.
I think I kind of agree. Like, I think Mark is probably more powerful right now. Like if those two got in a fight right now, I think Mark would still beat his butt. But for how long, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm imagining in 6 months from now, he could be, way more powerful than Mark, depending. Because again, we don't know exactly what's in that alien DNA that puts them aside from humans either, right? So,
and I think that's going to be a dilemma too, right? Is Mark is not going to want to put Oliver in harm's way because he thinks, okay, he looks like a kid, he still acts like a kid, that sort of thing, but he's way more powerful than he thinks.
And that's so dangerous.
It
the
is.
power of a god in the hands of a 6-year-old is
right, who has this warped
terrifying.
sense of, right, who, number one, the crazy thing that I learned about that species too is they remember everything, right?
Mm,
Is so he remembers when he was a baby and Angstrom broke his mom's or broke Debbie's arm, and when Mark was fighting Angstrom Levy, and he remembers his father on his home planets, and that's why he's got those ideals. Is because I'm pretty sure his dad probably drilled that into his head,
yeah.
very early on, and even if Omni-Man has kind of changed his position on that as of now, and something we completely skipped over was Nolan in prison with Alan, and we're really seeing him kind of
morphing
and dropping his shell, and I guess coming into his own as what he's going to become eventually.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Yeah, and I don't love the line, but like I think it's a very interesting line where it's like, Mom told you that you have to have like responsibility, and it's like, well, yeah, but isn't it our responsibility to make sure no one else dies in the hands of these horrible people? And it's like, you're not right, but also I understand. Like, could there be an argument made to why you are right? Like it's like a Punisher thing where it's like, Punisher's not right, but also it's like, but could he be right? So it's like,
yeah.
It's tough.
I mean, it's like the easy solution, right? Is if you, I guess it's like the Dexter way of thinking, right? It's like, okay, if this person's gonna kill someone, kill them, take them out. They're not gonna kill anybody else, right? And I think that, again, that is the easy solution, but the mind of a hero is, if you kill a killer, there are the same amount of killers in the world kind of mentality, right? But then again, you go back to the whole dilemma of that Cecil was faced with: be the good guy or be the guy that saves the world. And sometimes the guy that saves the world is gonna have to make those tough choices and kill people for the greater good. And I think that that's what this show is trying to convey to us. And I think that they are trying to also mentally prepare us for this dark arc that Mark is heading down. I didn't even mean to do that. But yeah, I'm very excited. Again, I'm trying to not say too much because again, I kind of refreshed my memory comic wise on this. I want to buy all the books physically. They're split into, what is it, 3 compendiums? It's a compendium, I think. It's like it means like a collection of stories. They're like big, thick old books.
Yeah, I've seen those. Those fun.
I think the hardcover's like, I looked it up just for fun. The hardcover's like $100 on Amazon. Ridiculous.
Wow. Yeah.
And that's just for one.
I saw they just launched like a series of like spin-offs. It was like a Battle Beast like series or like set of series or something. So that's cool.
Yeah.
I have 2 kind of other things from these episodes I want to bring up. And again, these were 3 hours worth of TV, so I'm trying to just hit the bullet points from these episodes. There was, again, this is why I wish they didn't, like, again, it's nice we could have them all, but it's like, but I want to talk about all of them, all the pieces, and there's just too much to talk about.
Well, it's going to be fine because we're going to be weekly episodes now.
So, like, the fact that, like, we're getting Debbie being so deep into her relationship.
You literally read my mind. I was just about to talk about the Debbie stuff.
Like, it's got to be that, like, Nolan's on his way home.
Oh, yeah.
Like, in the next episode or 2, he's got to be at that doorstep.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's what I was going to ask you guys about. Next was the whole Debbie situation. And, like, I did think of the whole, like, how do you decide? Because Mark was pretty mad at Debbie in these episodes about revealing his identity and the whole Nolan thing without his permission. Where do you guys side on that argument? Do you think Mark had a good reason to be mad at her? Do you think Debbie had the right to reveal that information to someone without talking to him first? How do you guys feel about like that entire thing?
I think that's a tough one, but I think Mark is right in the regard of it was his secret to tell, but also his mother was very much so hurting, and the only way for her to work through the feelings that she had around what Nolan did and the state of things with Mark and all of that was to be able to openly and honestly talk to somebody about the superhero-ness of it all. So I don't think that, this guy is a threat or anything like that. I don't think it's anything that's going to come back to bite him. But I do think it shows that, yes, you need to be careful with your identity, but it also isn't the end-all be-all.
Sure.
If by revealing your identity you can help somebody, I think that that's the way to go. And he's helping his mom by allowing her to reveal his identity. Yes, I would have liked a hey, can I do this kind of thing,
right,
rather than her just going ahead and doing it. But again, she was hurting, she went through a lot of trauma. It makes sense as to why it happened the way that it did.
One thing I was kind of thinking about that I thought was kind of interesting is technically it was her secret first, right? Before Mark was even born, technically she like that was her secret and Nolan's secret
right.
Before it was Mark's, right? So technically she technically gets dibs to that secret if you look at it in that way, in this like weird like legacy passed downing thing. But also I do think it should have probably been discussed. It should have been a family discussion. Obviously she just does this like in the moment thing. Especially someone so new to dating, right? Like he almost left that date because of the, like how he was feeling. I definitely think she was like not in the wrong, but it's like, I don't know if you 100% did that the way I think you should have.
Yeah. Imagine what was that? The second date? Imagine on the second date, you're just like, yeah, my whole family's superheroes.
Yeah.
Like that's a big one.
Well, this is I would say like second to before the third date. Do you know what I mean? Like I think that's something you need to disclose early before we start getting attached to everything. I understand like whole secret identity and stuff like that, but at least that your life is in danger just by knowing me.
That's also a good point I was thinking of. Yeah, it's a safety thing. It's like, you going on a date with me, there's a chance a supervillain could come and kidnap you at any moment, and adjacent you. So yeah, that's definitely also a really good point.
Like, the only thing that stopped my husband tearing apart this planet was a broken heart, which could be fixed at any moment the second he stops getting any strange, for all I'm aware. Like, he could just turn up and ruin these dates at any moment with his big scary mustache, just so you're aware. You know? Like, he's not actually dead.
And I will say, I do think this character's gonna die. I just like this like this kind of character, the like fun, lovable new boyfriend is such a trope in these shows where it's like
he's too spongy. Like
he's too nice. He's gonna get It could be Nolan. I actually would not be shocked if Nolan came back and killed him. That'd be kind of crazy.
That would then maybe undo a lot of the growth he's had.
You're right.
Like old Nolan for sure. He'd be like, "You replace me? With this,
boy,
with this inferior creature."
Yeah,
he already did this, so he can't say nothing.
Yeah,
he's already stepped outside of the marriage. Have you seen the episode list is out?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Have you seen him?
Yes. I have some ideas as far as what's going on with them.
Interesting.
I know. Does this one show it? I'm trying to find. Where's the episode list?
I can go on serialized probably.
I love.
Okay, no, this doesn't have the titles. It's just.
Sorry. Just while you were searching, I just love that Atomy reconnected with her parents. Like that her dad finally pulled his head out of his ass, saw the progress that she's making, like the steps that she's striving for. Do you know what I mean? Because she what he said was constructive criticism if he said it in a better way, which he's actually taking on board. Do you know what I mean? He was just a complete asshole about it.
Yeah.
You know?
I love Eve's story. I think she sometimes gets kind of pushed to the background a little bit. But I think 100% though too, she is the most powerful character in this entire show.
Yeah.
And that will hopefully be explored a little bit more later. Maybe the only character who truly is invincible is Adam Eve, actually, after all's said and done.
You know what? I don't mean to be like a contrarian. I didn't like the parent stuff. I mean, listen, like I love that for Eve, that she was strong enough to be able to go to them and be like, listen, I love you. You got to deal with me. Can we come to a compromise? Like, that's how strong she is as a character. I also don't think she needed that. Like, I understand that she wants a connection with him, but I also kind of wish we could normalize not giving people or family respect just on the basis that you're my family. You know what I mean?
No, but she
Like,
also has nothing else. She needs them. Like
Yeah.
they are her support network as much as she is theirs.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think
Are they,
it's
though?
to an analogy. It's an analogy though to a lot of things in life. Is like, you know, with families not accepting people for one reason or another. It's like, oh, I'm not going to college. I'm going off the beaten path. You know, you've got to accept me for going down this different career path, or you have to accept me for this reason or that reason. And she's worked very hard for that, and you saw how tough it was in the Adam Eve special and things like that, and to have that come full circle and her being like, okay, I see where things could go wrong with my powers, but my powers and I are a package deal. So if you truly care about me, if you truly love me, you will love me and my powers.
yeah.
You know, you don't have to, you don't have to necessarily agree with everything that I do with them, but you have to accept that they are a part of me, and that if you want me in your life, you have all of me, basically. And I did love too how she started going to school, taking the architecture classes to try to get better with her powers because of the, little debacle that happened last season.
Mm-hmm. I'd argue though they didn't accept her yet. Like, obviously the mom is very sweet, very kind, to do anything for her daughter. I don't think the dad has accepted it yet, right? Like, he's still like, fine, whatever, and he went to go get a beer. Like, he still has not had a genuine conversation with his daughter. That to me just sounds like, whatever, the less we have to fight, the better, or, whatever.
But the fact that he caved, I think that's a sign that they're on the right track, right?
I guess.
Yeah, because
I think there's room to grow.
He is not shy. If he didn't want her in the house and was still how he was before, then he would in no way be shy about saying so. And he would kick her out the house and just say no.
Yeah. He would have been like, either no powers or you're not staying here kind of thing. But the fact that he was like, you know what, begrudgingly, fine, whatever, do what you want. That's progress in that regard.
I suppose so. And I guess that's a very, real extension on how parents, can be, and how family dynamics can be. I guess I'm not as strong as Eve, and I would still be like, well, no, you're not treating me with respect. It doesn't feel like I'm truly wanted here. And again, I wish we can normalize a little bit more that, family isn't the all be all. Like, sometimes your family doesn't show you respect. Sometimes your family isn't your true family, right? That's just kind of what you're born into. I guess she technically wasn't born into it, but still, the same idea,
right?
Acts here.
But the found family side of that is her team and Mark, and to an extent Mark's family. I think that is the big thing too, and I do like how they explored that with the kind of blossoming relationship between the two of them as well, because again, that's such an iconic comic book thing. And again, I'm very glad that we got to that point. It was kind of funny how they did it in the comics, and I'm glad that they kind of drew it out a little bit further. But definitely, it does though make me think about that future scene again though, and how we got to that version of the team, and the fact that, is that Rex in Robot's armor? And if so, where is Rudy?
Right.
Or does Rudy start going by Rex, and then where the heck is Rex?
Right.
You know,
Yep.
does Rudy get older and then start going by Rex because Rex dies? Is that something that happens? But again, also that's an alternate timeline. That's whatever. Does it really matter?
But yeah, that's a conversation we had last year. Okay, but let's talk about the Adam Eve and Mark stuff too, because I do think that's another. I think one of like the last big debates, I guess, of this episode. Again, like I think this episode had a lot of like, how do you feel about this scenario, right? So we have the whole, obviously from last season, Adam Eve, the older version of Adam Eve tells Mark, hey, I love you, do something about it. Either tell her you don't love me or do something about it, whatever. And that puts Mark in a very difficult situation because he does have feelings for Eve. He does like her, but now there's that in his head pressuring him to be like, well, I do like you, but do I like you just because of this? And how do you feel about that entire situation? Do you feel like he needed to tell Eve all his cards, or do you think it would have been better if he didn't tell Eve? And what would you do in his situation? Like, would you tell your significant other, or would you keep it to yourself?
I think in that scenario, especially after everything that happened in his previous relationship with Amber, I think that honesty is the best policy. While it might have kind of blown up in his face at first, I think it was better to air that dirty laundry now, get that out of the way, rather than it coming up later down the line and then having Eve get mad later because of it. You know, I think, yes, it brought up an interesting point as far as like, did he ask for this now just because a random future version of her told him to, or was this something that he was planning on doing anyway? Yes, I think it could have been done without him mentioning the future connection. But I think, again, if you're going to go into this, the whole point of this relationship, right, is the fact that they can be honest with each other. They both know where they're coming from. They both live that superhero life. You know, that was brought up with the date in the episode, is like, he was late. He was like, oh no, I feel like I'm letting you down. I feel like I'm letting everybody down. And Eve is like, no, like, dude, I understand. Like, we know how this works. You know, yes, your family's counting on you. Yes, I'm counting on you. But also, we're here for you when you need us. And I think that was a very beautiful message from it as well.
I agree. Yeah, I really loved that scene. Just like you said, where it's like, no, like, we understand the responsibility. And I think that's an angle that I don't know if I've ever really seen explored. Like, we see a lot of, like, heroes and non-heroes dating and what that's like. I don't think we've seen a lot of, hey, what do two heroes who are both superheroes, how do they balance the everyday living situation of dating and being superheroes, right? What does date night look like? What does, anniversaries look like? What do, all these things look like? And hopefully there shouldn't be a scenario like Amber last season where you can just grab them by the neck and be like, no, I'm going to kill you. It was like,
yeah,
Adam Eve can at least hold herself, I don't know Voltramite level, but, like, she can hold her own against, a lot more than, like, a regular human can, which is definitely very interesting. How about you, Darth? Is this something that you think that you, like, would you have told your girlfriend that a future...
I had this discussion when it was happening, right?
Okay.
And 100%, I would have said something. I just would have phrased it a lot better. Right?
Sure.
I agree with that. Yeah. I agree with that. Say something, but don't stumble over your words. Yeah, it's like, oh, right? Even in the future.
We are destined to be.
Yeah,
it's preordained. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's preordained. Like destiny is pushing us together, and we are the only things getting in our way. I don't want to see that happen. I don't want to see a world where that happens. I think we should be together.
Yeah.
And it was also very similarly a scenario like Flash season 3, where Barry asks Iris to marry him just because he saw the future, and she didn't have a ring on. All right, let's try to change the future. So it was very similar to that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a very interesting situation, and again, put Mark in a very tough situation because you can also like I saw like a lot of people like getting mad at Eve, being like, why did she have to handle? But you also have to see it from her POV. If you don't tell her, right, she is always going to be thinking, was I ever his first option, or was I just there because someone else told him to, right?
Yeah.
Did my future self pressure him into loving me? Like, that's
Mhm.
always going to be back here, and let's be honest, it probably always will be in the back of his head. But I think how he kind of rebounded from that by the end of episode 2 was probably the
Yeah.
best way he possibly could. It was like,
Yeah,
listen,
he shot, he missed, he caught the ball again, he got the rebound, and then he dunked it.
yeah. Yeah, no. And again, like I feel like a lesser show would have dragged this out a couple episodes. If this was a CW show, this would have been an entire season of drama, which isn't always a bad
This
thing.
would have been 4 seasons. Mark would have had some like random like Viltrumite girlfriend in the middle of this, and then like
Yeah.
eventually by like season 7 they would have gotten together.
Sure. No, 100%. Like, yeah, like that's definitely, which again isn't always a bad thing, but I can definitely commend them for being like, okay, here's the issue resolved by the end or like the very next episode, so it doesn't drag on too long or anything like that.
Yeah.
See, okay, another issue I have with them bringing Shrinking Ray back. Sorry to loop back around. Right?
No, you're fine.
Is
You're good.
we were sitting there talking about how like they may or may not bring in new heroes, right?
Mm,
And then in the bit where they're captured and like I think since or previously there was a whole bunch of new heroes.
a lot of new ones, yeah.
So
I
do you
understand like them having the connection with Rex and Ray and them exploring that, and that's cool. But again, I don't think we should have her back.
Do you know the explanation though as to why we had a bunch of like kind of faceless new looking heroes? In that big scene is apparently it was a rights issue, which is weird to think. But apparently if they used a character in the series, then Amazon owns the rights to that character. And Kirkman decided to not put those characters in there so that he could potentially use them in other projects, like whether they end up doing an actual live action Invincible movie like they're planning on maybe, or in a game or something like that. Like there's a AAA Invincible game that's coming out at some point. So
you're saying there's a whole giant roster of heroes that have just been planted and are expected to take on the wider part of the city, while we're still dealing with the core people of before.
yeah, are heroes that would have been there but aren't there due to not necessarily a rights issue, but a strategic usage of those characters.
Jesus.
Again, that's not necessarily 100% accurate, but that's what I have seen. And it makes sense because like look at them. Like they're all just like random little like generic kind of characters. They don't seem as, overly designed as the original Guardians of the Globe or anything like that. Like there's
Do you know what I expected them to be? Cannon fodder.
Yeah, and that's what they were. They were NPCs in the background. It didn't matter who they were or why they were there.
Yeah.
They just needed some
Well,
heroes.
this is the thing, because like clearly, as much as we sit here and venerate the show, they have no backbone when it comes to killing up characters, right?
Yeah, 100%.
So
Yes.
this is why, like, I feel like those like you're talking about rights issue. I feel like that originally I assumed that those characters are put in because when the Viltrumite Empire does come, we need death, we need chaos, we need heroes falling. But again, they love the core people so much, like no one's going anywhere. Even if they do go somewhere, they're coming back.
Yeah, you're right. Honestly, every death has been a fake out. Now that I think about it, Rex, Alan, Shrinking Ray,
yeah,
Duplicate,
Immortal,
Molar Twins,
Immortal.
Even Mark.
The only ones that have died is Red Rush, Green Ghost.
Oh yeah, the OG
Martian.
group.
Yeah.
Right. But even then, like Immortal came back and was like, "Oh, we thought he died or whatever." I mean, which makes sense for his character, but still.
Yeah.
So this is the thing. That was episode 1, right? We haven't had a true hero death since.
No, you're right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even the random astronaut that was used to like mind control. Oh yeah, right. I forgot he got mind controlled again in season 2.
Mhm.
Yeah, he's
So
just
he's
out
gonna
there
he's
still.
still gonna
And he's
pop back
alive,
up.
yeah.
I'm sure.
There's so
at
many
some
like
point.
floating pieces around that we just haven't got back to yet, which I assume
There
is on
are.
purpose, right? Like
Yeah.
they said they want to do up to like 7 to 9 seasons of the show, so like it's fine.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
um,
There was the guy at the in the Pentagon that had like the ring and was talking to somebody that seemed to be a mole. The theory that I've seen is that he was working with the time travelers who stole the Declaration of Independence.
that'd be
Mm.
fun. We also
So-
have the like Egyptian like team that are like that's like with the mummy or whatever.
You're right. You're
They-
right.
They did that
Forgot
at the end
about
of
that, too.
season 1 and season 2, and it's like, all right, guess we'll see a little bit end of next season. I don't know.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. That's like been the cliffhanger for 2 seasons, and like imagine that's
the
just a
time
cliffhanger story.
Are the time thieves just art thieves, or is there actually like ramifications in time?
Oh,
between-
there's something there again. They're time travelers, and they're not necessarily criminals. That's all I'll say about it. Is they stole this document for a very specific reason,
Okay.
Okay, that's
which
really cool.
we'll
'Cause
most
in
likely
my
see.
head-
We'll most likely see it a little bit later on. It seems like actually, I can't remember if there. Oh yes, there's a little teaser that they released for this week's episode. I don't know if you want to look at that or not if you don't want it spoiled for you, but there's
We'll probably just save it until
a little
next
bit in
week.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So because we are gonna have to start wrapping up here, and this is a really stupid question. I just saw this character like in that lineup, and I was like, is that supposed to look like Starlight? Is that supposed to be Starlight from? The
I
Boy
thought that
Who,
was
like,
it. I thought that. I
Oh,
thought that. I did think
like
that.
a reference to
Yeah.
her or
I
something.
totally thought that. Yeah.
Potentially.
Because she even has like the light power kind of thing going on. I was like, is that Starlight? I guess it's more like lightning bolts, and that
Yeah.
kind of looks like, I don't watch it, but that kind of looks like One Punch Man, doesn't it?
Yeah, you're right.
This guy, he kind of looks like
Yep.
One Punch Man.
Yep. See, they're just
He's
all
been in
like.
it before.
Oh, and also that was kind of what people were talking about, like the way that those orbs, like they just spawn.
Yeah, I mean, do we think any of these guys join the Guardians of the Globe? Maybe.
I doubt it.
Okay,
But I guess that would be a big thing though if they could flip seismic.
that'd be crazy.
I think Mark would be livid.
that'd be
at that
nuts.
point. Something though too that we didn't necessarily bring up from that scene there was that again one of Mark's weaknesses is those big giant bug creatures.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he had his skin pierced by one of their, fangs.
Right.
So
Yeah.
again, contingency and going back to those books, remember that Nolan wrote about things that are similar to
Mhm.
things that things that you would find in the real world that are, can defeat Viltrumites. Very similar to those creatures on that planet with the, very, I guess, elevated variation of gravity. And I was actually kind of under the assumption that the reason why we saw Mark kind of go off the rails as much as he did and kind of, again, for lack of a better term, crash out is because he had the little, like, the green poison or whatever in the wound. Like, I thought that he got kind of, not necessarily mind controlled, but it was messing with his mind. But I guess that's not really a thing. He just, black and blue suit and going demon mode. So, Darren, you're muted again.
Sorry, I've been coughing. I've been trying to mute myself. Do we
You're
like
good.
the black and blue suit more than the yellow and black?
I love the black and blue suit.
Okay.
I want them. I will buy the Funko immediately. And it's funny. I noticed it actually matches my chair. I did not plan on that. This chair has been around since before I knew has it? Maybe. I don't know. I think this chair has been around since before I knew about Invincible.
Sure.
I saw somebody actually make a really cool custom black and blue suit Invincible Funko. So
Cool.
that would sell very well if they made a real one. I think it is time for us to talk about what has been my favorite show, my obsession. Again, I got a new piece of merch this week. I'm wearing the Omni-Man hoodie. I think it's finally time for us to talk about this week's episode of
I
did
wasn't
it.
sure who was
Very good
plugging
song.
it. I was like,
That never
hold
gets
up,
old.
hold up.
Like
Yeah,
the thing is, like we need to change it, the color for the right one each week now.
yeah. Oh, we should.
Change
We
it,
should.
that's it.
Yeah, it has been changing. I think what was this week? This was the white and red.
That was a week before.
Okay, I can't remember them.
This
What
might
was
have been
this
red
week?
and black or something.
Okay, okay. But yeah, this week's episode of Invincible. What a fun episode. What a fitting episode
About
for the week
time.
too. Yeah. What a
That's what it
fitting
should have been
episode.
called.
It's about time. Yeah, well it actually was about time. in multiple ways. This felt like kind of 3 episodes in one. I think really is we had the, you know, Mark and Eve kind of date episode in there, you know, coinciding with Valentine's Day and everything like that. You have the continuation of the setup from the beginning of the season with the twin brothers that stole the Declaration of Independence. No, it was not Nicolas Cage. We end up going to the future, seeing a dark, twisted version of the future where Immortal became king of Earth because Mark ended up having to leave the planet and he left Invincible left Immortal in charge. And he decided to drop a ton of lore that if you read the comics or you know anything about the comics, you probably had your head spinning and you were like, oh my God, they're referencing all the things. If you are unfamiliar with the comics, you were like, what the heck is this guy rambling on about? What do you mean, Mark's not sick or he's off world or going on and doing all these other things? I think that was amazing. I think that was great. Again, more world building is incredible. And again, the further we get into the show, I feel like the more they're really embracing the comics as well. Like this has been like go through season 1. It's a lot of it shot for handful of issues and things like that. And the more we go, the more we do, the more we see ripped right off the pages, which is incredible. And then the other half of the episode here, after Mark got back from the future, after Mark and Eve have their, amazingly beautiful date, again, so fitting. So glad to finally see this pair. We have the continuation of the Alan and Nolan story, not really subplot anymore, becoming the main plot. And that is we got our Viltrumite prison break, featuring Battle Beast. And it was amazing. It was amazing. I think that further emphasizes how great of a character Battle Beast is. I want to see more of him. But yeah, this episode was great. I kind of just really summarized everything. Darth, give me your thoughts.
Sorry, I was just in a sweet. Just wow. About time, honestly. We've been waiting for this for God knows how long. The second they got locked up, because we know they could have broke out any minute.
Oh yeah.
It was literally just Nolan being obstinate and just trying to be a martyr that was leading to them just staying there. It was really cool seeing the young Viltrumites I guess it's a Viltrumite thing where everybody has to have that mustache.
Yeah,
You know,
I think so. I think so. You
and
either have to have the
stenciled
mustache
so
or
perfectly.
yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
the mustache.
yeah. I mean, in the comics and stuff like that, yeah, the mustache is a thing. So
No
for a
shit.
lot of
Oh wow.
Viltrumites, yeah, yeah.
Right. Okay.
Let me even see. I
That's
think.
hilarious.
Hold on. I think Con.
Even Thaddeus or whatever his name has got one.
Yeah. Thetis has one. Conquest has one. Thrag.
Is
Yeah.
Conquest the
Thrag.
old man?
Yeah. Yeah. Thrag's got the mustache too. Thrag is somebody that we'll meet a lot later on, but.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. Drags the Hitler stash in it, and then you've got
Yeah, kind of.
Conquest
And
with the
he's got the
Freddie
like
Mercury
very
stash.
like nicely shaped buzz cut too.
Yeah. And you got Freddie
Yeah.
Mercury in space.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
and then old Sam Lane. So yeah. Um, so yeah. It was really really cool. I like who the hell is that guy? That narrator, like that's driving me nuts.
No, I love
Like
that. I
who
love that.
is
And
this guy?
it's actually a comic thing too.
Yeah, I'm
It
not
is
saying
yeah,
like, oh, it's driving me crazy in a bad way. It's just it's so funny every time it
no,
comes.
it
I'm like,
is.
who is this guy?
It
Who
is. It's
is this
great.
guy?
It's great.
It's so funny. It's like, oh
And
my
we're gonna
God.
leave Mark and Eve to do their
Yeah,
thing while we check out in outer space with Alan the alien. So yeah,
literally
it's
the
fun.
same thing, like a whole
Yeah,
season apart.
yeah,
It's hilarious. Oh my God, seeing Alan all kicking some butt, Battle Beast just tearing through dudes, and I knew it was gonna turn on Alan the second he couldn't produce a Viltrumite.
yeah.
Um.
Are you telling me there will be Viltrumites to kill? This pleases me.
I have to say now again, I feel bad because um, it's an amazing show and I
Mm-hmm.
love it. It's genuinely one of the best shows on TV. But um, even I'm starting to notice some of the animation stuff, right?
Mm,
Like the twins, um,
mm-hmm.
when they were running in the palace, it was literally a palette swap. Like they literally copy and pasted and changed the outfit. And
Mm-hmm.
the mouth animation was the exact same thing when they're running off
Mm,
from the robots, when Invincible was talking to the Immortal.
mm-hmm.
Uh, so didn't like that. So I have to point it out because we sit there just honoring the show, like just sit there glazing it the whole time, but it does have flaws.
It does.
You
It does. It's weird, right? So for every animation flaw, for every like, oh, you can tell it's just like a PNG that they moved across the screen, you have another scene like, with just the fight between Mark and Immortal when he just finally rips his head off, or the
Mm,
fight later on in the episode, like I said, with Battle Beast when he's tearing through the ship, when Nolan and Alan just do the dual punch on the Viltrumite's head and just pop it
oh
from the
yeah,
force in between, like
yeah,
again ripped right
yeah.
from a comic panel. It looked amazing, and it just that kind of animation is great. But then yes, like you are right, is there were some things in that future version of the world and everything like that you're right, is it did seem somewhat basic. It seemed somewhat barren, and I think maybe that was part of the design of it. That was part of the idea, but I do get that. I guess while we're on the topic of the future, though, too, I did find it really funny when they got there and Mark was like, "What do I do with my clothes?" And then you had him popping in from the portal, taking the clothes, and he's like, "What's wrong with that guy?" And then he
Yeah.
became that guy at the end, and it was like, "Ah, that's why. That's why."
See,
And then
this I'm yeah. Sorry, go on.
yeah, go for it, go for it, go for it.
No, go on. Okay, wait.
No, it gave us the very interesting moral dilemma though too, is he wasn't gone for very long, but the moment he came back, obviously his demeanor changed and everything like that. He sat down with Eve and was like, "Am I a good person?" And that is the big, I guess, that's his villain right now for the season, is himself and the possibility that he could turn into his father. This idea of is it okay? Is it right to kill your villains? Like, should you be doing that? And that is something that is definitely a big dilemma that Mark is going to have to continue to face this season. Um, even the creators have said that Mark's blue suit is basically his symbiote suit, right? This is kind of his darkness arc, is he has to come to terms with killing Angstrom Levy. He has to come to terms with the fact that now he's killed this future version of Immortal. He's become way more brutal, like when he killed the Multipols or when he's killing the Reanimin and things like that. And now he's about to have to fight in some Viltrumite war that is impending. So he knows that he's going to have to potentially kill more Viltrumites. Like if Anissa comes back, he has to be prepared to potentially kill her. And all of these things that are going on is a huge, dilemma for Mark. And especially, considering what happened with Oliver in the previous week's episode.
Right.
And again, I don't want to go too deep into comic stuff, but again, this is very, very similar, and I see exactly where we're going here.
Right. The thing is, though, is if he resolves to killing villains that are a threat, he wouldn't be alive because he would have killed Darkwing too, and he would have died in the cave.
Yeah.
So that's not always the right answer. So,
Right.
I think it becomes like it has to be like in an absolute situation, like with the Immortal. I mean, not Angstrom Levy because that was insane. There was a clear point where he could have stopped.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like he was a mess on the floor.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, he
but then
just lost
again,
it there.
like you let him go, like he would just keep coming back. You know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
it's like what do you do in that situation? Especially someone that has multiversal power that doesn't even have to
Yeah.
be near you and can just summon a portal under your mother, and then boom, she's in a distant land that you'll never get access to or
Yeah.
find her in.
Yeah.
She's just gone now. Um, so I don't know how I'd handle that, honestly. Probably the same. Who knows?
Yeah. What do you think
Honestly,
about the morality of killing Immortal, even if it was a random
I think
future alternate version of
I
him?
think it, I think it was the right thing to do. Like
Yeah.
he didn't want to commit suicide, right? Or he didn't want to unalive
Mm-hmm.
himself, what you want to say, right? Which is fair.
Yeah.
And sees that as a coward's way out. Do you know what I mean? Which is
Mm-hmm.
an egregious statement, but whatever. Um, so I would say that his hand was forced. Like that
Yeah.
life is not killing this man, and there's nobody on the planet that can. You know.
Yeah. And
Um,
I think in a way too is he almost presented the idea that Immortal was suffering more being alive than he would have if he were dead. And
Mm-hmm.
that was the whole point is,
yeah,
they asked him there to do what nobody else can do to finally allow him to have peace, I guess is really the
Yeah.
best way to put that.
yeah.
So yeah, Darren,
Um,
what did you think of this episode?
I mean, it was a
Very
very good
briefly.
episode. I don't know if I can fully go into my full thoughts, but
Yeah.
like I feel like killing a mortal. I mean, like that. Like in this scenario, it's like killing Hitler. Like he killed thousands of people. Like he enslaved the Earth, right? So like I would have. Again, I'm not in that situation. He probably has a better moral compass than me. But I was like, yeah,
Hmm.
you enslaved the Earth. Yeah, I'm gonna kill you. You know, like I feel like he shouldn't have any remorse.
Yeah.
Obviously, you have some, but like I think it's fine. Like it's
Yeah.
totally okay. Whatever. But like you said, that's one more person on his list that he has technically killed,
Hmm.
and that's gonna put a weight on him.
Yeah. Even if technically too, Mark caused this problem himself, right? Because Immortal said is that future version of Mark ended up putting Immortal in charge of the Earth. So if he hadn't have done that, maybe he wouldn't be in that scenario. So then that's also something like we're changing the timeline now. What kind of ripple effects does that have? We
I was
haven't
I
really
was gonna say,
addressed that as much, and I know that they don't do a ton with time travel, but we're already kind of messing with the timeline a bit. Like we had Future Eve tell Mark about something, to then go tell present version of her, and then now they've, sped up a thing that may or may not have happened if they hadn't interfered with the timeline. And now that Mark has seen what a future version of Immortal can turn into, does that mean that Mark will be more on edge? And if Immortal starts, going down a path like that, would he just kill him outright to then prevent that from happening? How does that affect the world? That sort of thing. I think that those are very big ideas, and again, very interesting, ideas that could potentially be explored.
The thing is, one, I think it should soften him more than harden him as anything. I understand that like it should resolve him in that there are consequences to your actions, and like unless like the thing is like this version of Mark has been given the biggest helping hand in terms of time travel and um things dictating his actions and so on, right? Like with Adam Eve and this and Christ knows what else.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so then like his character having to be something, right? Because like one, is this the first time this loop has happened? Two,
Mm.
if it is the first time, how different is his character? Um, like being the person on Biltram to now, right? And if
Mm-hmm.
it isn't, um, how would his character be changed from it? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because barring something like needing to happen, it could be that he just doesn't put him there. Do you
Yeah.
know what I mean? But then like if for example like he decides from that moment on to be a certain kind of hero, dude, hey, um decides to be a certain kind of hero,
Yeah.
um then he might have to let that happen. Do you know what
Mm-hmm.
I mean?
Yeah, I
Like a
get you.
cause
I
and
get
effect thing.
right is, can we really change the future? Because if we do change the future, then technically Mark won't have that experience of going to the future and going through that, and then that wouldn't make him want to change the. Yeah, it's interesting. The only workaround to that is that maybe it's not really time travel and it's more so interdimensional travel, like he did with Angstrom Levy. And this is
Mm,
just an alternate version of Earth that has gone through this thing. And that now, even if it was supposed to be our Earth, that is, I guess, technically like Endgame style time travel, right? Is
mm,
a Earth similar to your own, but you've now created like a branched timeline or a branched universe because
mm.
you've changed something. So I think that that's an interesting idea.
And that
Uh,
theory would make sense because that Mark didn't seem as good as our Mark, and we've seen in every other multiverse,
mm-hmm.
Mark has been evil or Mark has been bad, right?
Right, right,
So that might make sense.
Well, to be fair,
right.
this
A
one just
more,
put him in charge and went off planet. He could just be like middle of the road. He could just be apathetic at this point.
yeah, yeah. It could be Mohawk Mark.
I will see. I did see something in a YouTube short that feels like a little bit spoilery,
Yeah.
but not too spoilery. Like it's just
Which is why, Darren, I'm not really going to answer this question. I'm just going to say read Invincible Compendium 2. That's all I'm
let's
going to
just say
say.
there was some interesting upgrades to the reaniman,
Mm.
which I was fascinated by.
The Reaniman story is
Fascinated by.
actually, it's actually very different in the comics. Like, they streamlined it so much for the show, but it happened so much more spread out. Like, I'm trying to think, the actual events with the that we saw back in season 1 at the college and stuff like that, like um stopping DA Sinclair and stuff like that. I don't think that happens in the comics until after Mark kills Angstrom Levy. Wherein this this happened like midway through season 1 in the actual show, which is interesting. But again, I do like the idea or the way that they're kind of streamlining a lot of these comic stories, because it can be very much so all over the place and feels somewhat disjointed and disconnected. But the way that it's been streamlined here is much, much better. Jonathan, did the future change, or is it going to change now that Mark knows what happens? Yeah, we kind of talked about that. But I think that was kind of his idea when he was talking to Eve, is they were like, hey, you're not going to become that version of yourself that leaves Immortal in charge and allows him to go crazy and to go mad, because now you've seen what happens. But again, I think that the larger question is, though, is that really the future, or is that an alternate dimension? Is that another Mark? Is this somewhat possibly spoilery, but is this something put into motion by a potential threat in the future? Because we still have the idea, too, of who was spying on the Graysons. That device wasn't Cecil's. It wasn't from the GDA. And we got to see and hear a guy in a chair. Darren and I kind of talked about it the last time. I don't want to spoil anything, but again, I'm going to leave that there and say there's something going on with whoever was spying on them that is leading to a very big comic book arc. One of my favorite arcs in the comics. That, again, I don't know if we're going to see it this season, but it's something that we're definitely leading to with a lot of this multiversal stuff that we've already seen.
No idea.
Again, I'm being very vague on purpose. Do we think we'll have a big bad this season? Yes.
The Ultramarines.
But no. I think, again, in the most non-spoilery way possible, I think Mark is his own villain this season. That's all I'm gonna.
That's not unspoilery. That's very on the.
The way that he's acting, I think that, again, that is the fact. I think that is the villain. Invincible. His black and blue suit. He is the villain for himself right now, because it's a mental villain. Yes, we could potentially see one of a few different storylines pop up this season, but I think right now
my whole thing as well is just because he left the planet to take care of like Ultramates. That, like, if anything, that could have been the fact that he cemented not to kill unless like absolutely necessary, right? So it could just be that he went off to go lead people, as opposed to kill everyone. Do you know what I mean? And thought, oh, who better than the Immortal to lead lead in my stead? Because like he was supposed to be like Abe Lincoln or some shit, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, he's not
why
gonna
not
put
give him another guy around?
He's not going to put Robot in charge, right? Comic readers, you'll know.
Cecil in charge and just destroys the world.
Oh god, yeah. We actually didn't get a ton of Cecil this week, and I didn't realize it until the end. But we didn't get any Oliver either, which I was kind of sad about.
Or Debbie,
but
right? Oh, we got a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit at the end. That was actually a funny scene.
I'm gonna be honest.
Funny little tag.
Not 100% sold on Oliver. Not his biggest.
Really.
And at the moment, and not just because like he killed the Mauler twins, who I goddamn love. Okay, like they are classic, and I love them. Honestly, they every time they come on the show, they just steal it. They just steal it.
Well, he stole their lives.
Yeah. So I'm holding a grudge.
Yeah, I think again, Oliver plays into that moral dilemma. We brought it up last week, but that, again, the difference between comic and show, with Oliver talking about, it's okay to kill people, that sort of thing. Do you ever think that Dad was right? And the difference between the show and the comic is, in the comics, Mark says sometimes. In the show, he doesn't say anything. But do we still think that after this week, after what we are speculating on going forward, do you still think though that the show version of Mark believes that to an extent? Does he think that Nolan is right from a certain point of view?
I think he thinks sometimes. I think the look he gave,
Mm-hmm.
like, said it without saying it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, and as you say, I think this episode sealed it.
Yeah.
I think it
Yeah.
answered that question very well.
Yeah.
Um,
I really do
because
too.
again, he made the decision and then had to question afterwards if he's still a good person for making that decision.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? So like he
Right.
wanted validation in feeling right for it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
Yeah. And
he asked Eve of all
yeah.
people.
Yeah. And I think that too further solidifies their connection as well. The fact that no matter what Mark goes through, like Eve is going to be there for him and she completely understands the life and what comes with the territory and the fact that they're going to have to make tough decisions and all of that. And, again, this was their second first date and it got interrupted by some time travel shenanigans, but they still,
Yeah.
had a great time and that sort of thing. And again, it really solidifies why this was kind of the end game from the beginning. Again, if you know the comics, you know it was going to be. But you know, as much of it
Like
a
he went
slow
about it
burn.
the right way there.
Yeah, he
Sorry.
did.
It
He
just
did.
shows that he's right over Cecil. Do you know what I mean? Because Cecil like wants to save the world by like any means necessary, as does Mark, but only when
Hmm.
pushed to those means. Like Cecil takes like super preemptive measures to
Right.
do that, which is creepy and wrong.
Hmm. But I guess technically Cecil's argument to that would be, well, Mark, you allow things to sometimes get really out of hand, like
Yeah.
destroying the entire city of Chicago. If we had those, countermeasures in play, maybe Omni-Man wouldn't have destroyed an entire city.
Yeah.
That's why we're doing those things to keep you from destroying a city. What if you destroy a whole
Yeah,
country, a
Eh,
continent?
but you're
You could
gonna have to
destroy the whole
down
planet.
every. You got to either ask the all the strong people you're afraid of to
Hmm.
subjugate, or like down every one of them and then rush them into the ICU for surgery.
Yeah, yeah.
Not a very effective plan, Cecil.
I- but I would even argue this episode kind of, in my opinion, proved Cecil's point because he did attack Cecil again this week.
Yes.
Just because he
Yes.
disagreed with him.
Yep.
And it's like if
And
he
he
didn't
was
have
more
that button,
aggressive.
if he didn't have that button, there's nothing he could have done. He couldn't have done to stop him.
Yeah.
No, but it proves my point, right? And this is where I want flowers because I
I
said
was gonna say
put it in
I did think.
infrastructure.
Yep. I thought about you the moment it happened.
Thank you. Right? This is exactly why you don't put it in people's brains, for God's sake.
Yeah. I mean, that would be good preparation for a potential incoming Viltrumite war. Is to just put giant sirens with that frequency to take them out. But we'll have to
Just
see.
everywhere.
We'll have to see. Or
Put them
just
in monuments, for God's sake. Mount Rushmore. You know what I mean?
big giant JBL speaker on top of planet Earth and just hit them before they even get onto the surface of the planet.
Like I know, like couldn't Doc Seismic like hit that frequency as well? Like if he gets given it.
Yeah, I can't remember. And that was the frequency from the sea creature in season 2,
Yeah.
or from the Atlantean creature. I don't believe Seismic hit that frequency. I could be
But
wrong.
could he? But if he
Oh,
was
could
given
he?
like could he like tune it into his gauntlets and then be there like
Maybe.
bap, bap.
Maybe. Yeah, and so what happened to Doc Seismic after he got defeated at the beginning of the season? I wouldn't put it past
Like,
Cecil to have
put it
locked
in
him
robot.
up. Mm. That's an
Robot
idea.
should be able to blast that out of his speakers.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's an idea. That's a good one, actually. Do we have anything else on this week's episode? If not, I do have a little teaser for episode 5 pulled up
Did
here
you
that we can
guys talk
watch.
about the like Omni-Man and Helen stuff yet, or?
Yeah, we did briefly.
No,
We
Okay.
did briefly.
not
Yeah.
really. Not much. Just not much.
How do
Yeah.
you guys
So
feel about there being only 50 Veltramites, like pure Veltramites left?
that is a big thing. And that really sets up for again where we could potentially be heading in the future. I think that that's gonna cause potentially a split as far as, is it right to want to, for a lack of a better term, eradicate the rest of this, race of people?
Jeez.
Yes, they are a, conquering warrior type of people, but, are all do all the Viltrumites, deserve to, you know, become, I guess, a casualty of this war? Or is there a potential for Viltrum and Viltrumites to flourish in a different way going forward? I guess that's a big question.
You know what? Like I can like okay, so one, this isn't a surprise,
Yeah.
right? Like given the introduction to the Viltrumites in season one,
Mm-hmm.
um, absolute not su no surprise at all, right? They literally had to
Yeah.
stop it and go, okay, guys, cool it down, everybody. Come on, like
Yeah.
we're piling up now. Okay, come on, let's just pick some people in charge and
Mm-hmm.
move on. Um, my other thing is I know one person has like again without spoiling too much, I know one person has a plan
Mm-hmm.
upon learning upon another person's situation
Yep.
and thinking, you know. But like my whole thing is like if they had like any brains attached to like the size of their goddamn muscles, right?
Mm-hmm.
The rate of multiversal travel, you could just start a multiversal agency. Do you know what I mean? Like just cross-section multiversal Viltrumites, hop them over to your universe, have some babies, increase your population. Do you know what I mean? And just start
Mm-hmm.
spreading the love everywhere. You wouldn't have to have like this whole issue.
Hmm. I'm going to not say too much.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I'm not gonna say too much, but yes, it's a good idea. To expand the population, I think. Yeah, I think that's a good route to go down. But while we're back on the topic, though, of them, I think something that we kind of skimmed over a little bit was the moral dilemma as well that Nolan was going through. That, Alan wanted to break him out from the beginning, and Nolan kept saying, no, no, I deserve this. I'm paying for my crimes, that sort of thing. Isn't it such a crazy and incredible piece of character development just from the end of season 1 to now where we are in the middle of season 3, where Nolan recognizes that he wronged his son and his wife and the entire planet that he was supposed to be protecting. He realizes what he did was wrong, and he thinks that the only way to pay for that crime is to go through with that execution. I think that is big, big, big development for him, and really shows the change in Omni Man, and I love it. I really do.
See, this is the thing. I've been like rewatching parts of season one, and I don't think it's that much of a big change, right? Because the second that Mark was talking about like getting his powers and like being excited and everything like that,
Hmm.
the the fear and the not really fear, like the sadness he showed in that moment that he knew that like this life is now over, and then
Hmm.
later on he was like, "Oh, I really wish he didn't get his powers," you know, like he never wanted this. He wanted to just
Yeah.
keep riding it out and riding it out, and I think he's been changing slowly over the whole time of being a father and being a hero.
Yeah.
And I think it was only because of what he knew would be coming if
Hmm.
he didn't. Do you know what I mean? That forced his hand because like the fight between him and Mark in season one was goddamn intense. But the way he left,
Yeah.
do you know what I mean? Like he didn't have the full conviction that he would have had when he landed
Hmm.
for that argument. Do you know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah. Yeah, it definitely showed that he was changed by living on Earth.
Hmm.
Um, but if it wasn't for what Mark said right at the very end of their fight, I mean, he would have gone through with it. If they didn't have that moment of, what will you have after 500 years? I'll still have you, Dad. Like if he didn't
Yeah.
say that, like it would have been,
Oh, yeah,
game
but
over.
the fact that he could be talked down, do
Right.
you know what I mean?
Right. Right. It shows that he
Even
was
at all.
not. Yeah. Yeah, it shows that he was not as much of a, hardened soldier, I guess, as
Yeah,
he believed he was. Um,
exactly. Yeah. Um, so another thing is then, given his lifespan,
yeah.
much, um, how much heroing does he have to do to outweigh all of the death and destruction and just lives that he's obliterated?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he was on Earth for what, 20 years, maybe maximum.
Mhm.
Um, I mean, I would say he owes the Earth at least another 20
Minimum.
minimum. But
Yeah.
I think again, it depends on, are you a pure blooded Viltrumite? Or, what is your Viltrumite heritage? That sort of thing. As far as how long you'll actually live, like I think Mark and Nolan and they could live for literally thousands of years. Um, Oliver, that's a different story. Uh, Once he gets to a certain age, it will slow down because of his Viltrumite DNA and everything like that. But I would say maybe if Mark and Nolan can live for a few thousand years, Oliver could maybe live for a few hundred years. I think that's probably the difference there
Mm,
between them. But still, think about living a few hundred years for a species that is only supposed to live, what, 9 months or a year?
mm,
It's kind of crazy.
that's
Uh,
insane. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. But no,
Wow.
I really did love that part of the episode though. Is the Alan and Nolan prison break, the camaraderie that they ended up resulting in, the fact that throughout those little snippets that we were getting leading up to this episode, that Alan was doing all the talking and really just wanted to be friends with. He basically just wanted to be friends with Nolan to recruit him to the, to the cause and everything like that. But once push came to shove, Nolan was there to stand behind his new friend, and now they are going to work together to bring down the evil reign of the Viltrumites. So yeah, I'm very excited. I'm very excited. Any final thoughts before I pull up this teaser, and then I think we're gonna wrap it up pretty shortly here.
Um. Okay. So another
Yeah,
question I have
yeah,
is
yeah.
when was the 50 count, right? Because that's what Nolan said, and he hadn't been home for a minute. And
Right.
then there was like two or three lost on the fight with like the not the Thraxians, what his Oliver's people are called.
Yeah.
Um, and then another two lost today.
Hmm.
Um, like where are we on the count? And then
Right.
like
And
not
then does
all of
that
them are bad.
include? Right. And
Thetis.
does that include? Yeah, Thetis that is actually with the coalition now. Do they know he's actually alive?
Yeah,
Does that
and
include? Does that include
Nolan.
Mark because of the
Uh,
I guess the mesh between the Viltrumite and human DNA, the fact that they're so close, is Mark for all intents and purposes a pure-blooded Viltrumite at this point?
I would say no.
Okay.
I would
Okay.
say he wouldn't count. Like the
Okay.
second it's not like Viltrumite or Viltrumite, you
Mhm.
know,
Yeah.
then I would say like no.
Yeah. Do you think Mark
That's
still
gotta
has the
be how it's on 50.
yeah. Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say is because of that fact though. Does he have the potential to even come close power level wise to real like full-blooded Viltrumites? Like obviously the power difference between him and his father is immense. I would say the power difference between him and every other Viltrumite he's faced up to this point has been very immense, and that has been kind of his whole thing, is trying to, strengthen himself to be able to actually take them down. Um, I think that it's going to be very interesting though to see the next time Mark actually is able to come across another Viltrumite and fight them. I think that is going to be a really interesting matchup. And I think I'm also ready for Oliver to kind of get his stuff rocked a little bit and show him how much weaker he actually is than a real Viltrumite. I think that would be an interesting culture shock for him to
I
show
think
him.
Mark's gonna do better though,
Oh yeah,
because he was still holding his own like last season, and he's got what 160% stronger than he
yeah,
was then.
yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah. I do too. I
um,
do too.
yeah, I think he's gonna take a few of them to school, which would
Nice,
be great.
nice. Darren, you got anything else for us before I pull up this teaser?
I do think it's interesting the parallels to the Nolan stuff to the stuff we are in, with the Mark stuff, because I do
Yeah.
think this idea of redemption and can you be redeemed from your crimes, I think
Mm-hmm.
Mark is going to have to face that head on when his father comes back and it's like, hey Mark,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, let me help you. Because I think Mark is going to have to make a decision of, was Cecil right? Or do I have
Mm-hmm.
to put that same moral test against my father? You know?
Right.
And how will
Hmm.
Oliver react when I say no? Or how
Yeah.
will Debbie react if I say yes? How will I be seen as a hero to the world if I team up with my father again, who
Yeah.
killed hundreds of thousands of people? So that's going to be interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that if and when Nolan finally makes his way back to Earth, that is going to be massive. I don't know if that's going to happen before or after the Viltrumite War though. I'm thinking we're going to have our war first. And then he'll maybe eventually find his way back home. And I'm just waiting to see how they handle that reunion when he gets back home. I think that the interaction that I'm the most looking forward to seeing is how he interacts with Debbie when they get
Same,
back. I think that
same.
that is going to be the biggest and the most telling too, to really show how much he's changed, if at all. You know, is he going to say the same sort of things? Like, is he going to lie about things, or is he going to be 100% truthful from that point on? I think that that's going to be the biggest tell as far as, did this journey really change things for him?
Well, how long
So,
is the war gonna go on for if he's not gonna make it home until after? Like, is Debbie even gonna still be alive?
I mean, I would assume so. Um, Again,
Like, Viltrumites having a war, you think? I know there's only 50 of them, but like, um, as old as they live, they could drag that shit out.
the Viltrumite War, yes, it sounds big, um, but it's broken up into parts. Let's just say that it's broken up into parts. It's not just like
There's skirmishes. It's like
yeah,
different.
yeah, yeah,
Okay,
and like
okay.
I think at a point you would almost call it like a Viltrumite Cold War. So
Hmm,
yeah, yeah. Again, it's
interesting.
all yeah. Dude, I've been I found a video this week. It was somebody that went through and read all of the Invincible compendiums within like a week. And I've just been like going back and forth watching like just little snippets of the video just to like see how things play out from the actual comic perspective, and I've been loving it. And it's gonna convince me to drop the $150 to get all three of them at some point. Um
150.
yeah, I think they're like $50 a piece. They're like big, thick books. It's like 40, 50 issues per compendium.
Oh
So it's a
my God.
Yeah, so they compiled all the single issues into one big like stack book, and it's 3 of them. So it's yeah.
And they're still going.
There are the main story has ended, but yeah, there are some new Invincible comics
Spin-offs,
coming out.
yeah.
Yeah, there's a Battle Beast one coming out pretty soon here actually, so that's pretty cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we know the end game then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Do we
Yeah.
think the show will go beyond that? Or do you think they'll go the comics route and then do spin-offs and stuff like that?
That's interesting because I think that, again, without spoilers, I think the comics do go off the rails at a point and get very weird. They end at a really good point, but I think there's, I would say the 3rd compendium is a little wacky. I'd be hard pressed to say if they really did all of that stuff in the show. However, I think we're going to get a variation of it. I think by the end of the show, whether or not we take the same road as the comics, we're going to get to the same destination. I think that's the best way that I'll put it. Is I think I think really after this season, even I think season 4 onwards, we could deviate from the comics quite vastly. Just because again, we're coming up on a lot of really. Some very interesting, some very weird story choices. Not that they're bad by any means, but just things that almost feel like they wouldn't fit the feel and the theme of the show that they've presented to us thus far.
Right. And how far into the books are we? Like, are we through like the first book?
Yeah, so we're in the 2nd compendium. We're about I think if you were to visualize it, we're about halfway through the 2nd book, or about maybe a third to a half, which makes sense as to why they're saying about 7 to 10 seasons.
Yeah, I've heard them say 7 seasons,
Mm-hmm.
but I have wondered if it was like,
math works for you.
Yeah, so if we did 3 seasons to get through the first half, and we condensed a lot of that first book got smushed down quite a bit. There's a ton of extra stuff that happens, like content wise. I think compendium 2 definitely has more than compendium 1, and compendium 3 has more than the first 2, maybe even combined, as far as like different storylines and stuff go. So
we
yes,
can get
while
7 more than at this rate.
Yeah, so think about it like with Black Ops 6 Zombies right now, right? So the earlier rounds you get through them very, very quickly, but those later rounds, it takes like 10, 15 minutes sometimes to get through like round 105 or something like that. So I think as the story continues, it's going to take longer for us to get through certain things and certain storylines, again, depending on how much they go into things. Like there is a storyline, not going to say who's involved, but a storyline that takes place over 700 years in the comics. So I don't know how they're going to address that. Like, yeah, it could be done in one episode if they really wanted to, but it could also be done over an entire season. It could be its own spinoff if they wanted it to be. They could go that in depth with it. And again, I'll leave that there as some food for thought. Darren, anything else? Darth, anything else?
Nope, go for it.
Okay.
No, blow my brain enough.
All right. Present, share screen, Invincible. Before we start, somebody please tell me what this character's name is, because I forget and it's been bugging me the whole day. Titan. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Thank you.
I love Titan.
3, 2, 1, let's do this.
You ready to go? What happened between us last time was nothing personal. Didn't mean for it to get that rough for you. You're ready.
think about it.
So
Right. Okay,
Just a
so we're
little
getting the
tease.
other side of the jailbreak, right? Because I knew that last week wasn't the whole side of it. Like there was no way. Like Titan, like with the way he
Yeah.
worked last episode, like there was no way that was just gonna be end of it. Like he's too
Yeah.
clever for that. And it
I hope
was
we
all
get
to
some
get out
more.
multiple.
Yeah, I hope we get some more background on Battle Beast as to how he ended up on the Viltrumite ship as well. I
Yeah.
think hopefully we get that. I think that would be very cool for them to explore. So, funny thing, people have been debating over the gloves, whether they like the fingerless gloves or the full finger gloves. I guess there was some reference in the comics that like Mark didn't like one version of the glove or something like that, and that's why they changed it. But
Hypothetically, couldn't people like track down who he is by his
yeah,
like fingerprints
with the
or whatever?
fingerprints, yeah. This is very cool. Getting a whole dragon guy in here. But yeah, so
We know who that
this
is, or
is
is it a
the
new person?
this is I believe the guy that we met two episodes ago. They came to talk to Titan, I believe. I think he just turned.
Well,
Doesn't he turn into a dragon? I can't remember what the character's name is.
Interesting.
One that threatened him from like the syndicate or whatever.
Yeah, that was like, hey, break out multipole or we're gonna have a problem.
Yeah.
So I think that is the problem that is going on right now. That suit is so good. I love that suit. I think whether it's a hot take or not, I think the black and blue suit's better than the blue and yellow. But that's just me.
It is a sick suit.
Yeah. Okay, I will I will say we were talking about how good or bad the animation is. Look at Adam Eve here. She looks like a anime character from a completely different thing right now, doesn't she? That's kind of funny though.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Looks like
big
Gwen from Ben 10 a little bit.
yeah.
Love that she's in a power suit. That's sick.
Yeah, I do love that. I do really like that. And then the team up of the two of them.
I like the season is the like Invincible Eve Power Hour season.
Yeah.
It's just them working together all season, which is sick.
Oh yeah. And
on the mobile game, it's them two like doing a similar pose, except she's not in a power suit.
Oh, I've actually been playing.
Just him.
I've been playing that game a lot recently, actually. I've been really enjoying it.
Account after spending so much money.
Oh,
I've got a new phone, and I'm like,
oh no.
I had like a red, few star Omni Man.
Oh wow.
I was nearly white. Mauler twin. Like I was making moves on that game. Invincible was red 1 star, 2 star. Like I was in bits.
Yeah, I just got my first Omni-Man today because I saw they actually posted like a little promotion where you just like go put in a code from the Invincible site and you get Alan and Omni-Man for free. Which is really cool.
What's the game's like template? Is it like Mortal Kombat or is it like...
No, so it's very mobile gamey. So you get a team of 5 and then your team of 5 goes up against another team of 5.
Gotcha.
And they have abilities and stuff like that. And it's one of those games that you can literally let run on its own. Like, you really don't have to do anything other than set your team and position your characters properly.
It's like a Marvel Strike Force kind of.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And then you just got to get resources. It's resource farming and, upgrading your characters to the highest level that they can be at. But yeah, it's fun. It's fun to just pass the time. I've been doing it while I've been, doing my cardio or just like waiting for things. So it's been pretty fun. But yeah, team up here looks amazing. I can't wait to see when we really get to fully explore the depths and lengths. Yeah, get that, get that, and Anybody here or anybody in the chat wants to add me, Toxic Taz on the game as well. Yeah. Um, but yeah, seeing the full extent of Eve's powers, I think we're in for something really special when we see exactly what she can do with them. As she learns more about her abilities. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Any final thoughts from that teaser? Any speculation? Any theories for next week's episode?
Just sad we only have 4 left already.
Don't
We're
remind
already
me.
halfway through.
Don't remind me. I'm gonna cry. Don't remind me that we're almost we're already halfway through. Oh man, this show's so good. This show's so
Yeah.
good. I'm so glad that I caught up when I did. It's been a fun ride. It has been such a fun ride. And I can't wait to see where we go in the rest of the season. Again, I think already from the first 4 episodes, this season has the potential to be the best. I know I kind of said my piece about season 2 already. I love it, but it's not as good as season 1. I still think season 1 is the best season. But if we continue to keep going in this, direction with this momentum, I think again season 3 could end up being the best season of the show.
But yeah, I think we're gonna move on to our final show here. We just hit our 2 hours, so I know we have to wrap up here. So going in to our final show, which happens to be Invincible, episode 5, midway point. I guess this is halfway through the season now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which is pretty insane. Taz, let's start with you for our final show here. You've really been enjoying the season. You both have really been enjoying the season. How are you feeling about this latest episode?
I'm loving it. I really am. Again, you've got the people that are hating on the animation, the people that are saying this was a filler episode, but I think that this was a really good, kind of character building episode. Again, it's more so a bridge. We can't have big crazy action, move the main plot along every single week, but we did get a really good kind of, I wouldn't even say side story, but again, kind of like a bridging story. I know it makes it sound like a filler episode, but we had some really good character building moments. We explored the Mark and Eve relationship a lot more. People were saying that it was moving fast, and they even acknowledged that in the show, and they're like, okay, we're gonna, take things a little bit slower. But I loved the kind of fallout from last week. Oliver making the jokes of oh, I couldn't sleep because they were up all night playing games and watching movies and stuff like that. I thought that was funny. We get the start of Invincible Inc. We get Titan back, that sort of thing. Machine Head, all of that. The big multi-pol prison break scene, which was absolutely brutal. Super cool. We get some more of his backstory with his sister Duplicate as well, and kind of seeing 2 sides of the same coin is Paul sees the outside of the GDA for what it is, as far as this organization took them in when they were kids. They just trained us to be weapons. But then Kate kind of sees the opposite side of things as, all right, you just traded one organization for another. But it's kind of that, I guess, idea of who's to say which side is good or evil, that kind of thing. I thought that was a very good discussion as well. Oliver meeting some friends, and I absolutely loved that scene of Mark and Eve going after him. And then they just kind of sit back and watch, and Oliver's just being a normal kid. And it's fun to see. I really enjoyed this episode. And then for those who, are only here for the big action set pieces, big giant dragon versus Invincible and Adam Eve as they are trying to defend the prison because they are now superheroes on call with Invincible Inc. I thought that this was a great episode. And again, I'm very excited to see where we go. Towards the end of the season, we've got 3 more? episodes, 3-4 more
3.
episodes,
Yeah,
3.
3.
Yeah. So let's hit the ground running. Again, there's a ton of stuff to still cover. But I'm loving the season. I think again with every episode, this is better than season 2, and not that season 2 is bad in any way, but I think season 3 is a much better story so far.
That's interesting because I do find myself thinking this is my least favorite season.
Really?
Not anything. I don't think it's anything they could have done. I just think overall I'm enjoying it less than I did season 2. But not in like, oh, it's gone down in quality. I think it's the same overall story. I think I'm just resonating with the season 1 and 2 plot slightly more. I think these last 2 episodes were really, really good. Like, they're so good. They're not bad, but I do feel like there's some of the weaker episodes just by default, just in terms of kind of what they're doing. Like, I think, is it filler? Maybe. By definition, I guess, technically. But it is, like you said, it is working towards the plot. It is doing all these things. This season's really going to come down to how they follow these next 3 episodes, right? Like, if we have a couple more of episodes like this, I might be like, okay, maybe that was a problem. But if they now follow up this character work with really stellar progressions of the plot, how we're doing these characters, like you said last week, and I think what you said last week really resonated with me, is that the villain of the season is Mark and what he's going through and his dealing of his trauma. And I really do like the idea. Like you said, I'm just copying what you said. Season 1 is who is Invincible. Season 2 is who is Mark Grayson. Season 3 is who are they together, right?
Yeah.
Who is Mark Grayson and Invincible, and how do they intertwine with each other? And who am I just as a person? Right? As I'm defining myself as a human, as a man, I'm growing up. I have my first serious relationship, thinking about moving out, doing all these things, still dealing with the trauma of last season. And seeing all the characters deal with that in different ways, I think is really, really good. But I do just find myself just like slightly less invested, I think I would have been last season. Or the season before, and maybe it's just because I'm sick. Like maybe like my headspace isn't like what it normally would be or something. I don't know. It might just be a me problem.
But yeah, I definitely see where you're coming from. I think the first couple episodes when they dropped them, were really, really strong. These last couple of episodes, again, they've been a little bit slower. They've been, there's been a little bit more character building. Oh, something I completely forgot: the whole Rexplode and Shrinking Ray, side plot this week as well. I loved it. It was just a cute little story. I think that was fun too.
I'm getting, and again, you can't comment on this because you know the comments. I'm getting very worried from my boy Rex.
Oh God,
he's getting too good. He's becoming too good of a man. He's redeeming himself so much.
He has had a really good redemption arc.
He's so good. I think he's my favorite character right now. I'm loving him a lot.
Yeah.
I'm loving his journey.
Yeah.
He's such a flawed man that's trying. He's trying to do better. Him staying up until 12 o'clock in the morning to make them dinner.
Yeah.
And it's good, and he put in his effort. He's trying to be a better man.
Yeah. I made it from a meal kit.
It's still, and that's okay, buddy. I'm so proud of you for doing that.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Yeah, at least you tried.
And Shrinking Ray is not a character I ever like. Not that I didn't care about, but I feel like I never really thought about her. She was just kind of there.
Right.
And I think they put her more in the forefront this season. That's made me really enjoy her character, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Darth, what are you thinking?
Yeah.
I think Darren has a point. I think that the first 2 seasons were so emotionally taut and like such a high that it's hard to maintain that, and you need a connecting bridge at a lower intensity to to not always be like riding the rails. You know what I mean? So it's only fair and it's only natural to have dips like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's not like a criticism; it's just the natural ebb and the flow
Yeah.
of how a story is maintained over such a long amount of time. As for regards to this week's episode, I genuinely question the ethics of being a hero for hire. I know Luke Cage does it, but like you're out here saving people's lives and like infrastructure, but you're only going to do it for a price. What if they don't pay you? What, next month you're just not coming? Like you're still needing to be a hero. Your principles are still involved.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, but I think that that's kind of a moral dilemma that didn't necessarily exist as much when, like, think about when this story would have come out in the comics, right? Like, yes, obviously it's still a thing, but I don't think that it was thought of quite as much. Like, so obviously all these storylines are ripped from the comics and everything like that. Invincible Inc. is a thing that they do in the comics.
I hear that, but like Peter Parker's been here since the 60s and the guy had a job.
Yeah, but he takes pictures of Spider-Man. You know?
Right. But I would
Superman.
argue that that's ethically more appropriate than, like, because all he's doing is lying on his resume at that point. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
just lying that he's involved. He's
I mean,
not actively...
Clark and Lois write stories about Superman all the time.
I kind of agree with Darth, actually.
Really?
I think I'm leaning, not that, like, I dislike the story, because I'm curious if they maybe write in, like, a roadblock of, like, maybe we shouldn't be doing this. Maybe this is wrong.
They were being paid by the GDA. The whole Grayson family was getting paid by the GDA, and after everything that happened at the end of season 1, remember Cecil was like, all right, I'm going to boost the sales of Nolan's books and make sure you guys are taken care of, that sort of thing. So they were getting paid to be heroes anyway.
I think what he's trying to get at is it's not bad that he's getting paid to be a hero. It's bad that he's forcing people to pay him to be their hero, right? Like, I think like,
it's just I think it's more so paying for priority. I feel like, you know, I think that is maybe the route that they're going. And I think it is more
protection racket. It's a protection racket.
Yeah, but I think it's more morally sound than right, but it's more morally sound than Eve just creating more gold statues to sell.
I don't think she should do that either. I think she, like, genuinely, like, she could be out here creating homes for the homeless, herself included. Do you mean she's at home? She wants a new home. Fine, just make one. Do you mean?
Right.
Like,
but that's why she's in school, because she doesn't trust herself to do that yet.
Then wait. You don't have this, like, I mean, what happens again if they don't pay? What, they're gonna like fish it out to Titan? Like, can you go around, like, put the bad guy on him a little bit because our good guy can't handle it because of the ethics?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm kind of just letting it slide, just because, again, it's a comic thing, and I knew that they were gonna get to this eventually. But I definitely see your point. I definitely see where you're coming from. I think if this were a DC or Marvel story, I think we'd be having a completely different conversation. Say, like, if, try to think of a hero that might do this. Like, maybe The Flash did it or something like that, right? Like, get a contract with Star Labs for Barry to just, yeah, exactly. Like, I think that would be a different story, but this is more so like, oh, hey, we're young, we need work, we need a job, we're superheroes anyway, let's just go make a security firm. Like, I don't think they're doing it. I hear
the lines, right? But he's the guy making the great responsibility check. Do you know what I mean? So, like, for him to not be on that side of the principle, that means just nobody in that world is going to be on that side of that principle.
And
do you know what I mean? Because he's already the good guy.
And I hope they dive into this. Who decides, like, can anyone just hire Mark's help for anything? How does Mark know that the people that are calling him are morally in the right? You know what I mean?
That's a good idea.
What if the dragon was being attacked by the prison or something? Like, he didn't know when he showed up, right? Like, anyone could be like, hey, Mark, I need your help beating this guy up. What if he's not the bad guy, So it's like, those are things that I want them, and again, you know the comics, you know more than me, I would like them to explore. I would like them to explore the morality of that story. That sounds very fun. If they dive into it, if they never address it, then I think I'm on your side, Darth. I'm like, yeah, that's a little morally not great, especially comparatively to what we've seen Mark's morals so far.
Yeah, a little morally ambiguous. Yeah, 100%.
Especially contrasted to Titan this week, of like not really that different between Titan and Mark. They might be going about it in less legal ways, but really they want the same thing. They're both profiting off of their ability on what they can do in different ways and keeping people safe in different ways. And again, maybe that's the point. Maybe that's supposed to be what you're taking away from it. But
plus you raise a good point about like the books, because like they were already selling well anyway, and then he like bumped it up. Do you know what I mean? So he's got like generational wealth at this point.
Yeah,
so
but I think there was some conversation. Right. Well, wasn't there some conversation where they like cut that off, where he was basically like, we don't want anything else from that sort of thing.
Okay.
So the only income is obviously, Debbie with real estate, and then obviously Mark's on his own. I mean, could he go get a job down at Burger Mart again? Probably. But I feel like he is a super talented individual, right? And again, he might not know like an insane amount, but given his powers, there is an unlimited amount of potential to what his powers could do for a benefit. And being a hero for hire isn't one of them, right? Like he could use his speed, his strength to power generators, to get energy going. Like there's a whole bunch of stuff that he could do to be earning the bucks. But like you said, because he's young and is thinking, "Oh, I'm a hero anyway. Might as well just." Right, right, and I don't think that there's any like malicious intent. I feel like it's somebody who like I don't know. For example, right? So I'm always in the gym. I'm always working out. I'm always trying to get stronger, right? So what if I like use that strength and start like a I don't know, like a moving company or something, or like a construction company, something where I can just use the things that I've trained to do to then do a thing. Yes, I could go help my friends move for free just because I have the strength to do that, but also why not, make a little bit of money on the side, make a company and do something like that. I know, random analogy, but like I feel like that's maybe the mindset that Mark and Eve were in, is like, yes, we're going to help people no matter what, but if people want special assistance or we think that we can provide some extra help and security and like peace of mind, really. Yeah. I think that's maybe the goal here and why they've created it. And I think eventually it will become maybe eventually it'll become nonprofit once they kind of realize what it is.
I think as well, one of the objections, like the size of the objection depends on the size of their fee. Do you know what I mean? If it's a case of like, oh, we're just asking for like $100 just each time, just so we can just make this happen eventually.
They need a tip jar of like, if you have enough, pay us, please.
Yeah, but I mean, didn't Eve say that they made enough from that to pay for like a few months' rent? So I would assume that they made thousands of dollars, probably.
Yeah.
Right. This is my point, right?
Yeah.
So what if there's a person in a burning building? Like, what? Like, is it only institutions that they charge? Like, is it individuals? Like you said, like, what if a villain comes in with a seemingly altruistic plan and a huge chunk of cash? Can he just put his blinkers on and go, well, morally, I know nothing. I'm here for my briefcase of money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Adam Eve needs an extension.
And like that.
Yeah, I think that's about where you guys make a really good point.
And like it makes me think of like the real world a little bit, where like a ambulance here, where it's like, if you call the ambulance, if you call the police, you have to pay them for that. Like you have to pay a fee for that stuff. And just I know people in my circle was like, well, I'm not going to call them because I don't have the money for a medical bill. I don't have the money for that. Will people not call Invincible because they're afraid they don't have the money to pay that fee? Right? are their lives going to be in risk because they don't have the funds and stuff like that?
Right.
What would Mark do if they don't have enough to pay them? You know, like,
Yeah. Yeah, it is an interesting moral dilemma, and I think
Yeah.
that this is the best place to put it is, again, when he's on that blue suit arc. Like, I don't think that this is something that, Mark in the yellow suit would be doing. If that makes sense. Like, I think it's just because he's maybe, again, a little bit more jaded right now. He, is taking risks and going down paths that you wouldn't necessarily see him do. I guess the only thing
Sure.
against that is this whole operation was kind of Eve's idea,
it was.
right? And Mark's just kind of just going along with it. You guys do make a good point. It is an interest, like, trying to break it down. It is an odd choice. Like, again, it makes sense as to why they're doing it, but you can see the moral cracks
like,
in it.
Her whole thing is she can, like, just rearrange the goddamn air molecules and create stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like, she could literally start a merchandising business out of thin air.
It's true.
Like, why is she just, like have anything she wanted, like, genuinely, and it's something that, again, could be a help to society. It doesn't even have to be, oh, I'm making plastic unicorns just to sell to children. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't have to be something that's going to be in a landfill for 15 years. Like, it could be something very useful. But again, like you said, like, it's that stupid mentality. But
I hope by the end of the show they explore that, because you're right. She could solve world hunger, right? She could be like, hey, here's all the food your country would ever need. Here you go.
Trying for like, she had a whole thing where she was going out into the world when she was angry at her mum and dad. She was sat in her little tree house, like, where she would keep going out to fields and whatever, and like do the thing. Like, what happened to that? Did she just stop because she's going to school?
Right.
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. And again, like, I like these moral dilemmas for these characters. I can justify it because they are teenagers. If they go through that journey of realizing, oh, wait, this isn't right, right? If there's a moment where maybe Debbie's like, wait, you're charging to save people? Mark, that's not right. That's not good. Like, we have moments like that. I'll be like, oh, this is a great arc. I really like this. This is really cool. But there's kids. They're angry. They, let's be honest, they're horny. They, like, want to spend time with each other. They want to do all these things. I can understand where they get to that point, especially with Mark not in his best place, not in his great headspace.
Yeah.
If they address it. If that's by the end of the season, like, oh, we should.
Do you know what would be perfect? Do you know what would be perfect? Right? It's the fact that, like, as much of a shithead as Cecil is, like, he's funded by the government. He's not out there saying, oh, Starbucks on Fifth Avenue, I need $5,000, please, because the Mauler twins just love your joint.
Yes, like, if this was a government funded program, fantastic idea. Anyone being able to call a hero when they need it in an emergency. I don't know why Cecil didn't try to create something like that. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
That's very smart.
Yeah, Mark could have just, like, went and, like, bid himself to, like, with a bid of with an approach to the president or anybody. Do you know what I mean? Like,
right.
He could have been, oh, you've got the GDA, like, they're going away you might want to look at. I don't personally agree with. I'm trying to go in, like, a different direction where I'm trying to prove that I'm the good guy. I don't want to be out here shaking up old bakery ladies for money because I didn't want the bread. She didn't have the bread for me. You know what I mean? Like, it became a whole thing.
And I need a different kind of bread.
Yeah. Right. So yeah, this is what I'm saying. So, like,
my goddamn money.
I need
Dracula. Where's my money?
Because, like, he could literally just be making quips all day long. Like, you're sitting here saying you want to do the right thing, you want to do you want to be the good guy, the big person, but you're out here, like, getting funding that way, like, and that's the first thing you thought of, and you didn't think, oh, maybe we should write some ideas down on the board. No,
yeah,
we're gonna go with the first one we thought of. Fantastic.
Yeah. But I do think that it's going to evolve into something else. Like,
Okay.
this is not going to be the way that they make their money. Is Invincible Inc. I think the name will stay, the company will stay, but the purpose behind it and what they do is going to change, and change into something for the better. Not necessarily Heroes for Hire, but more so maybe like a. Think about like the app in the Spider-Man game. Like what was it? I think it was just the Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man app, right? Where people like, you know, put out alerts like, okay, again, like Darth would say, okay, the Muller twins are attacking Starbucks. Invincible, we need you here now. Like that kind of thing is make it more so an alert system.
Yes.
To then have Mark and Eve and Oliver and whoever else they want to team up with is exactly is then they'll go to the threats that are currently happening.
I do hope we get more team stuff soon.
Yeah. Oh,
because like that was one of my most anticipated things about the season. It's like, okay, they're gonna have to rebrand, refine themselves as a team, and we've seen them like. Obviously, the whole dinner stuff has been really fun, but I'm really curious of like, okay, who are they now? Like, right, they haven't picked a new name yet. How are they going to work as a team outside of Cecil? That stuff is really fascinating to me.
Yeah.
Are they getting funding?
Yeah, I don't think they are. I think they're just having to do odd stuff. Like, again, that's also a great point. Are they going to go get real jobs now? Right? Like, how are they making an income? None of them seem like they have rich parents or at least rich parents anymore, right?
Or parents, or parents to begin with, like like Rexplode.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh man, he just that guy, man. Honestly, he started off as like the biggest helmet, the biggest weapon. You know what I mean? And then now you're just like, dude, life just gave you the big 1-2, and you reacted to it. And that's why you were the way you were. Like, I feel you, man. And I'm sorry. Here's your cuddle. Let's talk about it. Jimmy. Because, like, he is a genuinely cool guy. Like, he was a dick, but, like, he is a cool guy now.
Yeah.
Such a 180, man. Like,
he's just a chill guy now. And, you know, and still going back to the beginning of the season, I love the team up between Rex and Mark, and just the fact that they're, like, buddy now, which is great.
Yeah.
And he's so much growth, right? Because considering like his whole assumption of fidelity was that it was impossible, humans are animals and blah blah blah, which is why he was all over duplicate while being with Adam Eve. And then he's sitting there seeing that Adam Eve and Mark have something special and saying, dude, go for it. Like, I genuinely think you guys have something. You know, like, and he's like, what, didn't you date? Like, why are you telling me this? He's like, dude, I see what you guys have. Like, it's way bigger than what we had. Just the sheer growth he's had as a human being, even before, like, his near assassination.
Sorry. I really enjoyed also the Oliver stuff this week. I think this is the most I've enjoyed Oliver. And I think that's probably going to be really important. I don't know what's going to happen, but I feel like these next three are probably going to be very big, very bombastic. I think Oliver's going to be put in a very Pacific place. So I think it was very good making him a kid in this episode and having the very overprotective Mark in this situation. He's sneaking out at night. He's hanging out with his friends and getting to see him be a kid. And I really like the thing of like, oh, he has bullies getting picked on. Oh, no, I have to go save him. It's like, no. He has to go save the bullies because he thinks he's going to murder these bullies, which is really a fun twist on the narrative. Which, I don't know if you guys noticed, one of those bullies was a returning character, I think, from season 1. If I heard correctly, like he was like...
Really?
I think it was from Titan. I think it was the Titan episode from season 1. He did something for Titan. I heard.
Interesting.
I was like, oh, okay, nice continuity there. But
interesting.
No, I was joking. I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
That's what you're going. Okay, I just say it's one of Mark's bullies. Now bullying Oliver.
Oh, yeah, because he's growing up so fast. Dude, I want to say this before I forget it. Is I think one of my favorite aspects of the season 2 has been the memes that have come from it. Like, and just the format of those memes. Like, get on TikTok, dude, and just like the amount of videos that I've seen this week of like this episode of Invincible is like, you know, Mark and Eve are fighting a dragon. Meanwhile, Oliver, and then it's like Skate 3 gameplay, and just funny stuff like that. Just like, yeah, I don't know. This episode was good though. Like, again, it might be seen as somewhat filler, but I think the definition of filler is something that doesn't progress the main plot and could be taken as kind of a one-off episode. But yeah, it really did, and it brought back storylines. It brought back Titan. It brought back Multipole. It brought back, you know, all of the stuff with Mr. Liu.
Oh, that Multipole stuff was grim, man.
Crazy.
I forgot about that. It was so
Machine
bad.
Head. You know.
Yeah, I love Machine Head.
Yeah, and just his voice is great.
Yeah.
That voice is great. And now he's back in control of he's in control of the Syndicate, where and Titan is he's got the city, he's got his area, and that's it. But this is going to come back to bite both of them in the butt, because also characters can't stay dead, and Dragon Metal Mouth Man is alive again.
Okay.
Because
I'm so glad you brought that up. I have questions. I have so many questions, right? So
yeah.
The Great Wall, as he is so commonly, affectionately referred to, seems to, just summon and breathe out a dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Where from? Is it his dragon that he's now putting in the old man? Is he having somehow got copies of the old man in himself? Like, what happened? How? I'm so confused.
I don't know.
I'm also
it's like
really pissed off that, like you said, Invincible cannot kill anybody as a show, apart from 6 people at the start, and now they're like, yeah, no, I think that was it.
Yeah, he can't win a fight unless it's against Reaniman this season, actually.
Yeah, he's kind of like they had said that this season he'd finally like live up to his name. He hasn't done it yet. He's actually
yeah. I mean, well, okay, he did kill Immortal. All right, let's give him some credit.
But
he did kill the easiest person to kill.
Does that count? He wanted him to do it.
Yeah, yeah.
That's like running a race and the second person doesn't run. They're just like, it's like, yeah, go ahead, buddy, have fun.
Yeah.
Like, but I mean, we are at least seeing him get stronger, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like we are actively seeing, like episode 1 where he gets stabbed and 2 seconds later he no longer has a wound there, so he's getting stronger. He's getting. More powerful.
He got his stuff kicked in this episode.
Yeah.
And he was still standing.
My question is it because he's training, or is it because his physiology has reached a certain point in Viltrumite age as to why he's like got stronger? Like, because
I think it's a mix of both.
Viltrumites that are like 500 and older. Do you know what I mean? Like that are like centuries old, and this has been happening in the space of what, like a year and 6 months as a whole show, if not less. Like maybe a lot less. So he shouldn't be anywhere near as strong as they are so far.
You're right. Yeah. No, it's very very straightforward episode. Like, again, nothing too crazy. Very fun. I like the little arc between Mark and Debbie. Debbie's so good. Like, Debbie, I think I said it all season last season. Debbie's one of the best characters, and I like. Yeah. She's such a good mother because she has her reserves about him leaving. She doesn't want him to, but she is also giving him that choice of like, if this is what you think would be best for you, then I will let you do it. I will let you, have that. And Mark's ultimate decision of, no, actually, I'm happy here. I have a brother for the first time, and I want to be here to watch him grow up and, enjoy these last minutes with my family.
And I'm going to spend all my money on Seance Dog merch.
Yeah. I mean, outside of like a house, like, I guess Mark doesn't really need a lot of money, right? Like, he's not going to college. if he wanted to, he doesn't have to have a place, right? Like he could, like if he wanted to, he could be like, "Hey Cecil," I know he's not with him now, but if you worst came worst, he'd be like, "Hey Cecil, I'm joining back with you. Give me a home,"
Yeah.
he could. He doesn't technically need money.
Yeah, honestly,
You know what I
actually,
mean?
why don't they go live with Teen Team?
They could.
Or whatever they're gonna be
especially
called.
how grown up Rex is being.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why Eve is so against rejoining the team. Like the reason she left
Yeah.
was because of Rex, right? And how
Right, and also and I think
She doesn't wanna be a
Cecil
hero,
to an
yeah.
extent as well. But now that they're completely disconnected, like I feel like
she's a hero
they
again.
all
She's good with
align.
Rex.
Yeah.
Why doesn't
I don't
Mark?
know.
I don't see why Mark doesn't join the team too.
Yeah. I mean, I think next week we're gonna get a lot more of that. Don't want to go into too much, but it's the Powerplex episode. I saw some stuff with Robot and everything in that little teaser as well. So it's gonna be a really fun one. It's gonna be a really fun one.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
With that being said, I think we're going to start to wrap up today's episode. Packed episode. Almost 3 hours, 3 shows, let's be honest, a dozen headlines we talked about.
Yeah.
Really fun though. Just go down the line. Taz, like always, where can people find you? Where are you located?
YouTube.com/ToxicTaz when I'm in between episodes of Dexter.
Dexter's Laboratory.
No, Dexter the serial killer.
Just as good.
Yeah.
Same
Well,
thing.
actually, Dexter does have a laboratory, but it's a forensics lab.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think as we kind of transition into our next show here, I think my pardoning thoughts on this episode is that Dominique was indeed not.
That is dark. That is dark. That is dark. Oh my god, that poor woman was strung up and
Yeah,
tortured. Like she was certainly not.
no.
My goodness, she died an American hero.
I was like, should I do the bit? Maybe not, but I'm gonna go for it. But yeah, let's start with you, Taz, for this one. Invincible, episode 6. We're in the final 3 episodes, which doesn't seem real. It feels like we just started.
Yeah.
We really did just start, which is makes me go down another rant of why they released 3 episodes out of the gate in an 8-episode season. But,
Yeah. So, okay, we could talk about that later. But this episode was amazing. I really loved it. I think what made this episode almost better post-watch were all of the memes yet again. The fact that we literally got the greatest title card drop of all time in this one, where they just kept just popping it up during the Powerplex speech. I thought that was great. I thought the fact that they drew it back to the end of season 1 in such a great way. And the fact that Powerplex's family was legitimately there. It's not like this is a part of the city that you didn't see or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
No, this was a big thing. This was front and center during, Mark's fight with his father. And the fact that it caused this guy to go down such a awful route, and it ended in a way that I think we all kind of expected as the episode ramped up. I was like, okay, I was literally just waiting every time his powers go on the fritz for him to injure an innocent person or hurt his family or whatever, but he literally cooked his family like a piece of toast. It was brutal. And he still blamed Mark for it at the end of the episode.
Yeah.
So
I love that meme of a guy that shoots him. He's like, "Why did Invincible do this? This is crazy."
Yeah. Why would Invincible do this? He can't keep getting away with this.
I saw that meme clip before I saw the episode. I thought it was really in the episode.
Oh, really? It should have been.
I was waiting for it. because it would have fit perfectly in there. I was like, oh, that's a fun little reference. And I kept waiting for them to do it, and it never happened. And I did end the episode slightly disappointed, like, oh, it was a fake meme. Oh, that sucks.
No, but it was such a good episode, man. It really was.
Shout out to Aaron Paul for his performance, because again, I love Invincible, it's great. But I sometimes feel with the voice cast, outside of the main ones, like J.K. Simmons is great and, you know, all that fun stuff. But sometimes with the celebrity casting, sometimes I feel like they're there because they're a celebrity and not because they're like a good voice actor or blah, blah, blah. And again, I don't know if he's a voice actor.
He had range.
He, I think, is one of the best celebrity actors that we've seen.
And you just saw his slow descent into madness.
Yeah.
Like, he tried to approach it from the most, I guess, practical way, or the most, like, legitimate way that you could, is like, okay, I want to, you know, start a case against, you know, Invincible for, you know, the destruction of the city and stuff like that. And it just slowly devolved into just madness. Something else that I thought was pretty funny was, I don't know if you saw the memes of, it's just like, okay, Powerplex destroying downtown, meanwhile William, and it's just like clips of bowling, like Wii bowling or something like that. Like, they were just bowling the whole time, and he's like, yeah, no, it's fine.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to think of if any others would top it for me outside of Omni-Man, obviously. I think Powerplex might be my favorite Invincible villain so far.
Really?
I think so.
Really? I hate him so much.
Oh, really? Do you hate him because, like... Okay, but is the reason you hate it the reason I love it? Because I do think he's a very compelling villain in his, like, narrative.
Oh, yeah, no, he's...
Okay.
He's interesting as hell.
Okay.
Which we're going to be getting into, like the depths and motivations of his character. But, just like all of that shouting, like, well, you gotta pay, bruh. And then, like you said, like Taz, like, he's just out here cooking his family. Like, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah. Well, I think that it served a purpose, and there was a point to it, is because in the beginning you could definitely be on his side, say, hey, he has a point. You know, Mark has to,
I'd argue he's
right. Atone in a way for what happened. Like, yes, it's not Mark's fault, but he should bear some responsibility. And I think that is a whole theme of the series in general.
The season,
It is the fact that Mark as a Viltrumite is so strong, and he can cause so much collateral damage that he could almost do more harm than good. And that was such a big thing back in season 1, and a big focal point of that fight with his father, basically showing him how just, like, fragile humanity is, and how they could basically just, like, you know, huff and puff and blow the house down. Like, it is that easy for them to destroy an entire city. And the fact that we had this guy who obviously wasn't maybe the most stable person to begin with. He lost, you know, 2 very important people to him, and it just sent him down an awful path. And I think it just shows how, yes, you know, at the end of the day, Mark as Invincible tries to do what's best, tries to do the right thing, but it also kind of explores the same sort of thing as, like, you know, the Sokovia Accords, if we want to, you know, go the Marvel route, or, you
Batman
know, post, exactly, Batman vs. Superman with the fallout of Man of Steel. So this, I think, is their take on it, and showing how that affects the people of the world. And we have the sort of, like, remembrance event and everything like that. And I think we got a very interesting perspective there too, where, you know, after Mark and Eve and Oliver, like, took down the elephant guy, and they kind of had that little conversation, and Oliver was like, well, do you think the world will ever forgive Dad for what he did? And that whole conversation and an interaction there, the fact that Oliver remembers his father as, you know, just this genuinely nice person, because, again, he has that, you know, those genetics from the bug side of his you know, DNA, that he can remember that kind of thing. But obviously the people of Earth will more so remember him for the destruction that he caused, rather than all of the lives that he saved. And I think that they brought up a very interesting fact there too, is like, yeah, maybe he did save more people than he killed, but it's still really hard to balance that out. And I think that that's going to be such an interesting dilemma if and when Nolan does come back to Earth. Like, how will he be viewed by people? How will he be viewed by Oliver? How will he be viewed by Mark? How will he be viewed by Debbie? You know, I think that those are all perspectives that, you know, we're going to get to see.
Yeah, I do really just love the concept, and especially from the perspective of a child, where it's like,
Yeah.
do the ends justify the means? I guess is like, how many lives do you have to save before you can justify the lives that you took, right? Is there a number, right? If, and this is all
And
hypothetical,
the innocent lives, not just
yeah,
like he was a hero that killed people. Like, no, he killed innocent people for
Wow.
no reason other than the fact that he could, and to prove a
Yeah.
point.
yeah, no, it's a really and what I love about this is that Mark doesn't know, right? Like, Mark doesn't have the answer because he
Right.
also wants to buy into what Oliver is giving him. He wants to be like, no, well, maybe someday, maybe, like, at the back of his head, he wants that. He wants his dad back.
Yeah.
But he cannot fully submit to that temptation, not yet, at least. And I'm curious, like, because again, that would come really full circle to what Cecil is doing right now, right? What is Cecil trying to teach right now? And that's about redemption. It's about like what's the word? Like reinstating these people.
Yeah.
Would Cecil be okay doing that to Nolan? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, would he?
Is that a line too far? Like,
Right.
has he really crossed more of a line? Or, as we got teased at the end of this episode, is there going to be a sort of threat, whether it be this or something coming in the future, that is so great that Cecil and the rest of humanity will have to put their differences aside and once again allow their fate to rest in the hands of somebody who took innocent lives the last time he was on the planet?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I'm glad we're here, right? Because this is one of the things I wanted to discuss, right? Because, like, right, already, even if you don't account for the threat that is coming, right? And you just think about the amount of lives that Nolan saved, including the Flaxen invasion, which could have easily just crippled the whole planet. Do you know what I mean? And they would just had to keep nuking cities because they would just keep coming through, you know?
Right.
So I'm not saying like, oh, he saved so many people that he should be allowed to kill 2,600 odd people, right? But I'm interested that at what point, like say for example, because as well, the interesting thing is his age, right? So
Yeah.
and how he ages. So at what point does it stop being on the planet to be the ones that forgive him? Do you know what I mean? Because like enough time would have passed that nobody alive would have been affected by it. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
at all.
Right. It would just be a piece of history.
Yeah.
So, and I think that you bring up a very interesting point too, is because think about the perspective that Oliver has. He didn't have to live through that. He didn't have to see what happened there, you know? So maybe, and that's probably part of the reason as to why he sides so much with his father. Not to say if Oliver wasn't around that he wouldn't have sided with Nolan over Mark if given that choice, but the fact that it is history to him, I think that that proves that potentially, you know, maybe they're going to go with the sort of, you know, time heals all wounds sort of thing. But, you know, morally, can you ever forgive him, or at least can you ever trust him again? Because just because he says, hey, I'm here to help, just because he does save thousands, millions, billions, you know, of lives, does that mean that he won't just turn on Earth when he gets a better offer? You know?
And like, who is it on to forgive him until it's like too far gone? Do you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
because it is on Powerplex and all of the other people who was affected by the lives taken and the damage caused that like have a collective say in forgiving and forgetting. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
I
Super
Okay.
random side tangent really, really quickly, just because this reminded me of it. If you zoom in on some of those names on the memorial, they were like random,
Oh, yeah.
like funny names. I think one was like just Josh or something like that, and like some other
Yeah,
just like
yeah.
random things. Yeah,
We had an amazing laugh at that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was.
what are some references on there to like writers or something?
yeah,
Yeah,
just
I
like
think Good
random
Bread.
things.
Good
Yeah.
Bread was on there. There was something that was close to like Ian's in the attic or something like that.
Yeah,
it was
just like
crazy.
just random stuff. Just like, next
Just
time you
having
go through
fun.
and watch it. Yeah, just next time you go through and watch it, like look at the memorial and just kind of like zoom in and look at all the names.
And a lot of them are repeated. They literally
Yeah.
copy and pasted the names.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
It's literally okay. So this is the thing. It's like every week there's like one thing that they do very badly, and you've got to spot it like an Easter egg.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even think that that's like a mistake sort of Easter egg. I think that that's 100% on purpose.
Lazy.
I- Potentially. I did see
Oh
some
no.
people
They
have...
writ like 20 names. Sorry, I was speaking right, but they writ 20 names, right? They hit Control A, Control C, and then
Yeah.
just put Control V until that space was filled.
I have no
just like-
problem with that.
Yeah, I don't really have a problem with that either, because if you're looking that close at it and looking to nitpick that, then obviously we don't have, big problems.
No, it's not nitpick. It's like, say for example, it's nice things. Do you know what I mean? It's
I think it's
appreciation
funny.
for it,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
right? No, because like I do it out of interest. I don't do it so I can nitpick. Like I'm nitpicking because it was a bag of shit. If it was good and it was like the creators behind the thing, then I'll be using it as a plus. Do you know what I mean? Like I do it because I like that stuff. Like with like Spider-Man's like good for doing it. Like DC projects are quite good for doing that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this one is just shat the bed. I don't know what the hell they were thinking.
I don't know how much we've already talked about it, but like I do really like us taking a minute and going back to season 1, because I don't know if you really ever fully addressed it. And like that's the whole point of the episode, where it's like Mark was like, I never really thought about all the other families that were affected by this. Like, yeah, I noticed it, but my mom and Cecil, and I was so distracted on my own self-pity that I never really thought to think, what about all the other families that were affected by my dad's death? And again, I think that's so well contrasted to Oliver's argument about like, yeah, but what if he can like redeem himself? And like, what if he could, and I think that's like, he is seeing it firsthand why he can't do that, why he can't let himself go there. And I think that's so sick. I think that's so cool. And I think that's going to be a big point for Mark's arc this season, and why he took the stance he did, right? Like episode 1, episode 2, why he stood up to Cecil, because he's like, no, these types of crimes can't go unpunished. They have to be fully realized. Which I just think is incredible.
Yeah, I do too. I really like, I think going back to that attention to detail, I think is really the best way to put it. Like they are really going hard with that, drawing back to, season 1 stuff, drawing back to season 2 stuff, really feeling that, slow burn culmination of an arc, really showing characters growing and changing and learning. And I think that that's an issue prevalent so much in shows where characters just stay static for the longest time, but you can see static. You can see the large changes between Mark in season 1, Mark in season 2, Mark in season 3, and imagine where he's going to be in season 4, 5, beyond that. And think about just like how much even Oliver has changed, at least seemingly from the
Just in one
beginning of the
season.
season to
Yeah.
now. You know, look at characters
Um,
like we completely missed, it's not missed, but skipped over this so far. Rexplode,
Yeah.
like, dude has had a crazy sort of like
Yeah.
redemption arc. We were right as far as where they were headed with him as well. But I don't know what I think about him potentially leaving the superhero life.
I loved his dialogue this week.
I did too.
He really had, like, I felt like we were really diving into like homecoming stuff where it's like, this life is all I know. I was literally born to do this. And then I had the like homecoming quote in my head where it's like, well, if you need this, if this is all you have, then maybe you shouldn't have it, right? And I think we're kind of poised with a decision of like, maybe you need to let it go to find who you are, to find what you are fighting for. Because if you don't know what you're fighting for, that puts you in a very dangerous situation, right? Your moral compass is then at stake if you don't know what else that you're fighting for. I feel like it's very Spider-Man, right? It's very Spider-Man 2, where he had to take off that suit for a while, take an introspective deep dive, and be like, oh, that's what Spider-Man means to me and the world.
It's also made him the perfect grunt, though. Do you know what I mean? Like, they literally made him the ideal soldier, like, just in a superhero suit. So, if he does want to continue what he's doing, I would say just carry on. Do you know what I mean? Like, just make the best of the bad situation. You know what I mean? Same with Logan. I mean, the guy had amnesia, and then just carried on rocking. You know what I mean? Just treat it as the same. You know what I mean? Because otherwise, to actually fulfill that purpose, like, he would have to try like a lot of stuff to know what he truly would want.
Sure.
Otherwise, it would kind of just be a case of, oh, I'm trying what's convenient or in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it wouldn't be truly living for what he wants. It would just be existing at that point.
Sure.
So then he'd be sacrificing what he feels is his purpose to just existentially exist. You know, that's not a great trade-off.
Yeah.
I would be curious. Oh, sorry, Cass.
No, it's going to be all hands on deck next week. That's all I'm going to say.
Sure. Yeah. And like, I do think it's interesting because like I loved Eve's journey in season 2, especially where it's like, okay, I'm not a superhero, so what else can I apply my powers to make the world a better place, right? Eve can do that. I think Invincible can do that. I love these characters can do that. What could Rex do with his abilities that could benefit outside of the combat field, right? It's very combat-based powers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he can like dig tunnels. And,
right, like go on a construction site and be like, all right.
Mine for diamonds. I don't know.
Sure.
I don't know if we discussed this before, but as we know, we got a reveal, right? There are certain characters back. So one, I have an issue with the timeline of where Mark was just left alone on an asteroid for goddamn 30 years, because that wouldn't have happened given the reveal. Do you know what I mean? So like someone wasn't thinking too far ahead in the story there. Second, if you make your like a life-altering decision and change your character based on a conviction that you've had from a situation that you believe to be true, right? But then get disillusioned of that notion by way of the reveal, would you then stick to that conviction, or would you rethink everything?
Let me answer.
Like, Mark's whole kill thing.
Yeah,
Mark's whole kill, right? So,
right,
like,
right. No, I understand.
Fighting action. I'm helping Darren.
Yeah.
Sorry. Right. So, his whole like conviction since fighting Angstrom and Immortal.
Oh, sure.
Like being pushed into the corner of I got made to do it. He told me he was strong enough, right?
Mhm.
He is like he's following a path now, right? He is Dark Mark at the moment, right?
Yeah.
He's going down a whole way because of what he believes to be true. He's then going to get a reveal that while he
back.
fucked the guy up, he's back,
Right.
So, do you think that like he should stick with the convictions of what he thought to be true,
Sure.
or do you think he should rethink and reevaluate his life?
He should aim for the head next time and make sure he's dead. Is
Yeah,
what he needs to do.
it is very interesting because you're right. He is coming back to a mark where he's more valid now than he was last season, right? He's taking a slightly darker turn. And I am curious how Mark is going to receive him being back. I think you're 100% right. I do think it's very weird, and I think it's just because he's like not mentally well right now. Like he's not like Angstrom is not in a good. I don't know if he even fully knows what he's doing, but I do think it's really funny. His whole thing was like, I need to take you down because you are evil and you will destroy the world. Very Steel, like, okay, I can kind of get it, but when you are then taking the
even
evil
more
Mark,
evil, yeah,
right? And
the
being
like the worst. You're getting the worst marks of the multiverse to then go fight the best mark.
The whole
multiverse.
reason you started this in the first place, right? These are the guys that you were mad at. These are the ones that killed you, your doppelgangers and your wives and these children and the Hitler version and like.
Well, I think that's kind of the point. Is that shows you how badly his brain has been scrambled and how much he, I guess, does and doesn't remember. All he knows is that he absolutely 100% despises this version of Mark Grayson. So maybe in his twisted mind, this version of Invincible, this Mark Grayson, has done all of the things that all of these other Marks have done, right? So he doesn't even maybe grasp that. So he just thinks it's just our Mark that has done all of that kind of stuff. So then that's why he's bringing in the, multiversal, council of evil Marks to then, take on our Mark. So I'm thinking also it is going to be an absolute bloodbath this week. Mark's going to have to murder a bunch of different versions of himself.
But then here's the interesting thing. Is this now officially Mark's fault, right? Did doing what he did at the end of the season put Angstrom at an even worse place that will have got people killed? Will Powerflex, right?
Yeah.
Will he be kind of justified in his hatred now of being like, see, this is your fault. You did you did kill all these lives because of your actions.
Powerplex is still Mark's number 2 hater. Angstrom Levy is definitely number 1 Mark hater. But it is an interesting. Yeah, it is an interesting perspective to throw in there, right? Is should he have tried to kill, or, whether it was on purpose or accidental, should he have killed Angstrom to begin with? And I think, in all honesty, the answer is yes. I think, Angstrom was kind of out of control. He was, Mark had the opportunity to stop him from doing anything else in the future. And for all intents and purposes, Mark thought he had killed him and gotten rid of him at that point. Was it the morally right thing to do? Maybe, maybe not. But was it justified? Yes. However, now the fact that
should he be punished for it? If it's justified or not, should he, just because he's wearing a suit, does it mean he shouldn't be in jail?
I think you can almost draw the comparison of how many lives did he save by killing Angstrom.
Yes, but
he saved the lives of his mom and his brother by killing Angstrom in that moment.
Right. Okay. I'm
so
glad you said that.
I would say it's at that point, as Joey Quinn would say, it's obviously self-defense.
Yes,
right,
but I think now...
But
okay,
hang on, sorry.
Go ahead.
But Nolan was saving 9 billion lives by killing those 2,600 lives in his eyes, because of the Viltrum Empire coming to just eradicate everybody. So, do you know what I mean? Like,
I could definitely see. Right, I can definitely see where that argument would be coming from. And I think that that's how Angstrom is going to justify coming after Mark with the alternate Invincibles and starting the Invincible War.
And I think, like, this is, I think, the whole point of this episode. I'm really glad we ended back here.
Yeah.
I think the whole point isn't, is he justified, is he not? It's that he's not being put on trial either way, right? Like even if he is innocent and that's what needed to be done, no one's keeping him in check, being like, hey, let's put you in front of some judges and seeing if you were really justified. I think that's Powerplex's whole thing. That's where he started, being like, just because he has powers, he's not being treated like the rest of us. Just because he has friends up there that are protecting him, that means all of this that's his fault, in his mind, they're his fault, are not being justified. And that is fascinating. Just because
he's
going to
be proven right, and he's going to be proven right this week by having 15 or 20 Mark variants just coming in and just causing as much chaos as possible. Most likely killing innocent people, potentially killing other heroes, and obviously causing a big global catastrophe.
Yeah.
So,
I have heard...
Will those deaths stay, though? Will they stay dead?
I mean, whoever they
kill... as the show struggles.
I would say yes. Especially if we're going comic book route.
Oh.
Any deaths will be very big and very permanent.
I have heard a theory that I kind of like, that could be fun. Where people are like, well, Powerplex hates Mark, right? For being this killer. Maybe let Powerplex out and let him kill some evil Marks that are going to be causing ruckus.
That would be funny.
Like, if you hate me so much, kill those ones that are actually evil.
Go kill those. Go kill those Marks. That would be kind of funny.
I don't see how they don't, right? Because they need him. They need all the big hitters of the planet, right? Because if Armstrong's bringing even 5, he's bringing like 7 of them, if not more, right?
Yeah.
He's bringing like a whole bunch. We only have 1 Mark and an Atom Eve that can even...
And Oliver, come on. He's like, halfway to a full strength of Ultramite at this point.
It's like getting your ass kicked by your big brother. Like, he's just going to get destroyed.
I don't see... And again, Taz knows the comics. Taz may know potential way they do this. But, like, where I stand, I don't know how they would win this fight. Right? Like Mark hasn't been able to be a 1 Vulture Knight. And I know it's ultimately him around his strength level, but some of those seem like full grown. Like one had like Nolan's like mustache, right?
Yeah, so mustache Mark. Hold on, actually, let me pull it up because I saved it, like the post from actual Invincible.
I saw that they like named every Mark.
Yeah, here, let me send it to the group chat and then you can pull it up.
Let me read some of these comments really quickly because some people sent in some comics. Comments, not comics.
Yo, send us some comics if you would like, for sure.
Yeah. Won't say no to that.
The Stranger said, which is interesting because if you go back, I forgot which episode. I think it may have been like episode 4. Oliver killed someone. He justified it, and Mark said, "You sound like your father." 100% true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't really pay attention, but I wonder if some of those names were Peter Parker, Bruce Wayne, Clark Kent. That would be funny if they had some little...
I looked. I didn't see anything like that, but I wouldn't put it past them.
No.
It would have been cool if they just had, like the cast of the show. So you just have, like, J.K. Simmons and...
that would be kind of funny.
Yeah.
You know what's nuts? I'm mourning the loss of the Mauler twins more than I did Shrinking Ray when I thought she was gone.
Oh, really?
I love those guys.
I didn't like Shrinking Ray until this season. Like, this season, she feels like an actual real character.
Yeah, she was kind of just there in the previous 2 seasons, but she's actually gotten some really good development this time around. Oh, also...
Ooh, okay. Sorry. So, as you know, Taz, like, there's a whole arc in the comics with Monster Girl, right?
Yes. And Robot, yeah.
That goes, like, a whole way. She's just been, for all intents and purposes, cured.
Yes, which I think could potentially be a start to that. I know they did things a little out of order, and it had a lot to do with the Flaxons, and they combined the whole Flaxon invasion into one episode versus spreading it out over, I think it was like 30 or 50 issues where they like just popped up randomly, like here and there until it finally came to a head. So it's something that they could potentially do, or I would honestly like to see that as a special presentation kind of thing, like they did the Adam Eve episode. So Robot and Monster Girl get their own little
Cool.
hour and a half special. Because, like I said, this story takes place over a long period of time.
Mm-hmm. I am worried, and I know, Taz, you have more information on this than me, but look, just me going off on my perspective and what I know right now, I am worried that it might be a temporary fix, right? I'm worried that she's going to be using her powers a lot more now because she knows she can. What if it catches up to her? I'm worried something will happen and it'll malfunction or whatever, and all these uses will kind of take effect at once. Something will happen. It's like, oh, you overused it. Now you're a baby. Just like kind of.
Now you're a baby.
Now you're just a baby. And that having to be something we deal with. Because it seems too good to be true. You know what I mean? It seems like it's too good of a thing. So I want it to be, because I want her to not be a baby in 2 seasons or whatever, not be like a cell or whatever. But, I mean, and there's even been the theory she was a monster with like all these stuff when we saw her in the future. Me and Dorothy even talk, maybe she goes full monster. She just stops being girl because she can't risk the back and forth anymore, or getting any younger. So
yeah. Well, I think something that you would have to do is go back to the end of season 2 where we saw the future versions of everybody and see, did she have the belt or not.
Let me.
Also, that scene is very, very important.
Okay. I'm gonna pull up
for future reference. That's all I'm gonna say for that. You pull up the all the alternate marks, but I did want to answer Darth's question about the time travel thing. I think we learned the rules of time travel a little bit earlier this season with the future King Immortal episode. Is while they said that it took a while for them to, time travel, get Mark out of there, all that kind of stuff. Whatever happened was supposed to happen the way it happened. So Engstrom was always supposed to survive and come back to present day to fight Mark. I don't think he...
Yeah, but then in that timeline, he'd have seen he weren't there and gone, right, where were we?
What were you saying?
He got stranded.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? On the place that he killed Angstrom.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so in that timeline, quote unquote, yes, he got stranded, and then our future versions of the Guardians made the device to send Mark back to the main timeline. But that is an alternate reality that he was in, or an alternate timeline that he was in, that he was always supposed to get out of. If that makes sense. Yes, in a branch of that, there was a 30-year gap where there was no Mark, but that's a separate timeline, a separate universe at this point, because our Mark was always meant to come back to his original timeline.
Sure.
I think that's kind of how I'm trying to justify it. Is
so
it seems like it was...
You're having to justify is my point, because it makes no sense. Right.
A little bit, yeah.
Because as long as I'm sitting here not just pulling shit out of my ass,
yeah,
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with it if it's okay, there's a logic leap here. It's one of the paradoxes things. That's fine.
I think it's again the same sort of thing as trying to justify Flash time travel, trying to justify, Avengers
Any
time
time
travel.
travel.
And it's really tough to figure out what came first in that sequence of time travel. Like, we were trying to justify the, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man time travel. Like, that's kind of confusing, too, if you try to break it down and think about it. It's, it's the whole, it's the Back to the Future conundrum, I guess, is really what it brings it all back to.
Guys, you should have been here for Loki. Loki season 2. Every week, I was like, "This is awesome," and Darth was freaking out, being like,
"But it doesn't make any sense." Yeah,
and I was just like, "I don't care. I love it."
Yeah, at this point with time travel, I'm like so over trying to explain it. I'm just like, let me turn my brain off. It is what it is. It doesn't matter what came first.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I can sit there and nitpick it, but also,
Also,
at the end of the
Doctor
day,
Who
it doesn't
as well
necessarily
have
matter.
that, where it's like, wait, if this happens here, how did this happen here, and how did this come here? Like,
there is a lot of just you wait. There's more time travel. Just
oh god,
and also think about the fact that different planets' time moves differently as well.
That is true.
Oh my god.
But Taz, do
Wow.
you wanna help us and read through some of these names?
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
So huge news today. We can confirm that we've cast an award-winning actor for the following 18 roles. We have Cape Vincible, Sport Vincible, Prison Vincible, No Goggles Vincible, Flax Vincible, Mohawk or Mo Insahawk, Hair Vincible, Goggles Vincible, Cape Vincible, No Maskable, Maskable, Mustachable, Hoodincible, Omnivincible, Viltrumincible, Bulletproofable, Light Blueincible, and Stripevincible. All played by the wonderful Stephen Yeun. So
Would have been funny if one was just like J.K. Simmons. If like the what is it, the Omnivincible, which is J.K. Simmons as Mark, like it's.
Do we think which one is it? Flaxen or Thraxen? The Flaxen one, is he got captured and then made into one of them, or like a clone of? Like, what
I
the
think
hell was that about?
it's an alternate Earth where Mark went through and fought the Flaxens instead of his dad.
Oh.
That could be cool.
Yeah.
I
think it would be funny if one of these Marks has no powers. Like the one in the, I think, what is it, Sport Vincible, with just like the sport coat. I think if he's just Mark, like he's like cosplaying Invincible or something like that, I think that would be hilarious. Like Mark goes and he like punches him full force. No, like he punches him full force and like just punches a hole in his chest like immediately. He's like, I thought all you guys had powers. Sorry about that.
It's very Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yeah.
With nice pool, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. You're right. That is exactly what that would be.
Do we think one of these is going to be the one we saw last season?
Oh yeah, it's the one with the cape. That's I think they were calling him Sinister Mark last season. So that would be Cape Vincible, the first one.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Wait. What do you mean which one we saw? Because we saw the one where
I'm gonna at like the start of the season.
He crippled Adam Eve.
Oh, yeah. Oh no! So then that wouldn't
be
that
like
one.
Blue Invincible.
Yeah, that was yeah. I thought you were talking about the one on like the screen where it was like, we're coming after you. Don't forget, I'm invincible.
Yeah, but like I was just very because me and Darth talked last season about like, okay, because we thought that was going to be like the main villain at first, like, oh yeah, it'll be our Mark versus that Mark, and they kind of collide, and seems like we're finally kind of getting that. I just hope, and again, I know it's in the comics, so it probably makes sense there, but I do hope they just fix this in a realistic way. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to end it being like, oh, Mark should have died, or oh, these characters should be dead, because this happens a lot where it's like, I feel like when characters go evil, or like a version of our hero goes evil, it's like, well, he should just destroy the entire team, or they should like destroy him, because we've seen how powerful Mark is.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll be curious to see if they can kind of keep that.
But maybe that's kind of the whole point, is the evil Marks never got to the same power level as our Mark, no matter how hard they tried, for one reason or another. Or maybe being on our Mark's Earth, they're weaker for some reason, or I don't know.
And also, I think we might be. I know Darth was team Mark at the start of the season, but we might be proving Cecil right. We might be having a situation of Mark, this is why I needed precautions. This is why I put this stuff in place, just in case.
But again, he put it in the wrong Mark's head, right? So he still doesn't get proven right.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's fair.
But
That's fair.
if he gives our Mark some earplugs and then just starts playing that that sound, we can just clean house.
Right.
Yeah, no, for sure, but he would still be wrong. Because he put it in his hero's head.
Right, because he killed Angstrom. He could have very easily sided with his father. What happens if Nolan comes back? Could our Mark be convinced to join the dark side? Cecil has to consider all of these possibilities.
I do think it is interesting that, like, our Mark is the only good Mark, right? Like, in every single other reality, he goes
right, but this is
evil.
just 18. This is just 18 other realities. I'm
But
sure
didn't they
there's.
say last season that like he was the only good one? Didn't they
I don't
say
think
that?
I don't think he's the. I don't think they said he was the only good one, but like one of the. Like it's more common for Mark to side with his father
Everyone
throughout
he's
the
encountered has
multiverse.
to be evil.
Right,
Okay.
right. It's more common for him to side with his father versus Mark standing up to his father. I think is what the I guess statistic or trend throughout the multiverse had been up to that point.
This might
But
also
it could
be
also just be it could just also be Angstrom just like throwing BS out there and just trying to like get in Mark's head.
get in, yeah.
Is making him think that he's the only good one and there's only evil Marks out there.
Sure. This might be stupid. Do we think one of them, like, do we think one of the multiverses out there is the comics universe? Do we think that's kind of out there somewhere?
I would say no. At this point, in a very similar way to how Marvel Comics is supposed to be
They've
616, and
separated it,
now the
sure.
MCU is also quote unquote 616.
Which is,
I think,
yeah.
which doesn't make sense, but I think that's kind of that's a whole nother conversation for another day. But I think that the show is as far as we know so far, and as far as it's been going, has been very, very close to the comic books. Yes, there are some certain little, changes here and there. One of the biggest ones that I can think off the top of my head is actually they gender swapped Shrinking Ray. Ray was a dude, I believe.
Yeah.
In the comics. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. So just little random differences here and there. But yeah, I think I don't think we would have a comic Mark.
Sure.
So.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I do wonder the future of, kind of changing subject here, but I am wondering the future of Team right now, because if
or whatever
Rex
they're going to be
leaves-
called,
right?
untitled team.
Like we don't have a name. We're maybe losing two of our members. If
and then
they
it would
leave,
just be Robot and Monster Girl, which could then is set up for their. Oh yeah, Bulletproof exists. I forgot about that. But he's been completely MIA.
Yeah, but like that's not really a team. Like that they're
No.
just I'm wondering.
No, they're just like a ragtag group of heroes.
Yeah, I'm like, because that was one of the things I was really excited for. I was like, okay, this is exciting. We get to rebuild our team, rebrand, go out there, and they're kind of just like hanging out this season, and they're dating people occasionally.
I think the whole Invincible War is gonna bring the Untitled Teen Team and the Guardians back together. They're going to forcibly have to work together. So then whoever's left, because again, we need all hands on deck to fight all these marks.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm pretty sure Immortal's gonna get his head ripped off again.
Like, how? Oh, yeah. That's definitely happening.
I would just love all the marks to just like surround Immortal and just be like, who's Immortal now?
Like, so my whole thing is like, how quickly will Mark go in for kill shots now? Do you mean? Because like he knows what's at risk, he knows who the threat is, he knows how far he can go.
I think instantly because they're alt versions of himself. I think
so he feels no way about it.
I think in a weird way he would feel better about killing alternate versions of himself versus killing other people. Like think about in most forms of media how like people feel better about like killing aliens and robots and like, alternate Earth versions of characters and things like that. I think Mark is going to think that same thing is, oh, they're out for blood, they're going for kill shots, so I might as well too. And I think maybe Cecil's going to give him that, like, go ahead, like, Mark, you can't hold back. Like, these are evil versions of you.
Right.
I know you don't want to, but you're going to have to cross that line if you want to save the world, basically.
And I think he was kind of getting there last season when he was fighting those like Ultramites, where he was trying to hold back.
Yeah.
But I think by the end he was like, okay, my dad's right this time.
Yeah.
If I don't defend myself, if I don't kill them, they will kill me.
It is kill or be killed.
Right. Taz, you can't answer this because you know the comic and stuff. So this goes for Darth. Do we think we're going to see Nolan and Alan come in here, like in these next couple?
Okay, so I question how long this is going to be, like the Invincible War itself, right? Because there's the comic book answer and then there's the show answer,
right?
And while for example, the Thraxton thing took place over, like Taz said, a shocking amount of issues, it was handled in one episode, right? So something that could take a while could be handled by the end of the season.
Sure.
Do I want that to happen? Not even close. I want this to be drawn out at least a whole season, right? Because like you said, we got like 7 marks. One would be a problem.
Right.
We have loads of them. We have loads of bridges to build, loads of reconnecting to happen. So, yeah. I don't think they're going to come now, but for the Invincible War, yes. But if they make it by the end of the season, like, I'm just going to be pissed. I'm going to be pissed.
I think that's what they're doing, to be honest. I have a feeling it's these next 2 episodes. But I don't know the comics. I think maybe, yeah. We'll see. Taz is like, I can't say shit.
I can't say anything.
Let's go back to Angstrom really quickly, because I did have some thoughts, and like, again, just as as a only show person, I don't know if I love Angstrom back, like being kind of the second villain for a season in a row, because I don't remember what we theorized last season. I think we both said that he would be back. Like, I think we theorized that he wasn't dead, but we didn't really care either way if he was. So I really think they're going to have to justify him being back and really dive into his arc and like what he's going through now. Because as much as I liked him, I didn't love him. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, it's Sterling K. Brown. So
that's true.
We have the potential for some great performances.
I love him. Yeah, he's great.
Right. And another thing is, like, he has been fundamentally changed by absorbing all of the other variants of himself. So, like we don't know how he physiologically works anymore. Do you mean? It could just be that if he has a cell left, that means like, one of the variants is alive. He's gonna start regenerating. You know, Like he could be all different kinds of powerful.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
Like, there's definitely a lot of potential there.
In a weird way, I didn't love Angstrom as much as I thought I was going to last season, but I think I'm going to enjoy him a lot more with Invincible War. At least I hope so. I hope we get a little bit more, like you said, kind of expansion on his motivations and how he survived, and I hope we open up the episode with seeing how he survived and him recruiting all of the different Invincible variants. I think that would probably be the best way to start.
How do you sell that? Do you mean because like these have to be like the little orphan Annies of Invincibles? Because if they were all a part of a big empire,
Yeah.
then like, do you remember like the war that led to the Viltrumites being so few in number? Like that would surely be the case because each of them would be vying for domination with their own empire, not like, oh, I want to start a multi-galactic empire of Viltrumites,
Right.
So you think they'd all start turning on each other. So like, how on earth he got them to join his team to fight a solitary Mark?
You're right. And how will he keep them in line, not only following his orders, but working with each other? I think that's Darren. You're still muted.
And what are they getting out of it too? Right?
Right. I almost can see a scenario where some of these variants kill each other.
I can see that too.
Like, I think that's how you win, is you get them to turn on each other. Or potentially turn on Angstrom.
I can see it. Does Angstrom have to team up with Mark? Because they're after me. You gotta help me. Stupid. Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how they play it out in the show versus how they did it in the comics. And there's still one more thing on my bucket list for this season that I will know if we're getting to it by the way this next episode ends. And that's all I'll say on that front.
With the mustache marks, are there any of them that grew up on Viltrum?
I think it's possible.
I don't know. Yeah, that would be interesting. But I'm not sure. But technically, if a variant of Mark were to grow up on Viltrum, would it really be?
It wouldn't be Mark, right?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. If it was Nolan's son,
Nolan could have just snatched him.
I mean, if it was still Nolan's son with Debbie, then yes. But if it was Nolan's son with another Viltrumite, like another Mark, but a full-blooded Viltrumite Mark,
right?
That would be interesting.
Maybe it's a reality where they're like I don't want to say crossbreeding, but like their mating rules are different and they're allowed to mate. So maybe Debbie agrees to go with him. They're like, oh, I found love on Earth. I destroyed Earth, but you're coming with me back to Viltrum.
Right,
and then they grew up there together.
Right, and they raised Mark on Viltrum. That would be interesting.
Yeah.
I saw it was so funny actually. I saw a video that popped up recently. It was one of those channels that do like animation to like tell stories and stuff like that. But it was like what your life would be like if you were born on Viltrum or something like that. It was a really interesting video. Highly recommend it. I can't remember.
I would say as well that reality could be where Nolan accepted his destiny, shall we say, without revealing too much. And then that could have led Mark to have been born in Viltrum.
I see what you're saying.
I actually think it'd be really cool if they did like a reverse of it, maybe. Of like, what if Nolan fully gave in to the temptations? I was like, no, I'm actually not going to destroy the Earth. I'm like, this isn't what I want. And then they get to Mark. They're like, hey, this is your destiny. You have to destroy the Earth because you're
so a reality where Mark does to
what Nolan couldn't. Yes.
Right. So where Mark is the one who destroys Chicago.
Yes.
Maybe
and
Mark,
Nolan's like, you can't do this. I trained you better. I think
that would
could
be
really
that would be
fun.
interesting too. That would be very interesting.
We need the Invincible what if show. Of all that.
What if Invincible?
I just kind of as we're trying to wrap up here, I am curious how Oliver's going to play into this because it was established last season, unless he was lying, which makes sense. Oliver, this is the only Oliver, right? There isn't multiple Olivers, and I'm curious to see what all these other Invincibles are going to think about having a brother, right? What are they going to think about that, and how our Mark turned out, and stuff like that, right? Because it didn't seem like any other Nolan found his goal and escaped to the planet and did all these kind of things.
Well, because these are all evil Marks. These are all Marks that teamed up with Nolan. So Nolan had no reason to go seek refuge on another planet. Therefore, there's no reason for Oliver to exist in those in those universes. I think it would be interesting if the Marks kind of underestimate Oliver and kind of are like, cool. He's a little kid. He's not gonna do anything to us. And then he's like, I'm gonna treat you like I treated the Mauler twins.
I'm kind of because Debbie won't approve, but I am excited to maybe see a unleashed Oliver of someone being
basically like Oliver don't hold back.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
Or dude, imagine they're getting the stuff kicked out of them. And Mark turns to Oliver and is like, maybe this is where we get the point of where he's maybe like, you know what? Sometimes maybe Dad was right.
It just hit me.
Sometimes you do have to kill the bad guys. Something like that.
Wouldn't it be insane? I don't think we're going this route. I think you're probably more right. But if Mark's like, I will not kill these other Invincibles, I won't, or these whatever, and Nolan goes to Oliver and be like, he's not strong enough to do this. You have to do it. You have to go kill these guys, and sends him to do all the nuts.
I think Eve is going to be a very important key as well.
I hope so.
Because I think for all Marks, Eve is the weakness. You know what I mean?
Oh, sure.
Because even the Mark that we saw that, paralyzed that version of Eve, he wouldn't kill her. Mm-hmm. So I think there's a good possibility that when Eve joins the fight, they will somewhat hold back as to not kill her, Or do you think also maybe their objective is not necessarily to kill our Mark, but to recruit him to then maybe team up and kill Angstrom? I think going back to that point, why are they all working together? Why are they working with Angstrom? Maybe they agree to help him because they know they can't kill him on their own, but maybe with our Mark's help, they could. But also, what's the difference between 18 and 19 marks? Right, that's what I was going to say. What's the difference between 18 or 19 marks? So, maybe that's kind of a dumb theory.
No, because another thing that needs to be noted is that, the incredible proficiency of, what's his name? Angstrom Levy. And his power set, right? They were flying through universes left, right, and center. He has an insane amount of control, and could easily, how the Spot, when he just started becoming one with everything, kind of that level. So he could easily just destroy them.
Yeah. 100%.
Cool. All right, yeah. Does anyone have any final thoughts before we move into our last little topic here?
No, I think I'm going to leave it at that, because if I say anything more, I'm going to say too much, other than I'm really excited. This is the episode that I've been waiting for, I think, for the entire entire season. I think this is going to go down as most people's favorite episode, hopefully. But we'll see. We'll see.
Okay. Very nice. How about you, Darth? Any last minute theories or thoughts or whatever?
Theories, no. I've had some stuff spoiled by the comics,
Yeah.
like by YouTube. That's fine. Because I'm no less excited. Do you know what I mean? I'm just, I can't wait. I too am expecting just big things. And again, I need them to draw it out just a little bit. Don't rush it, because we've been building to this since last season, if not before.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they need to just take their time, let it cook, you know?
Yeah, I
And
mean,
just
it is
show us
crazy that
why
this has been brewing since the beginning of season 2.
Yeah,
So.
for sure. Yeah, no, I'm very excited. I think I've got all of my thoughts and theories out, and I've heard it's going to be insane, so I'm excited.
Oh, I guess, what is your favorite Invincible variant that we're going to see?
Ooh.
I guess that's the question I'll leave it at.
Yeah, let me pull it back up really quickly. Just freaking looking at them all. I think it's mustache mark for me.
Same.
I just
Ooh.
it's such a funny visual. That
Yeah. I'm either gonna have to go with Cape Invincible or Mohawk or Moinsahawk.
I like Mask Invincible as well.
that's funny.
Uh-huh.
Very
Yeah.
spicy. Yeah.
Omni-Invincible
Also,
kind of
I was about to say Omnivincible is
Yeah.
is up there as well.
Yeah, we're gonna be moving on to our final show here. A show that I talked about on Ronan's channel this week, actually. Ronan, are you still there, Ronan?
Yep, I'm still here.
Okay. Can you tell the people what show we talked about on Thursday?
Absolutely. The motherfucking show. That's what we thought. Invincible. We talked.
I was a little late.
Damn it.
so close.
Oh,
A couple
Oh.
2 seconds early, I would have been good.
oh, guys, this episode. What the fuck?
Yeah, we talked a whole hour over on your channel. We had a lot of fun there. Taz, let's start with you on Invincible. I mean, this, actually, I'm gonna ask Darth first, actually, because Darth, you were very passionate that they spent a little bit more time on this episode going into it. You're like, can the Invincible War be a one-off or maybe even a two-off thing? How did you feel that it was a one-and-done kind of episode? Did that make you happy? Did you know about how long it was in the comics as well?
I didn't, and I'm very
Okay.
disappointed.
Okay.
Right? While also, like, it's like having the best Christmas present ever, but it's not what you want. Do you know what I mean? Like, because it's still really good. It's still phenomenal. But I just wish it went on for a little bit longer.
Sure. It's an interesting thing because like I had heard before we talked last week that it was a pretty short thing in the comics as well, and Ronan may or may not be able to give us more info, or even Taz, because I think you both have read a little bit.
Yeah.
But while I'm okay with the length, I do think some things could have been paced out a little bit better. Because while I think the event itself makes sense with how long it is, there are some things where I was like, I wish we could have sat on this a little bit more. I wish this thing could have been paced out a little bit better.
Yeah.
100%.
So
Yeah,
that's going to be...
It's interesting, right? So obviously, I knew going into this that the Invincible War in the comics was one issue. So I was fully expecting it to be a one and done episode. We know in the past that Invincible has combined multi-issue stories into, down into a singular episode. So allowing a one-issue thing to have its own episode, I kind of, knew that this is where we were heading this season when we knew we were getting, the black and blue suit. had some teasers as far as, what to expect in the season. I was like, okay, we're going to get to Invincible War, and then we're going to end the season off with Conquest. Like, that was kind of the thought going into things. My biggest critique with the episode itself was the fact that we never really got to sit on anything for too long before we moved on to something else. So, like, I think it was a lot of big jump cuts around to, like, in the middle of fights or at the beginning of fights or the aftermath of a fight, but we never really got to fully see anything, blossom, I guess is the best way to put it. The biggest things that we had were Mark's initial interaction with, Mohawk Mark at the prison. And then, the interaction with, Cape Invincible and Omnivincible when Eve got, kind of messed up a bit. And then we got a whole bunch of jump cuts around to, like, different cities all around the world. The fight scene in the Guardians headquarters was actually really cool. I thought that was probably the best one out of all of them.
Mm-hmm.
I just wish that every fight and every interaction that we got had a little bit more time to brew.
Sure.
And also, I think I still stand by my opinion of Angstrom Levy, is that he is just not a super compelling villain. Like, I just don't think that we know enough about him, and that I don't think we've gotten enough of him to really feel his anger and his hate for Invincible. Like, I think they did a better job of building up Powerplex as a foil to Mark than they did Angstrom. Like, even though we've had Angstrom since season 2, like, he just seems like a guy who just hates Mark because he stopped his evil plan last season and he wants to get back at him, but it just doesn't feel as impactful as it should.
So do you feel that like they needed like more of a previously on, right? Because they gave us like enough context of why, like, each of these individuals, these 18 people, are the exact reason that Angstrom Levy hates Mark, and a multitude of others in horrendous ways that he remembers all of them.
Right.
I mean, so if I would say that if we were to explore that further, he would be more compelling. But as just him shouting, saying, "Meh, meh, I'm gonna get you, meh, other dimensions, meh."
I just wish that he had more of a reason and a connection with our Mark.
Sure.
Like, the reason he is destroying our Mark's world is because of these other Marks that he has recruited, right? And now, it'd be one thing if they explained it in a way of, okay, all of the, the different Angstrom minds melding together, he can't really differentiate, the good Invincibles from the bad Invincibles, and that's why he has such a hatred for our version of Mark.
Sure.
And he's willing to go to these depths of, employing the evil Marks from across the multiverse. But again, when we have our Mark only try to help and stop Angstrom when he's doing, evil things, to then have Angstrom be the root cause of the problem and become the very thing he swore to destroy.
Sure.
There is a big disconnect there.
Yeah.
I do see 100% what you're saying, and I fully agree. Yeah, there's nothing you can say other than that. Like, goddamn, you're right. Right, and it hides well because K. Brown commands a lot of authority.
Great performance.
Fantastic.
I think the episode itself was still really good. I really enjoyed this episode. This is one of my favorite episodes of Invincible. I think I will always come back and watch this episode. Seeing all the different versions of Mark, seeing the interactions, like when they're all just kind of floating there in a circle, right? You really get a feel for the different versions of the character. Like the fully masked Mark was like, you know, oh, I miss mom, and you know, the other Mark was like, I miss William, and like you just
Yeah.
like just little lines like that really tell you so much about where these versions of Invincible came from. And I loved the Omni Mark just like floating up there while Sinister Mark or whatever was just throwing lines out there, and he was like, cursing doesn't make you cool.
And him hating Eve. He's like, I always hated you.
Yeah.
Like, whoa!
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. Right. And it's just like,
wild.
I feel like we get so much more character building for these alternate Marks than we ever really did for Angstrom.
Mm.
You know, like
mean-
I
And it
felt
still
more
wasn't
of a
enough.
connection. Yeah, like I felt more of a connection to them, and I felt more for Mark in that sense. Like he was just being targeted, I guess is the best way to put it. And especially coming off the heels of what we just saw in the Powerplex episode, with him already being very hard on himself for thinking that it's his fault that these things have happened, that Chicago unfolded the way that it did, for blaming himself for the death of Powerplex's family when it's really his fault. And now to have another massive cataclysmic event happen where multiple major cities across the world are destroyed, so many innocent lives are lost by different versions of himself, and now when people think of this event, they're just going to think of Invincible, and not the fact that yes, our Invincible was the one that was saving us, but there were all these other versions of Invincible that were killing everybody else.
I think you called it really early on, Taz, when you said the villain of the season was Mark and his mental place, and where he's at mentally, because it's like, yes, it's Angstrom and it's these evil things and it's Powerplex and it's whatever, but really what is killing Mark the most this season is his self-reflection of himself and what the people think of him and what his family thinks of him and what his brother thinks of him in such an interesting way, where you're right, Mark after this episode I think is going to be broken, right? Like
it's his self-doubt, and he has the weight of the world on his shoulders. And he does not feel like he can live up to the name. It was
a silly name to pick.
Yeah, but he's trying to carry so many burdens, though. He's trying to live up to the kind of hero that people thought Omni-Man was. He's trying to make up for what Omni-Man did in Chicago. He's trying to prove to himself and to Cecil that he is not going to turn out like his father. Wherein, once again, we just got confirmation and proof that Cecil was and has always been right about his contingencies. Even if his methodology is not necessarily always the best, Cecil still 100% was right. But with all that being said, too, no matter what, Mark still can't save everybody. And we had Rex. Rex really did exploded this time. So
man, that was, and
I would argue
again, I've not read all of it. Like I stopped to a point because I wanted to see, I'm gonna react to it. Should I read ahead? And these weeks have been so hard, man. Like not trying to read ahead has been killing me. Especially since I've known that like Conquest is coming. He's coming. And I'm like, damn.
Stand ready for my arrival, worm.
A worm. And like when the minute I saw the shade, I was like, oh fuck, you gotta be shitting me. And the voice, hearing that voice and the meta layers, just like, and like I knew, I had a feeling because he had posted a photo like months ago with 2 books of Invincible, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah, apparently, apparently they got upset with him for doing that.
Really?
Yeah.
Honestly,
I mean,
I want to make the argument that Invincible was right.
Okay, go ahead.
Invincible was right.
Go for it.
There was only 2 marks that got destroyed by villains. One of those was because the prison got broken, right? So and Reaniman. So 1 Reaniman. So 3 marks, right? But 2 if you don't count the prison, right?
I think like 4 or 5 contingencies
contingency
died. Because we had
Like
we
the
had
reanimate Mark
18.
got
No,
two.
we had a lot of marks.
No.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
talking. Yeah, no. I'm talking by villains,
Okay.
right? Which would make Cecil right? Because he's trying to save the world by any means necessary, but Mark's saying
Yeah.
there should be a principle involved. So what I'm saying is the line in the sand would be who the reanimate got and who did Darkwing and or prisoners get,
Yeah.
right?
But also the other big thing to note here, the fact that our mark is definitively the strongest mark in the
yeah.
multiverse.
100%.
That every other version of Invincible was weaker to an extent. And I've seen the theory thrown around that they're weaker for the sole fact that they never had to train to become stronger. They conquered their
Right.
worlds. They had no opposition. They were doing what the Viltrumites wanted them to do, so they never had to become stronger to fight other Viltrumites. They had the help of an Omni-Man, or even just killed their version of their dad and just had no opposition whatsoever. So there was no
And
reason
Debbie.
for them to get right, and so there was no reason for them to get past season 1 power level. So
Right.
I found that very
100%.
interesting that for that reason alone, not only is our mark one of the few good ones in the multiverse, but because he stayed good, he also becomes the most powerful.
Yeah.
And that goes all the way back around to what if something were to happen to this mark, he were to flip sides or get mind controlled or go off the deep end. He is more powerful than all of these other Invincibles that have literally leveled cities. You need those contingencies in place.
I,
Right, but but like I would argue, yes, if he wasn't the champion of that cause, if he wasn't the one fighting so strongly and fiercely for that a point of view, if he was like a Rex, right, sitting again, I don't care. Like, decide what you want, guys. Like, I'm just here. I'm just living life. I'm vibing. If he
Yeah.
was that in the group, I would have a different conversation, right?
Mhm.
But he is literally the pole opposite of your opinion. You know what I mean? Like being Cecil. you know?
Yeah.
So
In my biggest comparison is going to be the fact that Batman still has the Babel protocol, right? Is a contingency in case any Justice League member goes evil, gets mind controlled, or again, like we just saw here, any multiversal version comes into play here.
Okay,
No matter
okay.
how many times Superman saves the world, Bruce is always going to have some kryptonite in his back pocket just in case. So I think that again, Cecil is doing the exact same thing.
again, okay, good point. Very good point. But I would argue that in DC versus Image Comics, we've seen
Yeah.
a lot more mind control and hero manipulation.
Yeah.
Right? Cecil's had no experience of it to warrant that kind of dependency for the contingency.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, for all he knows,
He's pulling that, like, not you, but he would
Yeah.
be pulling that argument out of his butt, saying, "Oh, well,
right.
you can be mind controlled any minute."
Yeah,
He deals
yeah,
with
but it
sidekick
also
on
for
a weekly basis.
right, but for all he knows, Nolan's gonna come back to Earth and is gonna be like, "All right, Mark, time to do your thing now." Or with Conquest,
And it's not just for Mark either, right? It's for
right for all the other Viltrumites. Now we've got Conquest. We've literally got like Viltrumite Thanos.
I think
Okay, right. But then, hang on, sorry, right? But
Yeah.
then at that point, it becomes like an intergalactic kind of like species war, right? At which
Yeah.
point, all people would be viable to fight, right? Hero or otherwise. But I would still argue that in war, you need to follow some kind of principle, right? Just because you are at war doesn't mean you become an animal with it.
Sure.
It also complicates it when you realize that Cecil has been so much a big part of the Grayson's family that, like, at a certain point, you could say that he was almost like a quote unquote uncle to Mark and them. That they were tight. Like, how many times did he try to like consult Debbie throughout these past few seasons
Yeah.
and be like, "I'm not doing this out of malice. Like, maybe the way I'm doing it comes off that way, but I'm not." And like, to me, what meant a lot to me in this episode was when he walked down the hall and he said, "If you need to talk to anybody," He tells him, "You're the last person I want to talk to, but thanks anyways." To me, that felt that meant a lot. To me, that felt
that
like
was progress.
that meant like, hey man, maybe I screwed up here and there, and he'd be like, likewise, like, oh
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
that
think
was
it's
real.
like
I love that
we can
moment.
both admit that we've kind of done some stuff that we're not proud of, but
Yeah.
we're
Like,
somewhat
again,
on
like-
the mend.
What upsets me, I guess, more than anything, is the fact that like Mark chose Cecil, he chose Debbie, he chose like all of the humans, he chose everybody. Do you know what I mean? And then to sit there and put a device in his head at most when he's most vulnerable, like to me, diminishes that choice. It doesn't celebrate it as much as it should have been, because as we have seen, there are countless versions where he does just make that easy choice, right?
Mhm.
But this one chose to stand up and be a champion and gets punished for it.
Yeah,
That's what
I
fucks me
do
off.
agree. I do agree with that point. That by putting these countermeasures into place, that you are almost throwing that decision back into his face, of wanting to protect Earth. Like 100%. I definitely see that point of view. But again, I think at the end of the day, it comes down to Cecil not wanting to take any chances. He doesn't know that Mark is not going to change his mind. He doesn't know that somebody is going to convince him to do something else, or agree with a different side, or again the mind control thing, or there's going to be a bigger, badder Viltrumite with the exact same weaknesses and everything. Like, think about how all of the other Marks, again, they are not quite as strong because they didn't have to go through a lot of the trials and tribulations that our Mark did, and how our version of Mark used that weakness against his other selves by, like, bashing in the ears of one of the other Marks. So even he went as far as to exploit the weaknesses in a very similar way to Cecil.
Hey, hear me out.
Yeah.
Something I just thought of, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cecil, has spent more time surveilling Mark and being in his life than he spent in prison, which changed his whole belief system. Right? So he should
Has he, though?
know. 100%. Yeah? He only spent like 3 years in that prison, right? He has spent like the whole time surveilling the Graysons since Omni-Man landed, right?
Okay.
Dipping in and out of their lives, right? So he spent an exorbitant amount of time being in Mark's company that he should know wholeheartedly where he would land.
Okay, here's my counter to that, though. I think he does believe that Mark is a good person and that Mark won't betray it, but I don't think he's able to take that chance, right? Like, I think this is way above how he feels about Mark, how he feels about Grace, and his own moral morality. He's like, this is above me. This is thousands, if not millions of lives, not billions of lives on the balance of, like, if I am wrong, if I fail, if I am wrong like I was about Omni-Man, people will die. You know what I mean? So it's
But
like,
he wasn't.
again, like we talked about episode 2, it's like, it's not necessarily did Cecil do the morally right thing? Because the answer is no, right? Like, what he did was not morally okay in any way. But was it the right decision? That's, I think, still up to debate, because I understand how he got there.
I love the debate.
No, it's so much fun. Like, I think this is the most...
The fact that we're still talking about it
a season late, yeah. Like,
after the penultimate episode, and we're going to most likely talk about it even more next week.
Me and Ronan were like talking about this on his stream, where I was like, we ended that stream not agreeing on what side was the right side, and that's so much fun. I don't think we've ever had that with the show, which is really fun. I think want to jump to a couple things because we are kind of running out on time here. I do want to talk about Rex.
Ray, he loved you.
I hated him at the start. As you were supposed to.
What an arc! Like the douchebag that I've known in high school. I've known Rex all my life, and then him having that arc. And I'll let y'all talk because we talked about it. But like, to me, both what Rex has gone through and what Ray has gone through has brought so much fresh blood to the show that it technically didn't really need. but it kept it so fresh that like I'm like, okay, season 4. Before this, let's go with Rex and Ray for 2 episodes. Let's see how they do, and they're obviously gonna bone, and like, oh, it was just so and his fight. Although we talked about it, how we felt like maybe spend more time could have hit more instead of just feeling very echoey of where of what happened with Gambit in '97. That like to me, I appreciated that like he went at it and knew. I think he even knew he was gonna go, but he wanted to go down swinging, and him throwing the dirt and them exploding like that. I was just like, oh. So but yeah, Jason Mantzoukas, what a find and what a performance.
Yeah. Yeah, because this is something I actually wanted to talk to you about, Darth, because like Ron said, it felt very, very, very similar to a death scene we had last year in another show, which happens to be my favorite death scene probably of all time. Like, I think how they did that character death was incredible. And I do think that, like, just for me personally, undercut it just a little bit. Not Invincible's fault whatsoever. They did an amazing scene. But I feel like it was so similar. It's like, oh, okay, that kind of feels like a slightly lesser version of the scene we watched last year. And also, it's just like, I do wish they could have focused in on it a little bit. Because it did feel like they kind of brushed past his death a little bit with the Invincible War, with the stuff with Engstrom, with Conquest. And by the end of the episode, you're no longer thinking about Rex's death. You're thinking about all this other stuff that just happened. And I kind of feel bad because he's my favorite character.
I will say don't, because spoiler it, we do come back to it.
Yeah, I was literally just about to say it. Is let them cook. You'll see.
Okay, yeah. No,
most likely the next episode is we're gonna fully close that chapter.
I hope not, because that means the Conquest fight's gonna be over real fast, and I don't want that to happen. I want this to be a brawl, like a Battle Beast kind of brawl. I want this to be days.
My prediction: it's maybe like 20-30 minutes of the episode, maybe.
Yeah.
Because again, I've seen like a spoiler for the fight, and the result afterwards. It is fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
It's tough because I also don't know Conquest very well, right? Like outside of him just appearing in it, like at the end here, it's like okay, like Jeffrey D. Morgan, like me and Taz were talking about it, and like the front of it, me and Ronan talked about it on his show, but like there is so much fun to like Jeffrey D. Morgan. And like we're getting that Glenn versus Negan fight again all of these years later, which is really, really funny to kind of have that parallel again.
Jesus, absolutely didn't make that connection. Oh my god!
Little pig, let me in.
Yeah, that's gonna be like, is there a world where Glenn can beat Negan this time? Which like obviously different actors, different characters, but like there is a funness to that.
Wait, so he killed Invincible on that? On
yes,
Walking Dead?
he killed his character on Invincible. Yes,
in a horrendous way.
Yes.
There are deaths on that show that I didn't even watch the whole thing, but like Jesus Christ, that will never leave my brain.
All I know is with that show is that nobody's safe no matter what. Like
it's it's not even just a death on a show. It's probably the biggest death on the show, or like at least the biggest impacting death in the show, and was a turning point for many people after that character died, being like, well, I'm done with The Walking Dead. They just killed my favorite character kind of thing. So
and as far as I know, comic accurate, I think, almost like panel for panel or stuff like that.
Yeah,
like
it was.
It's weird because like again, everybody before this show, people were like Robert Kirkman, Walking Dead. And then I discovered Invincible, and I'm like, no, Robert Kirkman, Invincible. And I'm like, I'm glad that now I'm having my taste of like, oh, okay, this is what kind of felt like being a fan of his material.
Yeah, I don't know why it took me until like 6 months ago to figure out that he made both.
Yeah,
like I didn't realize that connection until very recently, and I feel very stupid.
I have to agree with Darren there. I mean, I know we're going to be going back, but in the time that it happens, it did get brushed over quite fast. So depending on how they handle it.
Yes.
Because, again, you want his arc to mean something. Like, you don't want it to be all posthumous reactions of after everything's said and done. Do you mean, like, completely that everybody starts having some kind of reaction to it? Understandable, you're in the midst of a multiversal incursion,
Right.
Do you know what I mean? So you kind of have to compartmentalize, especially as a hero, so that argument can fully be made. But yeah, like he the way that he refused to leave and stayed by Amy's side was very interesting
That's good.
and
Yeah.
not something I fully agree with, despite me probably would have done the same. And then, like, when he heard about Rex, it just wasn't as big of a reaction as I was imagining.
Yeah.
I understand that he's gone into the conquest fight kind of mad, but not like, like when he fought Thula last season, when he kind of goes like bloodthirsty Super Saiyan mode, and then like just like fights on instinct, and everything just kicks up a whole notch.
Yeah.
Like that's when he's at his purest and his best, and I love that shit. I need that kind of fighting to happen, because like this, he's going in so clouded, he's just going to be thrown around like a rag doll.
Yeah.
I just think he's.
All I'll say is be ready.
Yeah, he's just in a state where he doesn't care anymore. He's like, so much stuff has gone down. Like he just wants something to hit, and I think he said it. Like,
and just
okay,
like
we also talk about the irony of what he said as well, right? The contradiction, right? He's like, all of this destruction, all of this death, all of this carnage you see around you, this bloodshed, this is all my fault.
Mm-hmm.
All I want to do is just make some more.
Yeah, that's true. You're right.
Let's go to Mars really quickly, where there's, let's go to some crater off in space where Superman
Earth.
Yeah, like where Superman fought
to
Doomsday at the end of Super Low season 3, where there's no one else, you can just brawl it out, right? Let's go
to Viltrum.
Oh no!
Let's fight on Viltrum.
Oh yeah, with like all the other people that can also
maybe destroy that while we're there.
That's a good point, right? Because if there's only 50 of them left, right, and they're like they've got a whole empire, is there anybody at home? Is there anybody getting the mail?
Mm-hmm. Good question. Maybe some children, right? Like maybe some. I don't know. Good question. Yeah, and like I'm really, and I know we have to wrap up here soon, but like I do really like. I don't like it, right? Because I think he makes the wrong decision, but I like the scenes of him like, no, I won't go back out there. He needs me here, blah blah blah, which is clearly the wrong decision. I'm very excited to see the consequences of that. Like we learned that Eve's friend died, we learned that Rex died, we're learning all these things, and I'm excited for that weight of like, all this happened. Could I have saved any more person? That like Oliver thing, like during Crisis, where it's like just one more. If I can just save one more person, then it's worth it. And he wasn't. Yeah. He was down there with Eve, and I think that's going to be interesting.
Speaking of Oliver, we completely brushed over him this entire episode.
So much happened.
He like completely did kind of a 180, and Oliver was more like Invincible than Invincible was.
Helping.
Like they kind of role reversaled a little bit. Like
until the Langstrom scene.
Mark was being very selfish, I think, throughout this entire thing. And then, then we get to that final scene, with Angstrom where he's ready to kill him. Yeah. And then, so that is an interesting point, right? So Mark was going to kill him regardless. And I think the fact that Oliver nudged him to kill Angstrom was the push he needed to like make himself feel a little uneasy about it. Yeah. And that slight hesitation is what led to what we got at the end. Yeah.
It's interesting because like I think Mark would 100% be like valid to kill Angstrom right there, right? He just killed thousands upon thousands of lives. In any other like situation, snipers would have taken out someone that just murdered thousands of people, right? Yeah. I would have no issue.
I think he knows now, though, not to hesitate.
I
don't think Mark is going to hesitate anymore.
Was a crater. He didn't hesitate. The guy's face was a crater. It's a miracle.
Yeah,
he was
but when you think they're dead, make sure they're still dead. Like, you ever seen a John Wick movie? You know, he shoots a couple people, like, you know, two shots to the body, one shot to the head, go over, make sure he's dead, shoot him a couple more times just to make sure, and then you've got your bases covered.
He was almost pummeling ground at that point. Like, there was literally...
Yeah, he shouldn't have been alive. I don't know how that man...
No, it's crazy. It's really because...
But
like,
also,
again,
Mark should have kind of, like, stayed there for a second. Like, make sure he doesn't get up.
In fairness, Mark wasn't in a great headspace, right? Like, he was like...
Yeah.
Yeah, he was
out of it. He was out of it.
Well, to be fair, he could kind of take it. So, as well... I'm interested to see if we get like as wizened and tired of life as immortal, right? Because as may or may not be known, like we are dealing with a guy that has the lifespan of hundreds, if not thousands of years, right? And we're gonna see like an X amount of said life, right? So I'm really interested in how they handle that because it could just feel really quick and undeserved, or it could feel like we've spent that whole time with him. Do you know what I mean? And then because by the time we get to him, like in that thing, I know we're talking like distant future, but it has the danger of being a character that we don't know.
I wish I liked Immortal more. Like, I know, like, the whole point of him is supposed to be he's this giant asshole, right? But, man, I would, like, when he's like, I'm retiring, I was like, thank God. I was like...
No, but so why do Immortal and Kate get the happy ending, yet Rex has to freaking die, and Ray is just left, like, alone?
Selfishly, I do have that feeling of, like, Rex gets to grow as a character, and these selfish piece of shits. And even worse, Eve's dad is just sitting there being like, brr, brr, brr. And I was like, you son of a bitch, why do you get to live and Rex doesn't?
Yeah. It's like, not the incorrect people got voted off the island, but okay.
Yeah, no, it's I mean, let's talk about Eve just really quickly. Because I saw a lot of people complaining about the Eve stuff this week and how they always depower Eve and stuff like that. But I actually really liked what they did there because I do think it shows, like, Eve, one of the most powerful characters in the show, if not the most powerful character in the show. But also, she's not invincible, right? She is just human. If she gets shot in the face, she's going to die just like any other human. I think it's a good...
Yeah, I think Eve, in a lot of ways, is more invincible than invincible, and that's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I'm gonna say.
So I mean, you think if like someone just shot her point blank, she would live? You think?
I think she is still the most powerful character in the entire Invincible universe. She just has not unlocked her full potential yet.
No, I agree.
So like he's saying, like say for example, if you kill Bruce Banner, the Hulk will take over if by surprise, right? So like even if you caught her off guard, would she still would something in her physiology like regenerate because her brain can't go, oh, I need to fix this because it's all surprise.
Yeah. So people had issues with Eve.
Yeah, like people were like, oh, they like depowered Eve. Oh, they're making her look so weak. Which like I can get to a point.
Again, she's fighting like 3 Viltrumites at once.
Yeah.
That look like the guy she loves. It's just like, what the fuck? And like, it makes for great drama and like almost tells you more about her character. Like, even when she maybe should like go and like do something else, she's gonna be right there by Mark's side, and that tells you a lot about how much deep their connection is, which helps their love. That like before they were good friends, and now they're lovers. So it's like, if you piss off one of them, you're gonna get the wrath of both of them. Yeah. So it's like, I don't know. That's at least how I took it. But I'm shocked people were like, no. Like even if Mark, who's invincible, can get his ass kicked, why is everybody off the chopping block from that? Like that seems too fantastical for me, if you will. And I'm talking about a comic book series.
There were barriers and stuff that are just being physically penetrated. Like, what are you expecting her to do here?
Yeah,
I mean, they're just pummeling through everything. They're too fast.
she
and
did
too
very
strong.
well. Like
Yeah.
outside
I
of
needed to be
everyone.
multiple heroes on each one.
Yeah.
One alone, and she's taking on a couple with Mark.
100%. Well, yeah, like I think she did better than every other hero that isn't Mark, right? Like she was holding her own, and if that didn't happen to her, maybe she could have even taken one or two down, right? Like
I mean, think
as
about the
many
amount of
heroes-
heroes that actually died to these
Yeah.
different Invincibles, including Rex.
We talked about like episode 1. It's like, why are all these random heroes showing up? It's like, oh, for they can die at the end of the season. They're
Yeah.
these
Well,
one-off.
Also,
heroes.
you know what we missed this episode is in the comics, one of the Mark variants fights
Crossover.
Spawn.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
dude, I was just about to ask. Please continue. I was just about to ask. I'm so glad you mentioned it. Please go.
Yeah. So yeah, that was pretty much it. Is Spawn was supposed to be in the place of whatever that like the wolf creature.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that
Right,
was
but
supposed to be
there's
Spawn.
also Mr. Madman or something who gets one with a yo-yo. Like, there's a couple of crossovers. In that
Yeah.
lore.
Yeah, and then some characters that are actually pretty big too.
I think
like
Savage
the-
Dragon was supposed to be in this crossover as well.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
So there's
Considering that the guy that creates it owns the rights and everything. Like, how do you feel that like he didn't just say, "Hey, chuck these in"?
So again, we talked about this with those first couple of episodes when we said that all of those like kind of like generic heroes were popping up with Doc Seismic and stuff like that. I think again from what I've heard, it sounds like if a character is used on Invincible, then Amazon has the rights to those characters for X amount of time.
Sure.
So if they want to save those characters to potentially do projects with them outside of Amazon, they can't use them in Invincible. So that means that we could potentially get a Spawn movie or a Spawn series, something like that, separate from Amazon. Or,
I wonder if that's why they had like not cameos, but characters that look like they're cameos. Like there's that one that looks like Starlight. There's that one that looks like One Punch Man. That's like, is that One Punch Man? I was like, no, it isn't.
So
it really looks like it.
Face was too serious.
Yeah. So I
But
think
what's weird is
at
that,
the
like,
end of the day, with a lot of things, it comes down to rights. It comes down to rights,
Yeah.
rights issues, or preserving the rights for a specific character.
Sure.
But then again, I got giddy because I saw Tech Jacket, or I saw, like again, the guy, the character that took Spawn's place was Werewolf or Wolfman, whatever, and I'm like, that's from the books and whatnot. And so like, Britt showed up, played by Jonathan Banks, if I'm not mistaken. Like, I'm like, that is wild to me. They're like, all right, cool.
Like, so they are allowed to use like, quite a bit. It's just certain things you're not going to get. Again, same sort of reason why we had to have Agent Spider instead of Spider.
Yeah. It was funny, just that you mentioned it, that Mike got to arrest Jesse in this episode. Mike from Breaking Bad. Mike, what's his name? What's the actor?
Jonathan Banks.
Jonathan Banks got to arrest Powerplex's character. Yeah, which I will say I was right about the Powerplex thing last week.
He did get to kill an Invincible.
I was like, how cool would it be if like he gets out and gets to fight these evil Invincibles and let out that rage?
And he did have fun murdering an Invincible.
Which another week,
and the real one turned up. He's like, "No, why are you here? Oh no!"
In that final bit with him, it would have been the perfect time to just slip in they can't keep getting away with it.
He can't keep getting away with this.
It would have fit in perfectly because he's right. Like that's his whole theme of the season is like Mark keeps getting away with this shit. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Jonathan asks, who's going to be part of the Guardians of the Globe? Half of them are either retired or dead. That is one thing I was very interested in the episode when he gave him like, you should lead the Guardians. I was like, oh, I would really like to see that. I think that'd be really fun to see. And he's like, no, I'm not going to do it. I was like, damn it. Are we mad he didn't, or do you think that's the right move?
I mean, I think it's definitely the right move. I think Robot's honestly going to be the leader.
Again,
now
yeah.
going forward. Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty easy move, but also,
You don't
Maybe
have
not
to.
the right move.
Robot can't necessarily be trusted either. So
Okay, I was gonna say, right, like this guy looked villainous in season 1, right? There was so many like cuts of him looking sinister with music going like dun 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 while he's there like formulating his plan to just steal Rex's
I mean,
DNA and everything.
he's not a nice guy. Like
No.
that's all I'm gonna say. He's not pure of heart.
Um,
How about we'll leave it at that. But yeah, so I guess what Robot, Monster Girl,
Well, they're technically not on the globe anymore, right? Or
How
Black
do you
they-
feel about
are they-
Mark
Black
being off good?
Samson,
Like, do you think Mark
Shapesmith.
would have been the right choice for the Guardians? Just because he stands up to Cecil.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which is a good
he's-
point, but I think even he has to be like, I'm ready. Like, you can't just put me
Yeah,
just because
and-
I stood up. Like, I'm even like we said mentally, he's not there yet. I think
Yeah,
it would be cool. I haven't read the books yet that far. That I think when he has to step up to the plate and he's like, okay, I can't put everything on my shoulders. I think that's when he's gonna be fully ready, and I think that's when he's be his most powerful, and he'll probably do the best good work.
Yeah.
yeah, and he's not
Yeah.
he's not necessarily really a team player yet either. Like the only person he really
Sure.
works well with is Eve, and
Eve
even
probably would be a better
then.
pick, to be honest.
Right,
Like, I think
and
Eve would
even
fit well.
then, what you saw in this episode is that he is so worried about Eve getting hurt that he can't even focus on the fight himself. So he's got that issue to worry about as
Yeah.
well.
And
So I
as
think
we
we're
saw
gonna-
in Reacher, if you don't trust your fellow soldier, it will get you both killed.
And
Yeah.
he's gonna have that, and he's got that same issue with Oliver too. Is he cares so deeply about these
Yeah.
people is that he won't let them actually go out there and fight to their fullest potential. So he's too busy not only trying to protect his partners, but he's also distracted from the threats
Mhm.
with that as well.
So who do we currently have left? Right? Like, if like all of Team is back on the Guardians, right? Monster Girl, Robot, Black Samson, Bulletproof? Is that it?
Bulletproof, yeah, Shapesmith,
Shapesmith. So it's
think
what,
Ray-
five?
possibly Darkwing.
Darkwing's...
Darkwing unconfirmed.
Mm,
He,
I kinda think
Darkwing
Darkwing's dead.
Darkwing MIA.
I don't think... I think
Dark.
Darkwing died there. I think like he took him there, he killed him, and now he's stuck down there in that dimension. Which
Yeah.
sucks because like if we strategize him, he could take out every Voltronite, right? Like if we put him in there strategically.
Yeah, he
be
could
like,
literally
okay.
just like plop all
Drop,
the Viltrumites
drop,
in the dark
drop.
dimension.
Right.
Yeah. But there's got to be a way to get out.
I watched a breakdown of the season 1 fight that basically blamed the loss of the Guardians to the Red Rush because he
Yeah.
took a turn at offensive. And
Yeah.
I'm just like, they need another speedster, man. They need another Green Ghost. Because like the Green Ghost was a thing that was passed down through succession. Because
Yeah.
the Green Ghost that died was the second one,
Hmm.
at least.
Yeah.
So like, it's a shame that that power's now just gone.
Right. But I did love too how they replicated that fight in this episode.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah, it's like,
really
you guys are so much fun. You guys are
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
And then dude,
Oh my God,
that
when he's
version of
fucking
Mark,
Kate Smith.
he was like, "Oh my god, I'm not going to be alive anymore."
You could hear that like voice actor saying that. I was like, yeah,
Yeah.
that's probably what he said.
Yeah.
And like even the slam that Darkwing 2 gets, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure
Yeah.
it's
That was
the exact same
same one that
animatronic, yeah.
Darkwing. Yeah. Yep.
But I
And
saw
Nolan
someone
gave,
point out,
yeah.
I saw someone like point out that shows he's not as strong as his dad was, right?
Right, because he
Because-
he killed Darkwing with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
took
just
2
injured
for
him.
Omni-Man, though. It
Yeah.
took 2 Omni-Man. Omni-Man did 2. So all Mark needed was the second one, but Immortal
Yeah.
got in the way. So, like,
True.
just as strong as maybe.
Yeah. And the fact that Immortal not only died again, but died to a weak version of Mark.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, like I saw
all my
someone.
homies hate Immortal. Just like
I saw someone point out that
Great on the
Powerplex.
game.
I saw
Yeah.
someone like point out that like Powerplex is stronger than all the Guardians of the Globe because no one was able to take down
yeah.
a Mark, but he did. He took out 2, right? Like he took out
Yeah, you
2
know
Marks?
what?
Mhm.
Actually,
I think so.
where was Bulletproof? What was he
He was
doing?
fighting off the one by
Probably-
Rex because he
Oh, yeah,
got
yeah.
he got
Okay.
Rudy and Massacre out.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
But yeah, it's weird because like what again, another way to die, your head gets knocked off again, and it gets slammed to your girl's belly or a copy of your girl's belly, which I was like, oh Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Something funny that I would have actually liked to have seen is an interaction between Bulletproof Invincible and Bulletproof. Just be like, you stole my suit. No, you stole my suit.
Yeah.
I think that just like a silly little interaction there, and then one of them dies. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah. Jonathan says maybe Riley, who was the girl in the desert, will join next season.
Oh,
yeah,
my
they
God,
confirmed
Bennett
that. Yeah,
character?
that
That is
just
the
keeps
best.
going and going. That's the
That's
best running
so
gag.
It's
Yeah.
such
Oh
a
my
Phineas
God.
and Ferb
I
bit where
was-
they.
It
I was
is.
roaring. I was like, oh my God, can you imagine? This is it. This is it. This is it. And they just spins it off. I was like, no, no, this
Like,
guy.
go back
this
in your
poor
go
guy.
back get back in your tomb, you stupid mummy.
Yeah, I kind of hope they just don't bring it into the main plot. I hope it's just like this, like one-off, like Phineas and Ferb ass bit where it's like, I'm free. No, I'm not. Yeah, God damn it. And then
I think
see
he's
the
like
next
he's gonna
season.
get free. He's gonna get a host or something, and then Mark's gonna like kill him in like one punch.
Yeah.
That's
Like I
gonna be
think that's
amazing.
the yeah.
It does.
That's
I do
really
hate they
amazing.
chose like Chloe Bennett for such a like a bit role though, because I love Chloe Bennett as an actress. It's like, oh man, you could be doing more, you know. So we'll see.
Oh, also, am I correct in this assumption that there was another Mauler twin in the like in the area that Angstrom was being worked on at? Like in the
Ooh.
flashback, was
Yeah,
that
yeah,
another
yeah.
Mauler? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was another Mauler.
I think so, yeah.
It's amazing you brought them up. Those technicians, right? When they started
Yeah.
speaking, I was like, "Oh, I know who that is. I know who that is." And it was the amazing Doug Bradley,
Yeah.
who is
What?
hidden in Clive Barker's Hellraiser.
Okay.
Amazing. Where do we think that's
So-
going? Like, I know we have to wrap up here soon, but like, where do we think the whole Angstrom technicians thing is going? Because it seems like
I'm not-
they're like,
I'm not super familiar with where that goes in the comics, so whatever I'm going to say is not going to be a spoiler. So I don't
Okay.
know what's going on with them. I know something happens with the Invincibles that got banished to the Wasteland, but again, I don't know what it is. I would hope that we get to see all of the evil Invincibles team up and just clean house and wreck Angstrom. I would love to see that.
I've seen what happens.
okay,
I've had it spoiled. I'm not going to say anything. All I'm going to say is that I'm worried about it because I worry again that like this, it might just be
Just kind of
Right.
a very quick
Because-
brush over.
while this was great for some action, like you said, I feel like it just kept jumping halfway in between fights.
Sure.
And it wasn't enough of any of them. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, it kind of,
and-
you know, draws comparisons to the actual comic. It was just a lot of splash pages. It was just a lot of like boom, 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 boom. This is what's going on. Let's move on.
Right,
You
but
know,
the fact that it's an adaptation, like,
Right,
lets you
is you should be
change certain
expanding
things.
on it. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And this would be a phenomenal chance at a character study of Mark, right?
Yeah.
You have 18 goddamn versions of the guy interacting with his friends, families, heroes, and villains. Like, this should have been the time to have, like, the biggest case study of the man that could have been taught in a goddamn school. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? But it was missed for, like Darren said, like, a lesser Gambit death. And just a case of here's some multiversal stuff at a time when everybody is just getting kind of tired of it, if we're honest. Do you know what I mean? Like, and we're struggling to maintain some sort of energy for it.
Sure.
So like, that would have been the whole thing to make this way more impactful than it already was.
Sure. But yeah, no, we're gonna be moving on to our final show here, and this is the last time that I can ever do this bit. This is the last time we will ever talk about until next year, of course.
Why can't I still see him?
What? Oh, yeah. Not Invisible, Taz. Invincible.
Okay.
We should next week then cover Invisible, the show that's clearly like a spin-off of this in some way, shape, or form. Ronan, we're gonna start with you.
Waiting for Omni-Man to show up.
I've seen that meme too. That's really good. Ronan, we talked about it on Thursday. We gushed for about an hour, and there were still probably things we didn't fully talk about. Season finale, obviously you've reacted to every episode this season, you've done live streams, you've talked about it on various other platforms. How are you feeling almost a week removed from the finale? How are you feeling?
Thank God this show exists. Thank God. Or whoever the fuck is in charge of the world and space and time, whatever. I don't care who it is. I love this show. It's like, not even the episode as a whole, just moments in that finale. I was like, yeah, this is why I'm a fan of these actors and actresses, why I'm a fan of animation, why I'm a fan of this franchise, and why I don't subscribe to the, comic book, what's the thing they always say? Comic book, fatigue and what? Yeah. Like I don't subscribe to that. I get mediocre fatigue in big IPs and stuff like that because you can smell it from a mile away, but I don't smell it near this one at all. Yeah, it's weird to see. And I've been telling people, like, I was quote unquote worried that the penultimate episode was gonna be the big like ooh, and then the finale was like okay, cool. Hello.
Happy birthday, Connor.
Oh, for the Irish. And I was so happy that like the penultimate episode was good, and then the finale was the 1, 2, 3 punch that like I was like, oh yeah. And Adam Eve for life and Jeffrey Dean fucking Morgan. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. I talked about it enough. I want to hear all y'all thoughts.
Take that, all the haters that were like, Adam Eve is not powerful enough or anything like that. Like, yeah. It's so funny because again, I pretty much knew exactly what was gonna happen, and I was like, oh, just wait for this episode. Just wait for this episode, and it was, dude, it was so good. I had a very different perspective this season than I have previously. Like, I was always somebody who didn't watch it when it aired. Like, I waited like a year and some change to watch season 1. I did watch the Adam Eve special right when that came out because that was shortly after I finished season 1. Yeah. And then I didn't see season 2 until just before season 3 dropped. So I was already kind of in that mode. Like, I loved the show, but I knew I was going to have to wait so long. It wasn't something that I was regularly covering. It wasn't something I was regularly talking about on stream or anything like that. So it was just kind of like a side fandom that I was watching some stuff. I was catching up on the comics, trying to learn a little bit more about it because I didn't really feel comfortable enough talking about it because I didn't have that background on it. But I went super deep into the lore. I watched so many videos recapping the comics, and just really enveloped myself into the Invincible universe and got completely hooked this season. Week after week, just seeing how the show unfolded, watching the reactions to people or that people had online, the day and age that we live in, obviously seeing all the memes as well. Like, the amount of memes that spawned from this season were ridiculously hilarious. I'm looking at you, all of the I'm marking it and I'm omniing it memes. Those are ridiculous.
They were really good this season.
Dude, the Compass one, the profile, like, fuck them kids. I was just like,
Yeah. Yeah.
Shout
Yeah.
out to
No, dude.
whoever like runs the like Invincible Twitter account because they are
Yeah.
having a blast. Like you can tell
Yeah.
those are full of like Gen Z.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Like people
Yeah.
who know how to make
Yeah.
memes.
Yeah, I even got into the Darth and I are both into the guarding the globe mobile game. Like they're just anything Invincible I can digest at this point. It is a fun time, and I think they're making an actual like AAA game as
which
well.
Kirkman is excited about. He's been saying that might be the most thing he's excited about.
Yeah, I'm
That
so excited.
will probably be the closest we ever get to a Superman game.
Yeah,
It really is. But what I think they can do that Superman can't do is I feel like you can like make characters like get hurt, right? Which I feel like Superman has a little bit harder time doing. Like you can Mark could just die, right? Like you can have like their power scaling is so high. Like you can have like what is it? War Beast? Is that his name?
Battle Beast.
Battle Beast.
Yeah, like you can have Battle Beast just like kill Mark, right? Like you can have that struggle where Superman that's a little harder, I feel. So
and everybody's saying like, "Oh, I don't want to play a game where I lose every fight." And I'm like,
"Come on now, like
come on."
People are saying that like this is Mark's first win. I was like, "No, it's not." Like he beat Engstrom last season.
He beat Engstrom last season.
About?
He beat his dad in season 1. Like, yeah, he got brutalized, but he morally won.
Okay, that doesn't count.
Yeah,
you, Dad. I'll still have you. Like that was the knockout. Like thing he said.
Like it was a verbal punch. Like
That doesn't count. The flashing him, talking him down doesn't count. Okay. That's not a win.
Okay, fine.
That's not a physical win.
He's 2 for 3 then. How about that? He's 2
won
for
a
3 in
couple
his big.
fights. Like he's this season and last season.
Yeah, he's 2 for 3 in his big battles. He's got tons more battles to prepare for in the future. But I really did love this season. I think they really kept the momentum going. I think the biggest criticism that I saw this season was with the quality of the animation. And I didn't have a massive problem with it, and I see where they were saving their budget for this finale, which looked incredible.
Looked great.
And not to mention, this finale is like a 30-minute fight scene with a 10 to 15-minute season epilogue.
Yeah.
Like, think about how crazy that is.
Yeah.
Not just to have a 30-minute fight scene episode, but a 30-minute animated fight scene episode. That it looked incredible. It was really well. It was really well done. Again, they did a lot of new things, but they also stayed very true to the source material with it, and showed us like, hey, yeah, the Invincible War, that was big and devastating to the world, sure, but those were weak variants of Mark. Now think about if the second strongest Viltrumite in existence comes to town and just wreaks havoc. Yeah. Now what happens?
And now imagine 50 of those guys. Probably gonna be coming. So like that, I think really puts like stakes on this show. I think that was kind of needed because I think we're really feeling the like, okay, Mark's being really good. Like I think it puts things in perspective of like Mark should have died. Like Mark, he broke his like both of his arms and his spine and his legs, and Eve was murdered and like
Eve was literally dead for a second.
And like he only won because he was too overconfident and just wanted to have some fun. If Conquest wanted to like beat Mark, he could have in like minutes. I think he could have ended him easily. He was just toying with him. He was
he was having fun. And that is so sadistic.
Yeah.
Like
Mark's giving his everything.
Dude literally blew a bubble in space in the shape of a heart. Like that was
funny. That
was great.
It's iconic, dude.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
Right. So, like, obviously, this is an adaptation, right?
Yes.
but I'm going to be using some comic book things for my reasoning as to why I think this, right? So, who before I get into it, like, who do you think Damien Darkblood was talking to with his demon lord, right?
That's completely new for the show. Apparently there was a
Satan.
cut. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the implication.
They
there
said,
was
this is stuff they couldn't use in the comic that they're trying.
yeah,
to
it was like a cut arc or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Right. So I think he was talking about Conquest.
Oh yeah.
Right. But I get other people telling me they think it's Mark.
Huh.
I mean, I kind of thought Mark as well, just because I was like, it's his show. But like, I ended that scene being like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Like it's Damien Darkblood 4, but it's like,
yeah.
what the fuck is this?
Right,
All right, I guess.
Yeah, I was like,
Okay,
what
'cause
is
my
this?
thing- Right, because my thing, right, is, again, like, it's an adaptation, right, so they will be taking some liberties, but in the comics, from what I got told, Damien Darkblood comes rushing back, like, later on when he's able to, and then it's like, oh, it's Omni-Man, and then they're like, dude, yeah, we know, it's been a minute, calm down.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, he has no reference for what's happening on Earth. He has no sight. He has no, like, he's a detective when he's about, but, like, when he's not about, he ain't about. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, like,
Yeah.
how he has no reference for nothing. So, unless he's talking about Omni-Man, right? In that case, why is it taking him so long? Does Hell work in a different, like, time zone in the same way the Flaxen Empire does?
Yeah. Well, that would actually be interesting.
does he-
That was the original theory that I saw thrown out there, that he was still referencing Omni-Man, and that would be the big dilemma, is the fact that he thinks that Omni-Man is this big threat, wherein he's actually kind of redeemed himself.
Yeah. In a way, I get what you're saying, but yeah, and just out of curiosity, did you guys recognize who voiced the Fallen, the guy who they're saying is practically the devil?
No. I saw that it was somebody big though, right?
I don't remember.
I'll give you a hint. One word. Groovy.
Oh, Bruce Campbell.
Yep.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. But
My,
it's
my brother's
fucking
gonna like that one. My brother's gonna like that one.
mind-bending. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah. That is fucking
That's cool.
wild.
That's cool.
But yeah, apparently I had heard there was a storyline that was basically Mark versus the devil that they didn't do in the book, which I'm like, wait,
Yeah.
what? I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, cool. I want to see that.
Yeah. Which makes
It's
it
like the
now
argument for
retroactively even worse that they didn't get to use Spawn.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because
Yeah.
like my whole thing is like, just because Mark's drawing a line in the sand, right, and saying, I will kill if necessary if I feel threatened.
Right.
I wouldn't say
yeah.
that's a
Let's
dark
go back
enough
to that.
arc compared to everybody else. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, there are some people with a far darker heart than this guy, and he's nowhere near stronger than other Viltrumites at the moment.
Yeah.
So he doesn't fit the bill, in my opinion.
So let's talk about that full circle though for a second, right? So we started the season with Oliver being the one that wanted to kill everybody, right? Don't you think that sometimes Dad was right? Like
I know where
that
you're going with
line, and they took out the sometimes from the beginning of the season, only to kind of add it right back in here at the end with him fully embracing maybe sometimes the bad guys do deserve to die.
Sure.
I will say it was implied with his look, though. The look
Yes.
that the fact that he didn't have like a strong, justified look of like, no, we're sticking with this moral, and I'm saying you're wrong. Like,
Right.
the fact that he looked quizzed and puzzled over it, like, showed his sometimes. Like, they showed us.
Yeah, it was like
bullets, do you know what I mean?
it was like a telltale game when you choose like no response. the no response was telling enough.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I do love how that came full circle, and almost in a way, not almost, we definitely end Mark in a much darker place than Oliver. Yeah, well, then we started this season number 1, and also Oliver started in a darker place, but ended seemingly in a much brighter, much lighter, happier place, which is also very interesting, especially considering where Oliver's story goes in the comics. So I'm very interested to see how that, if at all, if it changes. That's one of the big things that if I were to say, hey, I want them to make a big change from the comics, it's Oliver's story as he gets older. And I wonder if this new Damien Darkblood storyline could potentially involve Oliver at all, and maybe change his course of, the course of his future.
Which is why
I think he ends up looking like a little bit like Sinestro. I'm down to see it.
Well, that's what's weird. Like I dug that in rewatching. I'm like, damn, he really. It reminded me when Mark was fighting Angstrom.
Yeah,
and he had him by the neck. It was very much a Luke Skywalker moment in Return of the Jedi, where like, is he gonna take the saber? Is he gonna strike Palpatine down? And I'm kind of convinced Mark would have killed Angstrom right there in a heartbeat if it wasn't for Oliver saying, "Do it." When he realized that his brother was behind him and watching, he was like, it took him off. I'm like, back to the conflict. I'm like, I can't do this in front of him because if
just that little moment of hesitation. That little moment of hesitation. And even if he still deep down wanted to do it, just the fact that he was like, oh, maybe my little brother probably shouldn't see this sort of thing. Or maybe I shouldn't set this example for him because I just, chewed him out for doing the exact same thing earlier this season.
Yeah. The whole thing is we have a child murderer, right? A superpowered child murderer. And it's interesting that you talk about his start.
Invincible?
Because no.
Oliver.
Oh, sorry, that's what Powerplex told me.
Because like the whole thing is like he started this journey with a very much black and white, like his dad's moral code, right, more or less, and with the naivety of it, without the full weight and the years of experience, the Omni-Man has come to that decision. Do you know what I mean? Like, because he justified his own morals in his own way after, how old is he? Like 500 years, if not older. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What's Oliver, like a year, if that? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe a year.
Technically,
yeah. Like, my daddy killed people, that seems fine to me. Like, you have no reference or understanding of anything that you're doing, but you're out here taking lives.
Yeah.
You know? And I think the more he experiences and stuff, like that fight with Conquest nearly ended the guy. You know what I mean? Like, he was nearly bifurcated. And
got pulled apart like some Play-Doh.
And he's never really been like properly hurt. Do you know what I mean? Like,
it was a wake-up call.
Like,
dude, I loved when he
yeah.
was like, big beatdown coming up, and then Conquest just slapped him. And did you see the one where they added in like the Super Smash Bros? So they like he slapped him, and it was like game.
No, you're right.
Yeah, it's just like I feel that after those experiences, he might come to a point where he might question what he's done.
Yeah. Well, and especially since now Oliver has witnessed 2 cataclysmic events on a larger and more devastating scale than the big Omni-Man disaster that everybody was telling him was such a horrible event. Now, in quick succession, 2 big ones.
And I hope
he was here, wouldn't have been as bad. Wouldn't have been close. Would have been handled like pop, pop.
Yeah. And I hope they lean into it because, like, in like real world equivalency, like this would be like 9/11 times like 1,000, right? Like this is a death toll
on a global scale.
On a global scale, right? And I really hope they lean into the real world effects of that. Heroes have died, cities are destroyed. I'd argue
thousands, if not millions of innocent civilians are in pieces strewn across the globe.
And I hope we see consequences of what Engstrom did. I would like, and again, you guys have, like, some of you guys have read the comics, like, I don't want to hear any of that, but, like, does like, does that have consequences of the world being like, should we trust Invincible? Was Powerplex right about him? And does that affect his darker tone of like, well, yeah, well, like, almost like a like Cyclops in X-Men '97, where it's like, you know what? Like you should thank me. Like if it wasn't for me, you would be dead. Like you shouldn't be hating us. Like, you know, Magneto was right kind of storyline with him of like, how dare you? I think could be kind
You're
of
not the
fun to
real
dive
heroes.
into.
I am.
Yeah, like you should be.
Oh,
I think could be kind of fun. And I think Mark just needs to find that balance, man, where it's like, it's not like no one must die never, and it shouldn't be like, well, I'm gonna kill anybody if they even look at my family. It should be like, kill if absolutely necessary, right? Like kill if more people are going to die than the one person that I would be killing, if that makes sense, right? Like, I feel like
Asterisk, make sure that they're actually dead if you kill them.
Yes. Like, I think Oliver Queen on Arrow kind of found that balance later on, where he went from like, I will just kill my enemies, to then like,
Yeah.
oh, I will not kill anymore. And I think I found that balance of like, oh, if they're gonna kill my friends or like blow up a city, yeah, I'm gonna put an arrow in their head. Like, yeah, like of course I will. Like, I'm not gonna, you know, like I'm going to put the force in I need to if it protects the greater good. I think he needs to find that. Right? Like, I think him being like, you know, you were right about the Amoga twins. I was like, no, right? Because, like, you could have taken them into custody and wouldn't have, like they weren't about to end the world. Whereas Angstrom just killed thousands of people. He needs to be taken out. Like, I think there's a difference between those two situations.
Oh, yeah. 100%. 100%. A random topic that I want Darth's opinion on specifically, because this is very similar to a conversation we had weeks ago.
Okay.
On the whole robot taking Rex's name scenario. What do you think is up with the timeline? Because in that original future timeline, we got robot with Rex's name. However, that is a timeline in which the Invincible War never happened because Mark never went back to the main timeline. So why would Robot take Rex's name if the Invincible War never happened and we didn't have to have Rexplode sacrifice
Rex
himself?
Still is a hero, right? And just because the Invincible War never happened, the Viltrumites would have still been a looming threat. So he would have most likely died in some sort of horrific fashion, being a hero, you know. So
yeah, that's kind of my answer too. I was just wondering what you thought about that.
Yeah. I mean, let's talk about the funeral stuff.
Yeah.
I feel like that was the one thing I was
will be
like,
back in a moment.
okay, no problem. And that was the stuff I was like, all right. I don't know if I just love Rex too much. Like, I don't know if I'm just too attached to that character, but I still feel like I'm glad we got a funeral scene. That was a need for me in this final episode.
Yeah.
But I still feel like it felt
iconic
very
part.
kind of rushed, kind of brushed over a little like
bit.
in universe disrespectful, like not like a writer. It's like, oh, they don't care about Rex, but like in characters are being disrespectful to Rex in universe of like, yeah, the like Rudy, right, like taking over, like taking Rex's name and like,
oh
I'm
no,
gonna
my
be
friend,
Rex
oh no, my
now.
friend is dead. I'm going to further
Yeah.
commit identity fraud, and
Yeah.
not only do I have his face, but I also stole his name.
Yeah, it feels. I don't know if anyone saw Wicked, like in the last year, but there's a scene where like Glinda, the like very like selfish character, is like, I'm going to change my name to like one letter different, to like say I'm honoring this person, but it's really just to get attention and to seem like I'm a good person. While I don't know if that's what they were going for, it does scream, "Hey, look at me! I'm doing the noble thing for a friend." It's like, no one asked you to do that, buddy. I don't feel like you have to. Like, same way no one asked him, like him cloning himself, what, season 1, season 2, whatever. Still really messed up thing to do, right? Like that's still kind of weird that he did that in the first place. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I told you that, like, to me, that stuff should have been saved for season 4, first episode, to let it breathe, have a year of, like, quote unquote mourning for us fans about Rex. Because, and I don't know if I told you this, Taz, but like, where I would have ended the finale, and it would have been like a big bum 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 bum, is the very like Leonardo da Vinci gravity poster of like Eve and Mark all bruised up at the end, and be like, okay, they're alive, but what happens
Yeah.
afterwards? And like that
Right.
would have been a good like year of like, wait, what about Oliver? What about this? And let time for like Rex stuff to like settle in and not feel too rushed, because a lot of stuff did feel very much like it was that. It was like, oh, here's tune in next season. These are the villains. This is what he has to go up against, and then and if there's even a 1% chance, that nobody. To me, I even though I got it, but I was just like, that felt like should have been saved for later.
I mean, the reason go ahead.
I definitely agree, because like I was thinking about like what you were saying about that all week, because I was like, do I agree with that? And I think to an extent, like, I like the final scene being like, I will kill him if I have. Like, I think that's the perfect final send off to the season, all coming full circle. I think that needed to happen. So I think have them laying in the dirt, have everything with like his mom being like, man, I'm so sorry. Like, this is all because of me. I think that's all perfect. The Eve stuff is perfect. But yes, I think cut out the like setting up stuff, cut out the Cecil keeping the head thing, cut out the funeral, save that for season 4, the first episode of season 4. I think I would agree with that.
So I guess my perspective on that is I actually kind of like the way that they ended the season. Is they gave it a really good bookend. I've noticed Invincible doesn't necessarily leave a ton of cliffhangers. Like, think about it. Season 2 could have ended with Mark stranded in the other, in the other timeline, or in the other dimension. Like, that would have been, a way to do it. Or like, I think the biggest cliffhanger is just Nolan flying away at the end of season 1. Like, I think the fact that they actually kind of wrapped everything up in a nice, neat little bow at the end of the season told us exactly where our characters ended, what their trajectory is for next season, but also left it open-ended enough that we can have a substantial time jump in between seasons. I think that's been the biggest thing, is there hasn't been as much of a time jump in between seasons as you would think that there should be. So I think that this leaves us open. We could really take a year.
We could.
Like, we could really just, like, realistically take a year, open up the next season, and say, okay, Mark has been, a little bit more brutal. He's killed some villains. Like, maybe give us a montage, show us some villains that have popped up here and there that he's just ended, and show maybe, Cecil becoming a little bit more concerned again. Maybe Robot becoming more concerned. Eve maybe is still struggling with the fact that she knows she can literally like revive herself from the dead, and trying to figure out her powers and everything. Also, not to mention the little teaser with how her powers interacted with Mark's suit. Like, I know that's a thing as well, and that's very interesting.
Okay, so like I had like an internal struggle when that was happening, because I went back and forth for a couple minutes. The first one was like, what the fuck is that? Is this some like Venom-esque thing coming in here? And then I was like, oh no, it's like an artistic symbolization of like them working good together, and they're, like it's not actually there, it's just like an artsy, symbolism thing. And I was like, Invincible's never done that before. Why would they start now? It's some weird supernaturally thing that's happening to them. I have no idea what that was.
It's a result of Eve reconstructing herself, I believe.
Are we talking about the purple goo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we talking about the purple goo?
Okay. So the thing with that, right, is if that is harvested in the right way, that could be used as a way to kind of basically retro science another Atom Eve, right? Because that's how you they were trying to get the super soldier serum, so they could get a sample of it, so they could replicate it. Like, it's the same thing with the amniotic fluid of Atom Eve. If they get some of what she's juicing out, they know what she's like basically made of, you know. And then biff bap boof, find another homeless chick. You got your baby.
Yeah. That's a really good segue too, Darth, because now we've seen a bit more of those Mark clones. Those Mark clones that Cecil has cooking up, right?
Oh yeah, the Viltrumite Reaniman.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I'm going to talk about Cecil for a moment, okay?
Okay,
Cecil was right, and I think that this episode proves it, except for the fact that he kept Conquest alive. That was stupid.
There we go.
That was stupid. That was stupid.
Listen, I'm really excited to give you your flowers a little bit, Darth, because I've disagreed with you all season on the Cecil thing. Like, we've thought back and forth.
Here we go.
But finally, I will say he crossed the line. Cecil has gone too far. Where I'm like, where I get where he's coming from. I get why he did it. I'm saying it now. This was a mistake. Cecil crossed the line, and I'm so excited to see.
Especially right after Mark has just come around and said, "Okay, Cecil, I kind of trust you again." And he's like, "Sorry, taxpayers."
I was like,
here's
gosh, dang it! Why, Cecil? Why?
It's the dumbest idea because, like, he spent like however many billions of pounds on a space laser to just like give Nolan a headache. Do you know what I mean? What does he think after letting Conquest recuperate and regenerate? That he thinks, oh, a bit of concrete and some bombs. What is he trying to do? Give him a tickle? You know what I mean? Like, what's happening here?
Yeah,
that's not going to do nothing.
Like, it literally took the two most powerful
pragmatic
beings.
guy. Yeah, like the whole reason he sat there and betrayed Mark, right? If he didn't betray Mark and he was actually somebody he could rely on, I don't think that Mark would have had lent so hard into his arc. Do you know what I mean? Like, if Cecil hadn't betrayed him and he had some kind of father figure or authority figure that he felt that he could trust, 100% he wouldn't be rebelling so hard. And he wasn't, right? Because again, he could have done the same thing to infrastructure. Okay, you do not surgically graft like Kraken screams into people's heads, especially friends and extended family.
Yeah.
You know,
well, all I'm gonna say is he better have a bajillion JBL speakers ready on deck down there in that holding chamber, so that he can try to minimize Conquest.
I still think Cecil was overall right. But what I will say, after the situation, he needs to just sit down and have a conversation with Mark and be like, listen, I know I crossed this line. I know I like what I did was fucked up. But I need defense. We need to stop this from happening again. And I think Mark would agree. It's like, let me work with you to do something to stop this from happening again. If that's implanting those speakers all around the world, if that's putting more stuff in your head, if that's doing whatever, just to have that conversation and them working together finally, be like, how can we properly stop this? Because he's now seen what happens when he doesn't trust Mark, and I think he can fully trust Mark at this point. How do we work together?
But Mark can't trust him.
Yeah,
I mean, how dare you? Not you, but how dare
right,
you?
is literally right after they had come to terms with things. Why does Cecil once again go right behind his back? Yeah. And I know we're talking about the big Conquest thing, but the fact too that he kept dead Invincible variants to make more Reaniman as well. Like, Mark didn't like the Reaniman to begin with, but now having Viltrumite Reaniman, like, what is he?
But you have to argue though that is a pragmatic thing to do, right? Like that.
Yes, no, I think that
will be in defense corner for.
Right, that's a little bit more easily defensible. Yes,
but how do you go about it matters as well. Like, especially after you told them, listen, if you need to talk to someone, it's just like that's a huge thing to tell them after what you've both been through and be like, listen, I'm here to talk to you anyways. Okay, keep making those enemies. Go. It's just like
Yeah.
Tell him
he's
about
just
it.
like
Yeah,
in
have a
one
conversation
like
about it.
in one on one side he's trying to act like he's learned his lesson and he's going to change and try to strengthen their working relationship, while on the other side of it he's like, yep, back to the old tricks. Mark can't know any of this stuff. We're building more Reanimen. We're keeping Conquest alive because he's our best bet to fight the Viltrumite threats, when in reality he's just going to do the same thing he did again and break out.
I feel bad for Mark, right?
Yeah.
Like everybody's gaslighting him. Like he felt like he killed 2 people and he didn't kill any of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
and now he's like, and now he's vowed
yeah.
to, now he's vowed to kill people on the grounds that he's murdered 2 people, even though, like you said, he's killed nobody.
We need
Like,
to
Mark
train Mark
can't
how to
kill-
actually.
Mark
dispose
can't
of the
kill
body.
anybody that's not a duplicate slash multi-pol duplicate or a Reaniman. Like, those are the only things he's
Or
actually
himself.
killed.
Okay.
Or
How
himself.
exactly is Conquest alive? Like, I don't know how the Viltrumite body works. How does one come back from that? Like
I mean, in
what
the
is
same
the
way that
mental-
Alan
Action
survived.
maybe.
Yeah, or in the same way that Alan survived getting his like entire eyeball knocked out of his head and his guts ripped out in the
guess.
vacuum of space. Like,
I guess.
you know, and that's why why they were creating Alan in the way that they did, like to try to replicate the healing factor of a Viltrumite.
Sure.
And don't forget, Anissa is still out there, and that's a whole other element to the
Oh.
books that I don't know if they're
Oh,
gonna do or
God.
not. But like,
Oh God,
I don't-
Imagine?
I don't think so.
I
I've
can't
seen the
imagine that they
memes
do
of
that.
this week.
I can't imagine
No,
they do
I
that.
don't think so.
No.
It did cross my mind. I will say, it did cross my mind during the episode of like, did they switch it? Don't tell me they switched it.
oh,
to
with Conquest,
Conquest.
like, come on, buddy, like in the heart, and they're like, oh Jesus, yeah, it did cross my mind.
I
Yeah,
have to say,
I'm so
I-
yeah,
I'm-
exactly.
I'm so lonely.
oh, that was
I don't
amazing.
have
That
any
was
friends.
so funny. That was
All the other
such the
Viltrumites
worst
are
time.
afraid of me.
That was
But
so
me and
inappropriate. That was so inappropriate. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you just don't do that. Like, there's rules of engagement, man. Like, you do not start whispering in your opponent's ear when they're just
Bro-
trying to get back up to fight. Damn it!
Bro was conquesting it.
But I
And
mean,
again, you Good.
me and Ronan were talking about on like his channel where it's like, I think it's such a good example of like the like mental health mindset of the Viltrumites, where it's like there's no therapy up there, right? Like they are taught from a very young age, like don't talk about your feelings, don't express how you feel. You're living for thousands of years, you know.
Yeah,
So like,
how old is
there's-
Conquest? He's like 8,000 years old or something
Yeah.
ridiculous like
He's
that,
probably
right?
like
Nuts.
never properly expressed his feelings, so his only way that he can properly do it is from your victims of like, you're never going to live again. Let me just tell you how I feel now and get that out. Like,
Wow,
the whole-
Darren, you're gonna love Dexter.
If
You're gonna love Dexter. That's his
If
favorite
what's
thing to
funny-
do is tell his victims all his deep dark secrets.
gotcha.
like, there's a whole thing in the comics. Like, if he was just lost in space for a couple of years, do you know what I mean? Like, that's all I'm gonna say. Like, if he'd have just like been lost and took a wrong left or something, you know what I mean, and then had to turn back on himself, and he was like 10 years later. Do you know what I mean? Like, if that, then Conquest might have not been Conquest anymore. Is what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I've heard someone say like this all happened because Conquest didn't have a friend, and I was like, yeah, maybe. You know, like, it just
No, I think
one.
Conquest's best friend would be Battle Beast because they could both just fight
oh,
for
yeah,
eternity.
I would like to see that. Yeah,
I would love that. Like, that would be a fun episode where it just like we just keep cutting back to this fight, or like maybe it's like a season-long thing where
It's
like
like,
how we've gotten the thing with the mummy. Where
Oh,
it's just
yeah.
like every
Each
so
time you cut,
often,
they're still punching
right?
each
It
other.
just every so often, like we just go back to Battle Beast fighting Conquest, and they're just like they just fight for eternity.
It's like a like Perry the Platypus Dr. D thing where it's like they are arch nemesises, but by choice because they like each other's
Yeah.
company. Kind of.
Yeah, that would be hilarious, actually.
I have to say I was a bit disappointed when Atomy went like supernova, right?
Oh.
All she basically did was like Gallic gun conquest, right? Because I was expecting like some Ben 10 universe X guy, like whatever
Yes.
his name is. You know what I mean? Like
Alien
Alien
X,
X.
yeah.
Like, I was
Alien X,
expecting some supreme, like I'm changing things on a DNA level nonsense.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Like she could have turned his hands into flowers or anything. Like she could have Cersei the conquest. You know what I mean?
Right.
But all she went was an expression of energy, which again didn't even kill the guy. Like it just burnt his chest and
Right.
gave him radiation poisoning at most. You know what I
I'm
mean?
wondering
Therefore,
if that, because like I had also thought about that, and I was like, maybe it is because she just brought herself back from the dead, right? So maybe all of her energy went towards that. She gave one and she
Right.
passed out again. This is something
Right, she
I'm
maybe
excited
didn't
to
have
go.
like the mental fortitude to actually
Right.
just like think of all these things. Like you kind of have to, you know,
I'm
be
wondering.
in the right state
Yeah.
of mind to use those powers in that way. Like
It's a
she
new
just
muscle
kind of
she just found.
right. Like she
but
used
she
all of
does
her
work
fight
on
or flight.
instinct very well.
Right. It's a very fight or flight style of powers. So she used it to revive herself, and then she used it to defend herself in the best way that she, I guess, subconsciously thought possible.
Yeah.
Shoot a
She
big
could
giant
have
laser at
literally-
this guy.
She could have literally like split him apart in the middle. Do you know what I mean? She could have literally like just went no more, and then just like used her hand and just like boof, he's in the middle. Do you know what I mean? Like she could have done anything, but she like again, I get it. Do you know what I mean? Whatever, but like again, she's in like her primal state. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
I understand the situation of why she's there, but again, at that power level, I don't think forethought, like the frontal lobe part. Do you know what I mean? Like the whole brain's working on with cosmic energy running through it. I think it's fine.
Sure.
I
Yeah.
expect
also-
more if this happens again. I expect more than just the
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes.
black. That's where
Right,
I'm like,
yeah.
all right.
Yeah, I think
It
it's going to
happened once when she
continue
was
to
a kid.
evolve.
Now she's an adult.
Right.
Yeah, and it's gonna continue to evolve over time. And again, I think for any haters or doubters, Adam Eve is and always will be the strongest character in the Invincible universe until
That's
the
my
end. of time.
point. That's why I'm saying this shit.
Yeah. Yeah, but she just
That's
has
why-
to
that's
learn.
why
But she
I have
has
this-
to.
Right.
But she has to learn how to use her powers. You know. Again, those mental blocks are a big thing, and once she can get rid of them,
It's not like
the
using a
sky's
cheat
the
code.
limit. The sky's the limit.
Like there's that scene where like she's lying with Mark. She's like, "Wait, am I naked?" Like it seems like she's just not mentally there.
Right, she's out of it. She literally just died and got brought back to life, basically. Like, yes, she.
I get what you're saying,
really
though, Darth.
die.
Like I also was thinking about that same exact thing of like, yeah, it would have been cool to see her do a bit more with it, but I also get why. And also, it's like it is one of those comic book things where like it did have to be Mark to fight him. Like it couldn't have
Yeah.
been, like I get
I
that
mean,
part as well.
And it was pretty metal that Mark like broke both of his hands trying to fight Conquest, and then he's just like, "What do I got left? I might as well use my head."
And my teeth,
And the
he, like,
meta-ness.
bit his ear and ripped it
Yeah.
off, or his shoulder. I mean,
Yeah.
And the meta-ness of like, oh, Steve Young is bashing Jeffrey Dean Morgan's
Jeffrey D. Morgan.
head
Yeah.
in.
Yeah.
And I will say, like,
Hmm.
oh, go ahead, Darth. I'll circle back around. That's fine.
So I'm just questioning, like, how do we feel about Debbie sending Brightburn off into battle?
I was at first I was shocked, Oliver.
Oh,
uh,
gotcha.
Yeah.
I got
excuse me,
I think it was
um,
the only. I think it was the only choice because he was gonna go regardless. Like she had to, talk to him and just be like, "Hey."
He's like a year old in an 8-year-old's body, super powered or otherwise. Like, and it's like,
But there was no
he's
there's no other choice because I think she thought either Mark's gonna die and Conquest is gonna come kill Oliver anyway,
Yeah.
or Oliver might give Mark the fighting chance he needs for them both to survive. I think it's weighing the pros and cons there, and the pros far outweigh the cons. It's either
I know,
I'm
but
gonna
like,
lose both of my sons in a staggered manner, or they're gonna both go out fighting with the possibility of actually surviving.
And she told him
Like,
straightforward.
well,
Was like, all right, here's the deal. Cheat code. Cut, left, rotate, then get the fuck out of there. And it's just like, I love
Right.
that. Like, I was shocked, but I was like, okay, she's going full, Phil Jackson mode of like, yo,
yeah. Yeah,
Which-
here's the game plan.
Which, like,
Yeah.
if you
Yes,
could
it's
have gone
very good.
into it with that state of mind with Oliver and Eve, I think it would have gone a lot better. It's like, okay, I am the one that he will be punching, but every once in a while, just come in, hit him with a couple shots, hit him, and then run away while I take the brunt of the punches. Like, I think that
Yeah,
really
I mean,
would
if
have
they
helped more.
actually like worked together like a
On a
cohesive
team,
raid,
yeah.
like a cohesive raid team,
Yeah.
like Eve did distance DPS. Mark was kind of the guy up front, the cannon fodder, and
Right.
then Oliver was basically on ad clear.
Yeah. Yeah, like Eve just kind of holds him back,
So-
like a Thanos Infinity War situation, where it's
Yep.
like, okay, we hold him down, you grab the gauntlet, kind of thing. Also, by the way, thank God the other heroes didn't show up at the end there. Like they all showed up like they were going to do anything to Conquest. They're like, thank God.
Yeah, they were just like, oh, jeez.
Woo!
Especially Cecil.
Yeah.
Like, what's Robot
Huh.
going to do against Conquest? Come on. Like,
Yeah.
The thing is, though, is like my whole argument again. I'm sorry to keep like circling back,
You're
but
fine.
like, other than the assumption that Nolan gave up the information of Oliver, the Viltrum Empire as a whole has no accounting for him, right? Because any person that interacted with him on his planet died,
Yeah.
right? Before the information got back. So
Yeah.
Debbie, at the risk of losing Mark, was like, all right, well, you go. I could lose you too, but I'm sending you off as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, without like giving the obviously Mark maybe would have died, but like instead of giving him the credit that he could like Ultra Instinct and just get out of the fight, you just sent a straight child who was gonna die into a fight. Do you know what I mean? Like he was straight gonna die. Like he hadn't.
Right, but also, what
nowhere
could she
near
have
it.
said? Like, she can't say no.
There's
You know
no
what I mean?
win
Like, he
scenario.
can
There's
just-
no good
Yeah.
choice.
Yeah, it's either she doesn't give
No, but
her
again,
blessing,
again,
and Oliver goes anyway and gets himself killed.
Why is Oliver the choice instead of picking up the goddamn phone and saying, Cecil, get everybody over there right now for fuck's sake. I don't want to see the
What
child."
is Cecil and the rest of the Guardians gonna do? Absolutely nothing. They just stood there.
And the terms of where they're at right now, it's a family matter. Family's gonna
Yeah.
deal with it.
Yeah,
I left-
and
that's the way I
think, too,
see it.
something
And-
else that I saw was an
The
interesting
6-month-old
full
child.
circle.
How is he?
like a
And
year
it's not
old.
like she
He's
sent
fine.
him in either. Like, it's not like, okay, Oliver, you have to go save your brother. He was going either way. Like, there wasn't no
Yeah.
stopping him. It was like, okay, if you have to, this is how
Yeah.
you're going to do it. Like,
I'm
Right.
just saying, as his caregiver and adopted mother, bad choice. I'm just saying.
oh yeah, like
But-
it's not like a good situation. Like, she's not winning.
Right, but
like,
again,
Mother
you
of
had
the
it was a
Year.
no-win scenario, and that was really the lesser of the evils at that point. Was again,
Yeah.
they will stand a fighting chance because Oliver is the only other Viltrumite on the planet.
It's
at
also
that
like
point.
killing her. Like that hurt her to send him. Like there's that beautiful scene where
Yes.
it's like both of my boys are gonna die. Like she's breaking
Yeah.
down in the living room.
Yeah, well,
which-
and then at the end of the episode too is back in the GDA.
Oh,
Like
that's
she
such a good
has that
scene.
whole big scene where she's like, I basically I
I've done
failed
this.
as a
Yeah.
I failed as a mother, and like I gave you a horrible life, and I'm sorry, but
right.
like
I kind of
and
agree
then
with
just
it.
them coming to terms with that, and
The grief.
you know
have to
Mark
feel.
just being like, hey, like no, like you're good, like I'm good, like we won.
Yeah.
I know
And I think-
stuff
and I
hits
think
the
it-
fan
You're only good
sometimes.
because you're good. You're only good
Yeah.
because you're good. Like I kind of agree with her, if I'm honest with you. Like there were bad choices.
Yeah.
And I think if Nolan was there, she would have been like, it would have been a struggle for her to go to him, and like she probably would have just slapped him, and be like, I fucking hate your guts, but go save our son. Or even
Yeah.
or even if she knew Alan, like I don't know you that well, my son trusts you. I need you to go help my son. Like again, like it's like she knew that her boys are potentially stronger together than they are separate in that moment. And again, inadvertently, he accidentally showed Oliver like, yo, like there's consequences to being part of his life, and almost subvertly woke him up to be like, you can get hurt. You can get hurt, and like you can't go rushing into stuff like that. And
Me? Yeah.
But I mean,
sorry,
I feel like
sorry.
he
This is
knows
definitive.
though.
I got this is definitive. You ready for this?
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
this will end it now, right?
Okay. Okay.
Debbie knows for a fact, yeah, that Mark left because of the implant in his head with the Kraken noise, right? So she knows there is a disabling means for Viltrumites, right? So she literally had to just say, Cecil, can you come down with your Kraken maker, right? It might hurt Mark for a little bit, but it's going to stop the fight for 30 seconds. Do you know what I mean? That's all it would have taken.
Did they
That's all
fix
it
it,
would have
though?
taken.
Because it broke last episode, right?
during the Invincible War,
Yeah.
They have like they're sitting there making reanimate. Like they have the means to make a new
Yeah.
Kraken maker. They're fine.
Do you
I
think they
will
put? Do you
say-
think they put new ones in Mark and Oliver's heads because they were both in GDA hospital? You know, in the GDA
not
hospital.
again.
You think they put another one in their heads?
Yeah.
Can you imagine the betrayal?
I will say, Darth, and like you talked about this like early season, we do need to be reproducing those at a global rate. You are right. We need to put like we need to Tony Stark it, put an armor around the world,
Yeah.
put it in every
to really
house around the
weaponize it.
globe. Like it, you are right about that. Like that is
Yeah.
a pure fire way to take one down, and we haven't seen what it does to like a full blown Voltramite yet. But I would be
Yeah.
interesting to see like how that worked exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, I have two things to say, and then we'll start to
Yeah.
wrap this up because I know.
I've got one thing to say as well.
Okay, for one, I loved my favorite scene of the episode was, and again, like Stephen Young killed this season. His best like voiceovering performance is Mark in the whole show, in my opinion. But his blood curdling scream of Cecil, I need you, and just I love a good like character death when a character is at their wits' end, seeing the people they love die. Chef's kiss, so emotional, almost made me cry. Fantastic. Also, Jeffrey D. Morgan, perfect. I got flashbacks to the Walking Dead era. Like, I don't know how many of you guys made it to like the Negan War and the Walking Dead, but it's so like Jeffrey Dean Morgan has a good job at making you fear for your life, and like there's this like how season 7 starts, it makes you terrified of that man, and like you feel into the characters, and I got that deja vu of like, oh man, like I don't know how he's going to like. I'm terrified of this guy. Like Mark can just he's going to kill these characters that we love.
He slapped him into a building before Mark could even react. He was just like, boom.
Yeah, and he definitely
He's
beat
my favorite villains.
Yeah, he definitely beat the allegations of having a bad voice. Like
fantastic.
Yeah, people at the end of 7 were like, "Oh no, this Conquest voice." And I've not heard a single soul speak ill of his voice acting performance after this finale.
I love his teeth as well. Like
I was trying so hard not to quote Negan or go, da 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 da, little pig. I was trying so hard not to quote Negan because I was just like, and I'm pretty sure. Yeah, like hot diggity dog. Like I was, and which the Twitter account they quoted that to promote Conquest, which I was like, and like what a fitting like, and I think, I mean obviously this is the perfect match for Jeffrey Dean Morgan, but like I feel like his monologue of like, I'm alone, nobody's afraid. I think that was what really probably hooked them up. Like, what the fuck is this for real? And be like, ooh, what layers can I give this guy for a brief second?
It definitely felt like they were fans of The Walking Dead, and like obviously it's the same team, right? But it's like it seems like like his performance as Negan is so, and it makes me so excited for May when he comes back again. It's like, okay, I wasn't as excited, but now I'm excited to see that character again because he's so good at that character.
They got lucky with this because it's if you're just a fan of Invincible, we got a cool actor to be part of it.
Right.
And also, if you're a Walking Dead fan, oh, by the way, this, and then also culturally, oh, if you've been into pop culture stuff since the early 2010s, this has some significance that's layer upon layer. It's like a home run for this team to be like, cast this amazing actor, duke it out in an amazing episode. Oh, and by the way, there's high stakes and there's a meta-ness of like balance finally for them. Be like, oh,
I need them to give John Bernthal a role of any kind because
people
he's
been
such
saying
a good
that.
actor. Like,
yes, they've been saying they should cast John as the what's his name? He has like a
Oh, right.
yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say John Bernthal as Thrag would actually go insane.
What is that? What is that?
because
What is
Omni
that?
and Red.
Oh,
Hey
Freddie
Red.
Mercury.
Hey Red.
Can we also quickly,
Mark, let me tell
I
you
wanna-
something.
yeah.
I don't want to
Sorry,
bring
Dave.
everything down for a second, right? But we need to put a pin in this. We need to snip this moment in time, right?
Okay.
Because this is going to be an example that I bring up in about a year's time.
Okay.
Chat, clip this.
Because
Yeah.
when the
5.
next season in The Boys happens, is it The Boys season 5?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
I'm gonna be saying the exact opposite of this, right? Because this has all been an example of a creator doing everything about bringing his work together with a great impact, like Ronan was saying, and making it work on so many levels, right? All I'm saying is season 5, it ain't gonna be the goddamn same, and I'm gonna be criticizing the shit out of it.
Yeah. Taz, you said you had one more?
Yeah, so not a original thought by me, but something I saw online today. The fact that Oliver remembers everything. His first memory of Mark is of him defending him on his home planet. So that's probably another reason why Oliver felt so strongly about going out there and protecting Mark when he had the opportunity to do that in this finale. So I thought that was a cool little connection.
I listen. I'm not questioning Mark's Oliver's motivations in the slightest.
Yeah, no, not at all.
100% He wanted to be out there, right? My question is, should he have been?
Right.
With
No.
so many
Very
other
valid
resources
opinion. Yeah.
available, right? And again, it was because of how personal it was that nobody was thinking clearly whatsoever.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
What I have loved with you and like our discussions this season is like you are the most morally ground character out of all of us because I feel like we're having the like, but like like this equates to this, but you're like, no, this is the right thing to do no matter.
Yeah, like
what.
you're the
This
voice
is
of
the
reason.
standard. Absolutely,
Yeah.
and like we're arguing you, but it's like you're technically right. Like you
Yeah,
are
and
right.
we're
in
just
every
playing
regard.
we're just playing devil's advocate and trying to go
Absolutely.
with the, not necessarily the unpopular opinion, but like the more
No, like we need more people
outlandish.
like you.
Yeah.
Like absolutely.
And I think this is proof that like beyond just the animation and how like people have issues with it because and how I agree with like Jeff Bezos has enough money. He should be able to pay these people, pay the artists, and pay for this. He has enough money to do that.
yes.
But like the fact that we're talking about this a week after it concluded means that like this show has weight and is worthy of still coming out and hopefully in the future still on a weekly basis.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, I know Taz has to go.
I again, I prefer weekly over a season dump for this one. It needs to be a weekly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I do. As much as I enjoyed watching season 2 and season 1 all the way through on a binge, yeah, it is fun to watch it week to week, and not just to watch it week to week, but just to talk about it week to week. Is
I
to
would not
have
like
that
this show
week's
as
worth
much.
of
Yeah.
speculation.
Water cooler.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. So we do have to get out of here soon, but I do just want to ask 2 final questions just about the season as a whole. For one,
Yes.
this episode is one of the highest rated episodes of television of all time, on par with episodes in Game of Thrones, I think Breaking Bad, Clone Wars, which really shocked me. Like I think it's like a 9.99 or something
Yeah.
crazy like that.
Wow.
Unlike
we
the
think-
unlike the 4 out of 10 that IGN gave it. Jesus.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That is a crime.
Do we think that rating is justified? Like, do you think that's a valid
Well,
rating
I'll
for
tell
this
you, no.
episode?
Which
What's
one?
that?
What, a 10 or the 9?
This one. This one. Like one of the highest rated episodes of all time.
Oh, the what is it? The 9.9 out of 10. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I believe so. I believe so. Like, because again, it's again half if not 3/4 of the episode is a fight, and there's a story being told in a fight. Like,
Right.
and there's character
And we're getting
progression and
so much
digression
background
and
and lore and understanding this character, and we got so much. We got so much more development for Conquest in one episode than we got from Angstrom Levy across 2 full seasons.
Yeah.
Make
Yeah.
that
maybe.
make sense.
Yeah.
Make
Well,
that make
arguable.
sense.
Arguable, but yeah. I will also say the season finale as well is we didn't miss Nolan, but now that I'm thinking about it, I miss Nolan.
Yeah.
But in the episode, I didn't miss the guy. Do you know what I mean? So
I
much
think
going on that I
I
weren't
miss
even aware
Omni
of.
Man.
Yeah.
you miss
Yeah. I as good as it is, and I think it's very good. I don't know if I would give it that rate, or like, not necessarily I wouldn't give it that rating, but like I think the fact that other episodes haven't also got that rating is a bit like, huh? Because I don't even know if this was my favorite episode of the season. Like, I think I prefer maybe episode 2. And
2 and
also
3 I really like a lot.
Yeah,
And
I did also
oh.
like the King Immortal episode was pretty good too. I think
Oh,
that
wow,
one
okay.
because it
The
had so many
Apocalypse one
different
is, like,
storylines.
Heartbreaking.
I got-
Hi, Jeffrey.
I gotta say,
I mean,
I think
yeah.
a lot of fans of Conquest, so I think like this episode drew a lot of eyes.
fair.
And
Yeah.
going forward, I think it's just going to bring more and more people into watching it. Do you know what I mean?
Oh
Because
yeah, and
there's
this was the big
so
thing.
many clips in shorts that people
Yeah.
have been seeing and skimming past and going back on, and
It-
when it gets to like the big fights, like everything that's coming, do you know what I mean? All the stuff that everybody
The
keeps
beach
teasing
scene.
coming. Do you know what I mean? Like that's when it's gonna be like, oh, this show has reached like mainstream audiences.
It's getting there.
It is. I think that I've definitely seen so much more talk and popularity surrounding the show this season
Yeah.
Yes.
than
Like-
any other season in the past.
Like season 1 I felt was very mainstream, and then they just refused to market season 2, and they had that weird mid-season break, and it was like no one was talking about it. And I was a little afraid of like the show's safety. I was like, oh man,
Yeah.
is it gonna be canceled or whatever? And this season everyone's talking about it. Everyone's like having a conversation about it. Like just in my real life I've heard people talk about it. It's like, oh shit, all right, that's
Anime
that's great.
fans,
Yeah.
Dragon Ball Z fans have been coming up to me. Hey, should I check out Invincible? Or oh, have you seen Invincible? And at points I had, because I saw some of these episodes early, I had to be like, yo, you're not ready for the finale. And there's a little like I think subsequent like subtle homages to Dragon Ball Z and anime from the 90s in this finale. Like in terms of fight, movement, speed, animation, like there's like
Yeah. When Oliver's trying to keep up, that was beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
the one
yeah.
time
Yeah.
where Mark's hair was like going, like the animation on Mark's hair was going
Yeah.
crazy.
And the rushing when he was rushing him, yeah. Oh my
Yeah.
god, so many sick moments, man.
That's great.
Yeah.
And then just one final thing, because I know we had to get out of here. But how would we rank the 3 seasons we have so far?
Interesting, very interesting.
I would say 1, 3, 2. As great as 3 was, it can't top season 1 for me.
1 as your top,
Yeah,
then 3.
Yeah,
then, okay.
yeah. 1, 3, 2.
oh man. Oh, that's so man.
I know, and it's a tough choice,
It's
but
hard.
I think
Yeah, they're all great seasons.
it
of
just
television.
again, like I almost have to think about it from the perspective too of like I wouldn't think about like enjoying the season on its own. Like you couldn't enjoy season 3 without season
2.
1.
Yeah, and
Sure.
yeah, you're right.
You know?
I for right now, I think I'm gonna go 3-1-2 just because I've been waiting years for Even and Mark to get together. You know what I'm saying? Like it's weird to
Yeah.
admit, but I'm like, I've been waiting for that. Not only that, I got fucking Rex and Ray. Like how much I love that storyline. And I would throw Adam Eve special up there with season 1 and 3. Like that special was so fucking good.
It was.
Soundtrack, animation, The story, I love that one, and that one doesn't get as much love as I feel like it should, just like these
Sure.
seasons. So I would go. And
Yeah.
again, it's I told there's this. It's a Daredevil scenario where like I love all 3 seasons. I just
Yeah.
have a preference.
Right, and I
And
agree.
it's not like
love
it's not like a season being lower it makes it bad. It's just
No.
I like these seasons more.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What about you, Darth?
It's tough.
It is.
tough. I like season 2. Do you know what I mean? I feel
I do
bad
too.
putting it
So do I.
anywhere. Do you know what I mean? Like it's a lot happens in it, and it's really really good. That whole Thula and Lucan fight, the whole like coming to grips with him having another family.
Hello, Mark. Like it's been a
Yeah.
while. I was like, Jesus.
I've never felt more desperation for our heroes than with the Sequids.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, the
that was
stakes were
on
high.
that ship. That was deep. Like that, they barely make. I know they barely make it out all the time, but like that.
Oh,
was
when
really
Eve got the
good.
yeah.
But, like that
I
great
mean?
Rex fight where like they all
Yeah,
died.
I think everybody puts too much on Angstrom. Do you know what I mean?
I like Angstrom too. Yeah.
Because like he is a good villain. Like he could have like been fleshed out more, but I can make that argument about the whole damn show. Do you know what I mean? The Invincible War was prime time for character development and study, but we just glossed past it in the most breezy way. It was crazy. So I'm gonna say 1, 2, 3. I think.
Wow, I would agree. That's also my ranking.
Interesting.
I love that season 2 was a character study. Season 3 does not work without season 2. It was their chance to be like, okay, Mark went through a lot in season 1. How's it going, buddy? How's it going? Like are you doing okay? Building up all the other characters, like Eve's journey of like, if I'm not a superhero, then what can I do for the world? Like all of that stuff was incredible. The Omni-Man stuff was incredible. Alan was incredible.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't have the
you're right.
bombastic moments of season 1 and 3. Like season 1 and 3 have like the best like holy shit.
Yeah, season 2 is a little more
moments.
tame. It was a little more tame as far as that goes.
And I think like I will always associate season 2 with like me and Dark's conversations on it. And like we would talk on here for hours of just like, what does it mean to be a superhero? And like especially the like Amber and Mark stuff of like, what does it mean to be in a relationship with a superhero? What are the consequences of that life? That it's just like the like combination of Invincible season 2, X-Men 97 season 1, peak experience. Like it's just such a good conversation on both sides of the fence. That will probably stick with me for a long time. But also this season will stick in my mind are like our arguments this season have been so much fun that will also stick with me. So
yeah.
It's been great. But yes,
I didn't like Mark as much this season. Is my thing.
Sure.
I don't think you were
liked him more in
supposed
season 1 and 2.
Which
I don't think you were really supposed to like him in this season.
Supposed to pity him more than like him, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he's struggling. Like he's not having a good time. Like it's a season. Like it's about.
I hear that. But that's give like an easier rewatch value to season 1 and 2. Do you know what I mean? Because you're going to be
I can
see that.
Right.
You
Yeah.
like him more.